Hello and welcome to Unacademy. NCERT books are a must for the Civil Services examination. Not only is the content of these books authentic, but UPSC has been asking questions from these NCERTs, prelims as well as in mains examination, sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly, making NCERTs one of the most important sought-after books by the civil services aspirants. But it is equally important to understand two things: when to read these NCERTs and how to read them. For example, for Indian polity, this book on your screen, which is a class 11th NCERT book, Indian Constitution at Work. This is the most important NCERT for Indian polity for the civil services examination. And in this lecture, I am going to cover 8 very important chapters of this NCERT. So how to read these NCERTs, you will come to know by attending this marathon session. But now the question is when to read the NCERT books. For that, listen to me carefully. There are 2 kinds of aspirants: those who have already enrolled in a coaching institute. Second, those who do not wish to enroll in a coaching institute, they want to prepare on their own, self-preparation, self-study. If you have already enrolled in a coaching institute, please do not read NCERTs first. First, attend the class lectures. Once the class lectures are over, then read these NCERTs. Now these NCERTs will start making sense to you, and in a couple of days, maximum in 5 days, you would be able to complete all the chapters of this beautiful book. So first attend the class lectures, then read these NCERTs, because if you read these NCERTs first, then why did you pay these coaching institutes? Number 1. Number 2, but if you are preparing on your own, resorting to self-study, first read these NCERTs, because NCERTs will lay your foundation, and then you can shift to Lakshmikant or D.D. Basu or whichever book you would wish to read. So first read these NCERTs, you will gain conceptual understanding, conceptual clarity, and then the civil services examination preparation would become meaningful. So if you're preparing on your own, attend this lecture and I will take you on a beautiful journey of understanding this book in its entirety, in its magnificent depth. But should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us, now is the opportune time. Why? Because Unacademy management has decided to slash its UPSC subscription fee by 50%. Now you can prepare for GS, CSAT at 19,999 subscription fee. Go to our website should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us for your GS, CSAT, current affairs, optional, mentorship, test series. Take a look at various plans that are displayed on the website. Use this code IAS English and automatically the lowest subscription fee will be displayed for you. So should you wish to enroll, use this option, use this opportunity, and if you're preparing on your own, then let's get started and understand 8 important chapters of this beautiful class 11th NCERT, Indian Constitution at Work. Hello, good evening and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Beginning today, join me live every evening at 6 p.m. and we shall discuss and cover all the important chapters of this beautiful book, which is a textbook in political science for class 11th titled Indian Constitution at Work. We shall cover 8 important chapters in this fashion. In 8 lectures, we hope to cover all the important chapters of this NCERT book. After this is over, then we will take up another textbook in political science titled Political Theory, and we shall cover important lectures of that book as well. And once that is done, we will cover landmark judgments of the Supreme Court relevant for the civil services examination. Should you wish to attend these sessions, all you need to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel and press the like button, drop in your comments. Since this is a new initiative,
We need your encouragement. We need your support. After you have attended this session, you will be in a position to understand and answer these previous year's questions asked in 2023, 2020, 2014 as well. NCERT books are the most important source of knowledge and information for the civil services examination. Not only is the content of these books authentic, but UPSC has been directly asking questions from these NCERTs. If you are following these lectures from end to end, I promise you don't need to read these NCERTs on your own. And we will not just cover NCERTs, we will cover the basic concepts related to the information which is provided in these NCERTs. Should you wish to download the PDF that I am using for this lecture, you can get in touch with me on my Telegram channel. The link to join my Telegram channel is provided in the video description as well as in the pinned comment. And you can download this PDF from my channel. So let's get started and look at why do we need a constitution? This chapter, why and how, is the first chapter that we shall be discussing today. Now listen to me carefully. You are living in India, but you're not living alone. Look around and there are others as well. You are part of a large group, but this large group is also diverse. Diverse in the sense, there are people belonging to different religious communities. There are people coming from different social backgrounds. There are people coming from different economic backgrounds. There are people who are following different professions. There are people who are young and old, poor and who are economically well served. And don't you think, if you are part of this wider, large group, there may also be disputes. You may have disputes amongst each other, disputes on different sets of questions. For example, how much property can an individual own? Should it be mandatory for kids to be sent to the school, or should we leave it to the discretion of the parents? Will some members of this group be allowed to discriminate some other members of this group or not? So there can be wide-ranging disputes amongst this wide, large, diverse set of people. But even then, these people are dependent upon each other. For example, you fall sick, you need to visit a doctor. You need engineers to construct roads. You need lawyers to fight your case. You need teachers to teach you on YouTube, that too for free. So people are dependent upon each other. And how can this diverse set of people live in coordination with each other, peacefully together? For that, some amount of coordination is required, cooperation is required. And how can we achieve this coordination, this cooperation, if we have rules? If all the members of this group, they agree that there will be some basic rules that all of us will abide by. But these rules should not only be known, but these rules should be enforceable as well. For example, all the members of this group should know what are these basic rules that we all have to abide by, and it should be enforceable as well. If one member of this group violates these rules, action should be taken against those individuals. So that if all these rules are followed, it will give assurance to all the members of this group that they will be punished if they are violating these rules. That is function number 1 of the Constitution. The first function of a Constitution is to provide a set of basic rules that allow for minimal coordination amongst the members of the society. So before understanding what is a Constitution, you need to know why Constitution is required. And why Constitution is required? Because it provides, the first function of the Constitution is to provide a set of basic rules which will allow for coordination amongst the different sections of the society residing within a territory. That's function number one. But now rules are important. The question that you should be asking is, what will be such rules? But even more important question is, who will be empowered to make these rules? Yes, we need to know what are these basic rules, because once these rules are known, they should be enforceable as well. But at the same time, the most important pressing question should be, who will make these rules? There may be X who will say, my rules are better. There may be Y who will say, no, my rules are better. Who will get to make these rules? And who gets to make these rules also varies from country to country. For example, in monarchies, where king is the ruler, king gets to make these rules. For example, in old Soviet Union, Soviet Russia, it was a single party which was given the responsibility, which was empowered to make these rules. But in modern democracies, if you will ask me who should make these rules, the answer will be people. Let the people come together, not a monarch, not a member of a political party or a political party itself, but it should be people of that country who will make rules so that all of us will abide by it. But now, as the population of a territory increases, would it be possible for all the people to come together and make these rules? And this is something that in ancient Greeks, this would happen. And that is the form of democracy that we call direct democracy, where all the people would come together in ancient Greece and decide on these basic rules that all of us should adhere to. But as the population increases, it is not possible for all the people to come together and decide and make and enact these rules. This is where people elect their representatives. And then these representatives make these rules. And these rules are basically what? These rules are laws that all of us have to abide by. In Indian Constitution, we have given this power of making rules, making laws to Parliament, or to what we call legislature. But before we decide that, it is also important to understand the second function of the Constitution. The second function is, it specifies who has the power to make decisions in a society. It decides how this government will be constituted. And we will discuss what is this government, what is legislature, what is executive, what is judiciary in our subsequent lectures as well. So job and function number one of the Constitution is to make basic rules which will ensure coordination amongst different sections of the society. The second function of the Constitution is to specify who has the power to make such rules, who has the power to take decisions in the society, and how this government will be constituted. But listen to me carefully. If people were angels, there was no need to impose restrictions on the people. Why? Because people are angels. Angels can do nothing wrong. So we don't need to worry about people. Why? Because they're angels. They will not usurp each other's rights. They will not snatch each other's property. They will not kill each other. They will not discriminate against each other. Why? Because they're angels. Angels can do nothing wrong. But people are not angels. So we need to govern these people. We need to have basic rules, laws put in place in a society. And every single citizen who is not an angel has to abide by these rules, has to abide by these laws, has to follow these laws. And who will make these laws? Parliament, which basically means representatives of the people Every 5 years, people come out in large numbers, elect their representatives to parliament, and then these representatives make laws for the entire country. So the function of the constitution is to specify who gets to make the decisions. But at the same time, even these people, these representatives, they're not angels either. If the representatives were angels, then we need not worry, because they will not make laws which are unfair, unreasonable, unjust. They will not unnecessarily discriminate against people. So the function of the constitution now becomes even more important. Constitution should first empower the parliament to make laws, or empower the state to function, empower the government to be formed, and then impose limitations on this government. Why? What if tomorrow the representatives that you have elected, they start making rules or laws which say that you can't wear this shirt of this particular color, you can't wear clothes of this particular color, you can't sing this song, you can't watch this movie. This member of a society, whether it is belonging to a religious community or a caste community, they have to always serve others, and they are not allowed to inherit property. They're not allowed to buy property. They're not allowed to sell their property. Don't you think that all these rules would be unfair, unreasonable, unjust? That tells us about the third function of the Constitution, which is to set the limits of what the government can impose on its citizens. And this is where we will deviate from NCERT and we will look at the doctrine of limited government, which primarily means that the powers available with the government, powers available with the state, these are not unlimited. There is a limitation on the powers of the state. And what are these limitations? I'll tell you one such limitation. For example, Part 3 of our Constitution, which deals with fundamental rights. What are these fundamental rights basically? These, we say, are the limitations on the state, limitations on the government. Why? Because if you read all these fundamental rights, which we will discuss in this NCERT course, it says the state shall not discriminate against its citizens on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. The state shall not discriminate against its citizens when it comes to public employment, when it comes to government jobs. The state shall not deny equality. The state shall not deprive an individual of his right to life or personal liberty. The state shall not do this. The state shall not do that. Where is this mentioned? Constitution. What does it mean? Limitation on the powers of the state. Because the powers of the state are not unlimited. There is a limitation called doctrine of limited government. That is function number 3 of the Constitution, because citizens need to be protected. For example, from getting arbitrarily arrested. And what is this arbitrarily arrested? What does this phrase mean? For example, I'm teaching you right now, and I'm teaching for free. All the aspirants of this country can consume this content, and suddenly there is a knock at my door, and the police comes and says, "My dear, I'll take you to Siberia. You are under arrest." Why? Because why are you teaching civil services aspirants for free? You should have charged them. Now, what is this logic? This is arbitrary arrest, without any logic, without any sense. If I would have committed murder, if I was accused of terrorism, then it was justified for the police to arrest me. But arbitrarily, without any logic, without any basis, for unnecessary things, I should not be arrested. For no reason, I should not be arrested. That is the limitation on the state, and that is function number 3 of the Constitution. Let's look at something else. Aspirations and goals of a society. We were under the colonial government. If you look at from 1757 onwards, then if you look at 1857 onwards, from 1857, we were directly controlled by the British Crown. Prior to that, we were governed by the East India Company. We had some aspirations, we had some goals. We needed liberty, liberty of thought. We needed freedom of speech and expression. We needed equality. We needed justice. But we were not given. Why? Because we were under a colonial rule, colonial government. In fact, there was a time when if an Indian judge was appointed, Indian judge could not try the Europeans. If a European had committed a crime in India, was accused of committing a crime in India, an Indian judge is not allowed to give punishment because Indians were considered inferior, lesser citizens of God, lesser mortals. But our aspirations were liberty, equality, justice, fraternity, dignity. And once we got independence, we enacted our own constitution. That constitution reflects our aspirations, our goals. And now this Constitution of India gives us liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual. But at the same time, we also need to understand that India, unfortunately, was not an equal country in a sense. That there were people who were discriminated against. There was inequality on the basis of economic status, inequality on the basis of your caste, inequality on various grounds. That inequality we had to eradicate. And we also had to overcome deprivation. That is the another job of this Constitution. The job of the Constitution is to ensure that we as a society are free from all kinds of discrimination. For example, in South Africa, there was a period of apartheid. There was racial discrimination. On the grounds of the color of your skin, you were discriminated against. But then when Nelson Mandela came out of jail, when this apartheid regime was overthrown, and then constitution was to be given to South Africa, and they made a promise, the Constitution of South Africa made a promise that we will end racial discrimination. So that inequality they had to eradicate. Similarly, in our Constitution, we had to also eradicate other forms of inequality. For example, untouchability was practiced. And that is why when Indian Constitution was enacted, Article 17 says untouchability is abolished and its practice in any form is forbidden. That is the fourth function of a constitution, to ensure that government fulfills the aspiration of the society. And the aspiration of the society was justice, liberty, eradication of inequality, ensuring equality, and ensure that we have conditions which are suitable for a just society. NCERT books also mention that perhaps the most important function of a constitution is expressing the fundamental identity of the people. And what is this fundamental identity? People came together because previously people were various, from belonging to different sets of people, different sections of the society. They were diverse, for the lack of a better word. Now these diverse set of people who had their own identity, you are from this particular religion, you are from this particular caste, you are from this economic background, you are from this region, you speak this language, you eat this food, so you have diversity. Now all this diversity was taken away in the sense, kept at the back burner, and one single identity was given to the people, that you are an Indian. Which means that people as a collective identity came into being only through this basic constitution. That means the important function of the constitution now becomes, it gives political identity to the people. And not just political identity, moral identity as well. Moral identity in the sense, Can we discriminate against our fellow citizens? Can we snatch their rights? Can we usurp their property? We can't do that. Why? Because that is something that Constitution does not allow, because that is the moral identity which Constitution creates. But when it comes to different constitutions of the world, they differ. There are some constitutions which ensure parliamentary form of democracy, where there is Prime Minister who has the real power along with his ministers or her ministers. There are some countries which adopt for presidential form of democracy, where president has the real power. And the president is not part of the legislature. President is not part of the parliament. So different countries have different versions of the constitution. And these different constitutions create different sets of government, different forms of the government. But there are some constitutions, for example, Germany, which create a system that your identity is determined whether you are from Germany or not. In a sense, your ethnicity determines your political identity. Sir, I'm not able to understand this. Let me make it clear and let me make it simpler for you. When it comes to India, does that mean if you belong to a particular religion, only then can you be the citizen of this country? If you belong to a particular race, only then you can be part or citizen of this country? No. That means there are ethnic criteria in different parts of the world which make basis for citizenship, but not India, where everybody who is born on the soil of India, regardless of your race, caste, religion, is entitled to become the citizen of India, provided your parents also have been the citizens. And I will come back to this point in a moment, but before we do that, let's look at what is the authority of the Constitution. From where does the Constitution derive its authority from? We say Constitution is the supreme law of land, which enjoys special legal sanctity. What does that mean? Listen to me carefully. What is a constitution? How effective is a constitution? Is a constitution just? If you ask me, sir, show me the Constitution of India, I will take out a bulky book and tell you this is the Indian Constitution. There are more than 400 articles of the Constitution, 12 schedules in the Constitution, 25 parts in the Constitution. If you ask me, sir, show me the Constitution of United States, I will take out a pamphlet and tell you this is the Constitution of United States. Originally, it had 7 articles. Later on, 27 times this US Constitution got amended. But if you ask me, sir, show me the Constitution of India, show me the Constitution of United States, I will take out books and show you this is the Indian Constitution, this is the US Constitution. And we call such constitutions as written constitutions. Those constitutions which are codified into one single document. One single document, Indian Constitution. One single document, US Constitution. But if you will ask me, sir, show me the Constitution of United Kingdom, I can't refer you to a particular document or to a particular book and tell you this is the UK Constitution, because UK Constitution is unwritten. So does that mean laws are not written in Britain? Laws are written, but not all laws are written. So what does that mean? Laws are written, but they are not written and codified into a single document. They are scattered. Different documents, various different documents, all of them can be viewed as the Constitution of United Kingdom. That means all these laws have not been codified into one single document. Sir, why? Because that's how their culture works. Maybe they never felt the need that we should link integrate all the different laws that we have and codify them into a single constitution, single document. They never felt the need. Maybe tomorrow, if they feel the need, maybe they will integrate all the different laws into a single document called the Constitution. So it depends upon what sort of constitution you have, depends upon the political culture of that particular country as well, of that particular society as well. Which means Indian Constitution is written, codified into a single document. US Constitution is written, codified into a single document. UK Constitution is not written, not codified into a single document. But now you need to ask mode of promulgation. If these are the 5 important functions of the Constitution, if we know what is the need to have the Constitution, but how do we promulgate a Constitution? Which means, how does a Constitution come into being? Who crafts this Constitution? Who wrote this Constitution? How much authority these people had? That tells us volumes about the authority of this Constitution. There are many countries where Constitution remains defunct. It is not properly enforced. It is not properly respected. It is regularly flouted. Why? Because these constitutions were basically made by the dictators or military rulers. So who promulgates the Constitution depends upon the authority of that body or the authority of that individual. But if you look at the constitutions of successful countries such as India, South Africa, United States, these constitutions have been successful. Why? Because they were crafted in the aftermath of popular nationalist movements. Indian Constitution was adopted on the 26th of November 1949. It was enacted, it entered into force on 26 January 1950. But after a massive movement against colonialism, against British colonialism by the Indian nationalist leaders. So our constitution was the product of a nationalist movement. Similarly, in Northern America, there were 13 British colonies. Just like India was a colony of the Britain, there were 13 different British colonies in the Northern America. All of them revolted against the British Empire. That is what we call American War of Independence. And now these 13 British colonies liberated themselves and they became independent sovereign countries. Now all these independent sovereign countries, they decided to come together. They said, why can't we establish a United States of America? They assembled together at Philadelphia in United States, wrote a document called the Constitution of the United States, which was adopted in 1787, which came into force in 1789. That means the authority of a constitution depends upon who promulgates this constitution. If it is promulgated by dictators, by military juntas, then it will not have the credibility, it will run into problems. It will be defunct. But if it is the product of nationalist movements, then we see the constitutions are successful. For example, India, for example, South Africa, for example, United States. That does not mean necessarily constitution has to be the product of nationalist movements. But all those constitutions which are the product of the nationalist movements have been successful. But important point is, there are some countries which subject their constitution to a referendum. That means once this body, which is a group of people, which is tasked to write the constitution, once they write the constitution, they send it to the people. They refer it to the people. And only when the majority of the people vote in favor of this constitution, then the constitution is adopted. That gives this constitution a lot of credibility. Because although we elected our representatives who drafted this constitution, wrote this constitution, but then whatever they wrote, they subjected this document to the will of the people, to the vote of the people, through a process called referendum. And once people overwhelmingly vote in favor of this document, that constitution is adopted. But Indian constitution was never subjected to referendum. Why? Because of the credibility of the people who were part of this body which wrote this constitution. Because of the credibility of this body, which is what we call the Constituent Assembly, which we will discuss today. Constituent Assembly was set up with the single purpose of drafting the Constitution of India. It's the credibility of these people who were part of this Constituent Assembly that there was no need to subject the Indian Constitution to referendum. Even then, it enjoys the authority. Why? Because the people who adopted, who wrote, drafted this constitution, they commanded respect and authority of the people. Now imagine there is another reason and there is another, what you can say, way by which you can get this constitution respected. If it gives everyone in the society some reason to go along with its provisions. Sir, what does that mean? If this constitution would say that the majority community in this country would dominate the minority community, will minority community accept this constitution? Minority can be linguistic minority, minority can be caste minority, minority can be religious minority, minority can be linguistic minority. Will this minority ever respect this constitution? No. If this constitution privileges some members of the society as against others, will grant more privileges to some people as against others, will this constitution be abided and respected? If any group in a society feels that we are being neglected or our voice has been stifled, then they will have no reason to abide by this constitution. Which means then the other way in which we can ensure that constitution is respected, constitution has the authority, it commands the authority, is if the constitution preserves the freedom of every single individual within this community, preserves the equality of every single citizen residing, inhabiting this country. So what are the 5 functions of the constitution? Done. Why constitution and how constitution is an authoritative document, gets the authority, commands its authority, we have discussed. Constitution can be written, constitution can be unwritten. But at the same time, we need a balanced institutional design. We say constitutions, they're often subverted. They're often manipulated, not by people, but by a small group of people who wish to enhance their power. That means there will be some people who will try and misuse the provisions of the constitution because they want to stick to the power. So constitution gets subverted not by the people, but by a small group of people who want to preserve, enhance their power. Now, how do we solve this problem? We need checks. How do we solve this problem? Something called separation of powers. If you accumulate all the powers, whether lawmaking powers, implementation powers, judicial powers in one body or individual, it is the worst example of tyranny. Sir, what are you saying? I am saying, if I have the power to make laws, if I have the power to make rules, if I have the power to implement rules as well, and I have the power to punish those who are violating these rules as well. I become the judge, jury, and the executioner. You should never give one body or one individual all these powers. That is why we should go for separation of powers. That is why the powers of the state are separated. There is one body called the legislature whose principal function is to legislate, to make laws. There is another organ called the executive whose principal objective is to implement laws. And then there is a third organ which is created called the judiciary, whose principal objective is to provide justice to the people. For example, members of the parliament will make laws, but Prime Minister and his ministers will implement laws. And the judiciary will look into whether what happened in Kolkata, whether the police did its job or not, whether the government did its job properly or not, whether there was a cover-up or not. And that is how you impose checks on each other. So if the legislature is making a rule, making a law which is unfair, unjust, unreasonable, judiciary will strike down that law. Because the power is given to the judiciary called judicial review. The judiciary can review every action of the legislature, of the executive. If the Prime Minister or his Council of Ministers, they are unable to do their job properly, they are violating the Constitution, they can be removed by the legislature. So how this Constitution we have to ensure is not subverted is by looking at the institutional design of this Constitution. And that institutional design is create legislature, create executive, create judiciary. And it is argued, advocated for the first time by French philosopher Montesquieu, who called for separation of powers. But apart from separation of powers, there should be checks and balances so that one organ keeps a check on the other organ, so that they don't encroach upon each other, so that they do not violate this Constitution. And our Indian Constitution horizontally fragments this power across different institutions like legislature, executive, judiciary, and there are even independent bodies such as Election Commission. Although NCERT calls Election Commission a statutory body, but from the UPSC standpoint, it's not a statutory body, although it's not a wrong term to use, because statutory body means a body created by a law. Election Commission is a body created by law, but that law is the Constitution. So Election Commission is a constitutional body. Finance Commission is a constitutional body. UPSC is a constitutional body. CAG is a constitutional body. But then there are bodies which are created not by the Constitution, but by the act of the Parliament, by the law passed by the Parliament. Those are what we call statutory bodies. For example, National Human Rights Commission, National Commission for Minorities. All these are statutory bodies. And then at the same time, Constitution should not be too rigid. Once you have made the Constitution, it should not be so flexible that you can change it at any point in time. Then there will be no clarity amongst the people. They would think that this is a Constitution today, tomorrow it might change. Because you are giving too flexibility to the Parliament to change this Constitution. But it should not be so rigid that you can never change it. You need to change it. Why? Because Constitution has to be a living document. That we will discuss in one of the chapters of the NCERT, Constitution as a living document, but very briefly here. Pandit Nehru said in the Constituent Assembly that Constitution, every genuine demand of the people should be capable of realization. When I told you our Constitution is a document of people's faith, people's aspirations, aspirations keep on changing. What people aspired for in 1950 may not have been the aspiration of the people of India in 1970s or 80s or 90s, may not be the aspiration of the people of India in 2024, and clearly will not be the aspiration of the people of India in 2030, 2040, 2050. So this constitution, which reflects the aspirations of the people, should also change to reflect the changing aspirations of the people. That is what Pandit Nehru said. Any genuine demand should be capable of realization. Dr. Ambedkar further said, it is not possible that 100% of the people in India would be satisfied with the constitution I have framed, I have drafted, because you can't satisfy 100% of the people. But if you're not satisfied with the constitution, get 2/3 majority in the parliament and change the constitution. Because once the constitution has been adopted, when it has come into force, when it has been enacted, then this parliament, to which people elect representatives every 5 years, that means this parliament is the representative of the people of this country. If this parliament feels, if 2/3 of this parliament feels that we don't agree with this constitution, change it. So if you are dissatisfied with this constitution, says Dr. Ambedkar, then all you need to do, get 2/3 majority in the parliament and change the constitution. If you can't get 2/3 majority, then I can assume that only you are dissatisfied with the constitution. Your dissatisfaction is not shared by the larger, wider majority public. So constitution should not be too flexible, because if it is too flexible, then it will give no predictability to the people. It should not be too rigid, that it cannot be changed at all. It has to be somewhere in the between. A fine balance has to be made. But how was the Indian Constitution made? Indian Constitution was made by, as I said, the Constituent Assembly, a group of people whose primary objective was to draft the constitution for the newly independent country. And this Constituent Assembly met for the first time on the 9th of December 1946. But this was for an undivided India. Because in 1946, the country was not partitioned. And at that time, the colonial India or the British India consists of provincial legislative assemblies, provinces. And these provincial legislative assemblies, you might have read in modern history, they were set up under the Government of India Act 1935. So there were provincial legislative assemblies in provinces, but then there were more than 500 princely states as well. Some reports say 562 odd princely states. So there would be representatives of the provinces, there will be representatives of the princely states as well, in proportion to their population. And we don't have to get too deep into detail how these people were elected or nominated. But just keep in mind, Constitution was made by the Constituent Assembly, which had the representatives from the entire country, from provinces, from princely states as well. But this was for undivided India. But then 3rd of June 1947, the partition plan was accepted, which means now it was sure that country would be partitioned into India and Pakistan, unfortunately on the religious grounds. And then the remaining Constituent Assembly, whose number was then reduced to 299, because previously the number had 292 members from the provinces, close to 93 members from princely states, which would include those areas which came under Pakistan later on. So the total number of the members of the Constituent Assembly got reduced to 299. And the Constitution was adopted on the 26th of November 1949, when 284 members were present and they signed it. But Constitution came into force on 26th January 1950. Why this mismatch? although not mentioned in NCERT, but let me tell you. Indian National Congress, which was fighting for India's independence, it was not always fighting for independence. Initially, the objective of the Congress party was that we should get more representation in the provincial legislative assemblies, in the legislative councils first. That more and more Indians should be involved in making laws for India. More and more Indians should be able to apply for the civil services exams in India. So originally, their demand was self-rule. That's when Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Lokmanya Tilak said, Swaraj is my birthright and I must have it. He was not referring to independence. He was referring to self-rule. That means we will be under the control of the crown, British crown, but we want to make laws for our people on our own. But we will remain under the crown. We will remain with the crown. The sovereignty will lie with the crown. But we want to make laws for our own people. That's what Annie Besant also asked for. So basically, the Congress leaders were asking for a dominion status. We don't need complete independence, but we want Indians to be elected to legislature. They should make laws for the people of this country, but we will remain under the British crown. Then there was a left-wing shift in the Indian National Congress with the emergence of young leaders who were radically left. For example, Pandit Nehru. For example, Subhash Chandra Bose. And in 1928, they said, we will give you 1 year. If you can't convince the British to grant dominion status to India in 1 year, then after that, we will not listen to you. Then our goal will not be dominion status. Our goal will not be Swaraj or self-rule. Our goal will be Purna Swaraj, complete independence. And British naturally did not agree for dominion status in 1928. Then a historic session of Indian National Congress was conducted on the banks of the river Ravi in Lahore, which was presided over by Pandit Nehru, where a resolution was passed by the Congress asking for complete independence, Purna Swaraj. And a resolution was also passed that we shall celebrate Independence Day. It was a symbolic gesture. Although we were not given independence, but symbolically we wanted to feel that we are free. On 26th of January 1930, for the first time, Independence Day was celebrated. The national flag was hoisted. So when this Constitution of India was ready, adopted on 26 November 1949, Pandit Nehru made a plea, made a request that we should implement, we should give force to this Constitution, we should enact this Constitution on the 26th of January 1950, so that this 26th January is etched into the memories of all Indians. And that is how even today we are talking about 26th January. What happened on 26th January 1930 when for the first time Independence Day was celebrated? But despite the fact that our Constitution was enacted in 1950, was the product of the nationalist movement, but who made this Constitution? A Constituent Assembly, which got split also because the country was partitioned. Pakistan became an Islamic Pakistan, but India did not become a Hindu Pakistan. Because in India, the Constitution committed to a new conception of citizenship, where not only would minorities be secure, but whatever your religion is, whatever your religious identity is, that will have no bearing on citizenship rights. In a sense, just people from a particular religion would be empowered, would be allowed to become the citizens of India. That will not be the case, because religion will not be used as a qualification for getting citizenship. And this Constituent Assembly was also diverse. Diverse in the sense, members of all religions were given representation. Assembly had 28 members from the scheduled caste. In fact, majority of the members, close to 82% of the members were from Congress. But Congress was representing a diverse set of people. So within that umbrella, Congress accepted and managed to accommodate all shades of opinion with it. And the best part about Constituent Assembly was its insistence on deliberation. Every single article, every single provision of the Constitution was thoroughly debated. Everything was debated. There were disagreements, but even then there was deliberation. There were differences, but even then there was deliberation. There were differences as to what should be the name of this country. There were differences as to whether we should give more powers to the states or more power to the center. There were differences as to what should be the relationship between legislature and executive. There were differences as to what should be the powers of the judiciary. There were differences, but even then there was deliberation, and everything was thoroughly debated and then voted upon, except one. One provision was virtually passed in the Constitution without any debate. And what was it? Universal adult suffrage. All the citizens of India above the age of 21, they will have the right to vote. Later in 1989, this voting age was reduced from 21 to 18. But at the time of the commencement of the Constitution, the voting age was 21. Universal adult suffrage. In one fell swoop, women were given voting rights, not discriminated against as compared to men. Poor people had equal voting rights as compared to rich. The amount of property that you acquire, hold, the amount of knowledge that you have, the number of degrees that you have, the educational qualification will not determine your voting rights. Every single Indian who is an adult, who has crossed the age of 21 will have the right to vote. And this was remarkable. Because United States gave voting rights to women in 1920. Britain gave voting rights to women in 1928. Some women in earlier, but all the women in 1928. Switzerland in close to 1970s. But India in one fell swoop, once and for all, in 1950. Every single provision was debated, thoroughly debated. There were also major committees. For example, if we have a government at the center, but not everything can be, although can be, but just for the division of labor and for better output of the work, not everything can be given to Mr. Modi. He will allocate portfolios. You take care of home, you take care of external affairs, you take care of defense, you take care of agriculture, you take care of finance, if you can. Similarly, if the constitution of this entire country, a bulky constitution was to be made, then for that various committees were set up. And most of these committees, for example, 8 major committees on different subjects were set up. For example, Committee on the Powers of the Union, Committee on Fundamental Rights, so on and so forth. Most of these committees were headed by either Pandit Nehru or Sardar Patel or Dr. Ambedkar or Dr. Rajendra Prasad. The names: Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Sardar Patel, Pandit Nehru, B.R. Ambedkar. All of them had differences with each other. Sardar Patel and Pandit Nehru sometimes did not agree to each other. Even after Mr. Rajendra Prasad became the president, Pandit Nehru became the prime minister, they did not agree with each other on numerous occasions. Particularly when Dr. Rajendra Prasad went to inaugurate the Somnath temple in Gujarat. Pandit Nehru said, you should not do that because we are a secular state where the state does not have any religion. Dr. Rajendra Prasad still went ahead and inaugurated the Somnath temple. Pandit Nehru had a point. He said, President, who is the head of the executive, should not mix religion and politics together. And this led Pandit Nehru make a famous statement wherein he said, the dams are the modern temples of India. So they disagreed with each other. Mr. Ambedkar disagreed with Mahatma Gandhi as well. But even then, they reasoned with each other, debated thoroughly, discussed everything through consensus, and wherever not possible through voting, enacted this beautiful constitution which we have in front of us. And the reason for that is we inherited the spirit of the nationalist movement. Because constitution is not the product of only the group of people who produce it. Not the product of the Constituent Assembly which produces this constitution. The struggles which we had to make, the sacrifices that we had to make during the nationalist movement, that provided a guiding light to the constitution. And one such is Objectives Resolution that was introduced by Pandit Nehru in the Constituent Assembly in 1946, and finally it was adopted by the Constituent Assembly on the 22nd of January 1947. Objectives Resolution. What is the objective that we want to achieve through this constitution? By drafting this constitution, by writing this constitution, what do we want to achieve? What we want to achieve? Equality, liberty, democracy, sovereignty, and a cosmopolitan identity. This resolution was moved by Pandit Nehru, that it is this resolution which should guide the Constituent Assembly in making this constitution. And this Objectives Resolution later on became preamble of the Indian Constitution. With some modifications, of course. So the basic principle is that the government must be democratic, elected by the people, removed by the people, and committed to the welfare of the people. And the Constituent Assembly spent a lot of time on how can we evolve the right balance between legislature, executive, and judiciary. What are we discussing? Constitution. Why and how? What are the 5 principal functions of a constitution? What is a constitution? Why do we need it? Then from what does our constitution derive its authority from? What gives credibility to our constitution? Written, unwritten. And we also looked at the role of the Constituent Assembly. But if the purpose of the Constituent Assembly was to draft the Constitution, write the Constitution, then they also had to decide what should be the right balance between legislature, executive, and judiciary. And the beauty here is, these members of the Constituent Assembly, they did not shy away. They did not hesitate to learn from the experiment and experiences of other countries. The framers of our constitution, they were not parochial. That why should we embrace the best practices, best provisions from other constitutions of the world? No, we will make our own constitution without looking at what is working where in other parts of the country. Although some people say that Indian constitution is a bag of borrowings. We have borrowed provisions from different constitutions of the world. But herein lies the beauty, that those who were the members of the Constituent Assembly, they were not parochial. They were not hesitant to learn from others. They looked at the best practices from different parts of the country, but then adapted these provisions to suit India's needs and aspirations. So we can say that India was extremely lucky to have an assembly that, instead of being parochial in its outlook, could take the best available everywhere in the world and make it their own. And look at this beautiful statement from the Constituent Assembly debates by Dr. Ambedkar on the 4th of November 1948. And read this with me. Dr. Ambedkar: one likes to ask whether there can be anything new in a constitution framed at this hour in the history of the world. The only new things, if there can be any, in a constitution framed so late in a day are the variations made to remove the faults and to accommodate it to the needs of the country. So there will be some provisions in different parts of the country, in different parts of the world, which may be faulty, but we will remove those variations, remove those faults, and adopt them to Indian needs, aspirations. This is something new that can be there in the Indian Constitution. Otherwise, there can't be anything new, because our Constitution is formed so late in the day in 1950. But what have we borrowed from other constitutions of the world? For example, from Irish Constitution, we borrowed Directive Principles of the state policy. From French Constitution, from the French Revolution, we borrowed the principles of liberty, equality, fraternity. From British Constitution, first past the post. And what is this first past the post? If elections are conducted from this constituency, and there are 10 candidates contesting the election, who will be the winner? Somebody who gets majority? Majority means more than 50%. Or somebody who gets the highest number of votes? Somebody who gets the highest number of votes. That is what we call first past the post system. That is something that we find in Britain. Parliamentary form of democracy, where the real power is with the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. The idea of the rule of law, which we will discuss in our subsequent lectures. Institution of the Speaker. Although in Britain they have a concept called once a Speaker, always a Speaker, but we have not adopted that feature in India. But the role of the Speaker in presiding over Lok Sabha, that we have borrowed from the Britain. Lawmaking procedure. From Canadian Constitution, a quasi-federal form of government. A government where centre is more powerful as against the states. Residual powers. Residual powers in the sense, there is distribution of powers under Schedule 7 of the Constitution, where Constitution divides powers into 3 lists. Union list, state list, concurrent list. For example, union list, defense, external affairs, communication, banking, insurance. Who has the power to make laws on these subjects? Parliament. Law and order, land, agriculture, police, gambling. Who has the power to make laws on these provisions? State legislature. Who has the power to make laws on education, forests, criminal procedure, civil procedure? Both centre as well as state legislatures, because these are the items mentioned in the concurrent list. What if there is something which is not mentioned in any of these 3 lists? We call it residue. Such powers in United States are with the states. Residuary powers are with the states. But in India, residuary powers are with the centre. Just like Canada. Similarly, United States, we have the Charter of Fundamental Rights, because just like they have Bill of Rights, we also have Part 3 of the Constitution, which details a list of fundamental rights that we have. 6 sets of fundamental rights. Right to equality from Articles 14 to 18. Right to freedom, Articles 19 to 22. Right against exploitation, Articles 23 and 24. Right to religious freedom, Articles 25 to 28. cultural and educational rights under Articles 29 and 30, right to constitutional remedies under Article 32. Similarly, the power of the judicial review. Judiciary will have the power to review all acts of the legislature, all actions of the executive. And how can our constitution ensure that judiciary is independent? It's not under the influence of the executive, not under the influence of the legislature. That is something that we have borrowed from the Constitution of United States of America. This covers and completes Chapter 1, Constitution. Why and how? Now let's do one exercise and see if you can answer all these questions. This question was asked in Prelims 2023. Which one of the following statements best reflects the chief purpose of the Constitution of a country? It determines the objective for making of necessary laws. It enables the creation of political offices and a government. It defines and limits the powers of the government. It secures social justice, social equality, social security. You may think that all of this is right, but all of the above is not the option. Then reread the question. Which one of the following statements best reflects the chief purpose of the Constitution? Doctrine of limited government. The government should be limited in its power. First, we should create a government, empower it, then impose limitations on the government. So it defines the limits. It defines and limits the powers of the government. That is the chief purpose of the Constitution of a country. Question number 2. A constitutional government by definition is government by legislature, popular government, multi-party government, limited government. Because doctrine of limited government means that Constitution will impose limitations on the powers of the state. So a constitutional government is a limited government. Another question. Consider the following statements. A constitutional government is one. This is how the questions may also get repeated. Which places effective restrictions on individual liberty in the interest of the state authority. Places effective restrictions on the authority of the state in the interest of the individual liberty. Constitutional government. Did we discuss in this lecture that we need to restrict the powers or impose limitations on the liberty, fundamental rights of the people in the interest of the state authority? We did not. But did we discuss that fundamental rights are limitations on the powers of the state? Don't deprive an individual of his right to life and personal liberty. So constitutional government is one which places restrictions on the authority of the state. Why? So that the individual liberty of individual citizens is justified, is ensured. So first one is wrong, second one is right, B, 2 only is the right answer. This is about Chapter 1 of our Constitution at Work, a textbook in political science for class 11th. We'll meet tomorrow 6 p.m. again with Chapter 2 of this beautiful textbook. I'll see you tomorrow. Till then, do not forget to like this video, drop in your comments, tell me your inaugural thoughts on how did you like this first session, and see you tomorrow 6 o'clock in the evening. Till then, have a great time. All the best. Bye-bye. Stay safe. Hello and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Welcome to Lecture 2 of Polity NCERT series. We launched this course yesterday when I told you that we shall discuss this textbook in political science for class 11th titled Indian Constitution at Work. And in 8 lectures, we will discuss and cover all the important chapters of this beautifully written NCERT book. Yesterday, we discussed Constitution, why and how. If you haven't watched that lecture yet, after this session, please go through that lecture so that there is continuity in this series. Today, we will discuss lecture number 2, where we will talk about chapter number 2 of this book, Rights in the Indian Constitution. But before we start, let me tell you something. In this chapter, NCERT focuses on the fundamental rights mentioned in the Constitution. And normally, when I take polity classes for our enrolled students for the Civil Services exam, I cover fundamental rights in close to 25 hours. Clear? This lecture, this chapter, also deals with Directive Principles of State Policy, for which I take another 7 hours, which means 32 hours. This chapter also deals with fundamental duties, which takes another 2 hours. This chapter also deals with amendment to the Constitution and one of the most important landmark cases in the history of independent India, Keshavananda Bharti versus State of Kerala, 1973, for which I consume another 3 hours. So what we are going to discuss today in the next 1 hour or so, if we have to understand all these topics holistically in great detail for the Civil Services exam, it would take roughly 40 hours. Why am I telling you this? So that you are not misled that NCERTs alone will be sufficient to crack the Civil Services exam. NCERT books are only to lay your foundation so that your basics are cleared. And once your basics are cleared, then you can follow the standard books, which can be D.D. Basu, which can be Lakshmikant, or should you wish to enroll in a coaching class, where all these important chapters or important concepts would be discussed in roughly 40 hours. NCERT books are only for basic conceptual clarity. That is why this chapter does not explain fundamental rights in great detail. It only gives you a slight idea about the rights that are mentioned in the Constitution. It does not deal with various Supreme Court judgments, because nowadays UPSC is asking you a question and also asking you that answer this question by citing relevant case laws. So case laws are very important. But obviously, since we are discussing only NCERTs, we are not discussing full-fledged polity in these lectures. We will also look at getting basic conceptual clarity from this lecture. But I wanted to flag this right at the start because you should not be misled into believing that NCERT books are sufficient to crack the Civil Services exam. If that is clear, let's get started and let's look at the importance of rights. The first thing that this chapter talks about, Asian Games were to be held in Delhi in 1982, for which the government hired various contractors. These contractors hired poor workers from different parts of the country, and they were made to live in miserable conditions, inhuman conditions, and they were also not paid enough. Enough in the sense they were paid less than the minimum wages. So minimum wages are to be set below which you can't pay any worker. Even below that, these workers were paid because these workers were tasked of making flyovers or bridges or stadiums to get ready for the Asian Games in Delhi in 1982. One organization, People's Union for Democratic Rights, approached the Supreme Court and said, "My lord, this is begar, or this is exploitation, which means it violates the fundamental rights mentioned in the Constitution, because Article 23 prohibits exploitation. Article 23 prohibits traffic, begar, and other forms of forced labor." And what is this begar? If you are forced to work. What is this begar? If you are forced to work and no wages are provided to you. But the fact of the matter in this case was, these workers were not forced to work. They volunteered to work. They agreed that we will work, we will construct all these important requirements for the Asian Games, whether it is bridges, stadiums, flyovers. So they volunteered to work. They were not forced. So how is this begar? And they were also paid money. They were also paid wages, but just below the minimum wages. Although not mentioned here, Supreme Court said this comes under the term, under the phrase, other forms of forced labor. Because Article 23 prohibits traffic, begar, and other forms of forced labor. This practice comes under other forms of forced labor. So you have to provide minimum wages to these workers. This is the right available to an individual in India. Another instance cited here, a young man from Assam was accused of committing a crime for which he was arrested, and now he has to stand on a trial because you are innocent until proven otherwise. The executive, the prosecution has to prove before the court that you are guilty. But this person was not of mental strength, in a sense that he was found to be mentally unstable to stand on a trial, because a mentally unstable person cannot be convicted. Then what happened in this case? He was sent to a mental hospital for treatment. And then this hospital, but basically he was still in the custody. He was not a free person. He was in the custody, but not in a jail, but in a mental hospital. But there he had no liberty. He can't go out. He can't meet his family. Then this medical hospital wrote twice in 1967 and 1996 that now this person is fit for a trial because he has been treated successfully. But no one paid any attention. Then one statutory body, National Human Rights Commission, which was looking at the plight of under trials in Assam, because who is an under trial? If you're accused in a crime, but you have not been convicted, the case is going on, you are an under trial. NHRC was looking at the plight of these under trials in Assam and found this case of this man, and ultimately then the court ordered his release. But the fact of the matter is, for close to 54 years, he was under custody. And when he was released, he was 77 years of age. When Constitution gives us another right, which is right to life, right to liberty, right to roam around freely throughout the territory of India, this right was snatched from this individual. Because in order to implement this fundamental right better, there should be right to speedy trial. The cases cannot go on for long and long and long, immortalized by Sunny Deol where he says, Tariq pe Tariq pe Tariq. In this case, the court came to the rescue of these construction workers. But in this case, the court was unable. Which means we just don't only need rights, we also need these rights to be enforced. But for that you need to understand, although not mentioned in this book, what are rights? Rights are basically claims. And you can claim these rights from the state. What can you claim? That don't deprive me of my right to life and personal liberty. Don't discriminate against me. Don't deny me equality. Don't exploit me. Don't snatch my freedoms. Don't snatch my liberty. These are the rights that you can claim from the state. So what is a right? Right is basically a claim from the state, which you can claim from the state. And normally in democratic countries, a set of rights known as the Bill of Rights is mentioned in the Constitution itself, so that we can enforce these rights. In fact, during our freedom struggle as well, way back in 1928, a Motilal Nehru Committee report was set up, which demanded the British government that you should give us rights, way back in 1928. So if those who fought for our independence, they wanted and demanded rights from the British, the colonial government, and now that India was independent, we discussed yesterday the Constituent Assembly, which was set up to draft the Constitution of India. So when this Constituent Assembly was set up, there were no two opinions whether we should have these rights or not. These rights had to be given to the people. And these rights are now called fundamental. But why are these rights called fundamental? Multiple reasons. Reason number one is these rights are so important that without these rights, one cannot explore his or her potential. For example, there is a guest coming to your place or coming to your event, but this guest is a very respectable figure. What will you do with this guest? You will keep a seat for this guest at a prominent place at this event. If rights are so important, a prominent place should be given to these rights in the Constitution itself. And a prominent place has been given to these rights, where a separate part of the Constitution, Part 3 of the Constitution, mentions the entire list of fundamental rights. Because these fundamental rights are called fundamental because they have an important place in the Constitution. Constitution has listed them separately and made special provisions for its protection. Protection in the sense that the government cannot violate your fundamental rights. And Constitution itself provides for a remedy. In case the government violates your fundamental rights, what you can do? You can knock the doors of the court. You can directly approach the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court is considered to be the protector of your fundamental rights. Long story short, what are rights? Rights are claims. Something that you can claim from the state. And these rights are called fundamental because they have a separate place in the Constitution. Special provisions to protect these rights. Special provisions to provide for remedy in case these fundamental rights are violated. And if these fundamental rights are violated, you can directly knock the doors of the Supreme Court, which is the top court in this country, known as the apex court. Right to equality. Two instances are provided. Two friends, they visit a village and they go to a tea seller. The tea seller knows one individual, but not this friend of this person. And now this tea seller is asking this person, what is your name? So that this tea seller can know the caste of the friend of this person. And when he comes to know that he is a Dalit, he gives tea in a mug to this, in a nice mug to this person who is from the upper caste, and gives tea in an earthen cup to this Dalit. Do you think any right has been violated here? Isn't this discrimination on the grounds of caste? Yes, it is. Instance number 2. An order is served to 4 newsreaders of a television channel. There is a television channel. 4 newsreaders have been served an order that from now onwards, you cannot read news on screen. Why? Not because you are women, but because you are above 45 years. But they happen to be women. This order did not apply to men who had crossed 45 years. So which means this television channel is doing what? It is discriminating against you on the basis of sex. Although not mentioned in this NCERT, but we can say fundamental rights would be violated in this case number 2 if this television channel was a state television channel. Because you can get and enforce fundamental rights from the state, claim fundamental rights from the state, because fundamental rights are enforceable against the state. If the state is violating your fundamental rights, you can drag the state to the court. And state here would mean the government of India, the government of a state, legislature of the center, legislature of a state, panchayati raj institutions, urban local bodies, so on and so forth. But to prevent such situations, because even NCERT says these are imaginary situations, but to prevent these situations, this tells us the importance of rights. Constitution should make provisions, should provide for rights so that such situations do not occur. And we have 6 sets of fundamental rights available in the Constitution. Right to equality, which deals with Articles 14 to 18. Right to freedom, which deals with Articles 19 to 22. Right against exploitation under Article 23 and 24. Right to religious freedom, Article 25 to 28. Cultural and educational rights under Article 29 and 30. Right to constitutional remedy under Article 32 of the Constitution. Although NCERT has not explained all these fundamental rights to a greater depth, but for basic conceptual clarity, let's discuss and understand what is mentioned in this book. It talks about right to equality. That means if there are public places, such as shops, such as hotels, such as places of entertainment, such as places of worship, there should be no discrimination. There should be equality. All the people should be given access, regardless of their religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. That is right to equality. Within right to equality, untouchability, which is argued came into practice after the later Vedic period, where people of Dalit community were discriminated on the basis of their caste. That form of untouchability, Constitution says, has been abolished, and its practice in any form is forbidden. To have equality in the society, Constitution also says as a right that we will not award titles to anybody. Titles which used to be awarded by the British during the colonial period were just for your loyalty, not because of your contribution, not because of your talent, not because of your scientific contributions, but because of your loyalty to the British Empire. You were given knighthood, Sir, Rai Bahadur. These titles create classes in the society, and classes by its very nature is against the practice of equality. And that is why Constitution says these titles will not be awarded. But titles will still be awarded if it is for your academic credentials, if it is for your academic excellence, if it is for your military contribution. Academic and military titles can be awarded. For example, Chief of Army Staff, Doctor, Engineer, Professor. Such titles can be awarded because these titles are given for your accomplishment, not for your loyalty. That is right to equality. But you might say, sir, if there is no discrimination on the grounds of caste, if everybody is to be treated equally by the Constitution, if that is what right to equality is, why are there special schemes for women and children? Why is there reservation in educational institutions and government jobs for people belonging to socially and educationally backward classes of citizens? That's because Constitution clarifies that although we will have equality, but there were some people who were never equal. For example, women, which require extra protection. For example, children who need extra protection, extra care. For example, those who have been discriminated against, tribals, Dalits. And for them, there will be reservation in government jobs, in educational institutions. That would not be violation of equality because that's a special protection available to them because they were never deemed equal. That's right to equality. Then NCERT shifts its focus on right to freedom and says equality and freedom or liberty, these are two important rights and they are most essential to a democracy. Freedom means liberty of thought. Say whatever you want to say, express whatever you want to express, make a movie, write a song, write a book. Whatever creative expressions you want to make, that is your right. And you cannot be denied right to life and liberty. You cannot be randomly or what we say arbitrarily arrested. If you are to be arrested, then you have to follow, the state has to follow procedure established by law. Although here we had to discuss what is procedure established by law, what is due process of law, but that's beyond the scope of NCERT right now. Let's just focus on the basics. And what is that law? Nobody can be arrested without being informed of grounds on which you are arrested. If I am not aware on what grounds am I being arrested, how can I call my lawyer so that he can get me released from the jail? That is why I should be told what are the grounds on the basis of which you are being arrested. Is it for murder? Is it for terrorism? Is it for cheating? Whatever it is, but tell me the grounds on the basis of which I am being arrested so that I can set up my legal defense. And once I am arrested, I have to be produced within 24 hours of my arrest before the nearest magistrate, before the nearest judge, so that there is a check on the power of the police. If the police has arbitrarily arrested you or not, the judge has to satisfy himself or herself whether this arrest is justified or not. If it is not justified, I will be released. If it is justified, I will remain in the jail. These protections have to be mentioned in the Constitution. Otherwise, we will be a police state where police can randomly arrest somebody without telling that person on what grounds are you being arrested, on what charges are you being arrested. But then there is something called preventive detention. Preventive detention in the sense, normally you are arrested after you have committed a crime. You are arrested after you are accused of committing a crime. But sometimes the police may anticipate that you might commit a crime. So to prevent you from committing the crime, you are being arrested. That is what we call preventive detention. For example, if we know that if this leader, whether trade union leader or a political leader or a spiritual religious leader or a caste leader is allowed to organize this rally, there may be violation of peace. There may be disturbance of law and order. Maybe stones will be pelted, buses will be burned, property will be destroyed. So should we wait for the city to be burnt or should we prevent the city from getting burnt? So should we take an action after these followers of this particular leader have burned down the city? Or should we prevent the city from getting burned? For that, let's arrest this individual. He has not committed any crime, but we anticipate that he might commit a crime because of his speeches, inflammatory speeches. There will be breakdown of law and order. Let's prevent this person from committing this crime, and that's what we call preventive detention. NCERT says on the face of it, it looks like an effective tool at the hands of the government to deal with anti-social elements. But NCERT itself says that this provision has often been misused, overused, abused, hyperused by the government. Preventive detention. But when we look at freedom, right to freedom, it's not that all these rights are absolute. And what do we mean by the absolute nature of these rights? For example, if in a right to freedom, Constitution has given you the right to say whatever you want to say, express whatever you want to express. That does not mean this right is absolute, that you can do anything that you want to do. You can say whatever you want to say. There are restrictions imposed on your fundamental rights, on your freedoms. NCERT mentions 3 such restrictions on your freedom of speech and expression. For example, your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted on the grounds of public order, peace, morality. Although this term, peace, is not mentioned in the Constitution. Freedom of speech and expression comes under Article 19, 1A of the Constitution, but it can be restricted under Article 19, Clause 2 of the Constitution. On what grounds? There are 8 reasonable restrictions imposed on your fundamental rights. Restriction is in the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India, in the interest of the security of the state, in the interest of friendly relations with foreign states, public order, morality or decency, contempt of court, defamation, incitement to an offence. Sir, can you explain one? For example, if I have the fundamental right to say whatever I have to say, and you and me, along with 300 other people, we are watching a movie at a multiplex, and suddenly I'm having some thoughts in my mind, mischievous thoughts, and I cry, fire, fire, fire. What will others think? Assume that there is a fire at the multiplex. And now there will be stampede. People will be rushing towards the exit. And in the process, some people may also unfortunately die. Police may come to me. Gentlemen, you are under arrest. I would say, why? Because you cried fire, 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 and there is no fire. It led to violation of public order. It led to stampede. Some people have died. Many others have been injured. I cannot claim and say, I have the fundamental right to say whatever I have to say. I thought I will cry fire, fire, fire. That's my freedom. No, it comes with responsibility. So in the interest of public order, your fundamental right can be restricted. So there are 8 grounds on the basis of which your fundamental rights can be restricted. And peace is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution. But can there be further restrictions on these fundamental rights? For example, one member of the Constituent Assembly, Somnath Lahiri, look at the interesting speech that he gave at the Constituent Assembly. On one hand, Constitution is giving you the right, freedom of speech and expression, freedom to assemble peacefully without arms, freedom to reside and settle anywhere within the territory of India, freedom to move freely throughout the territory of India. On one hand, the Constitution is giving you the rights, and on the other hand, Constitution is imposing restrictions on your fundamental rights. It's like your employer is giving you the salary, but once the salary is handed over to you, on the other side, the salary is snatched from you. These are the contributions that you have to make for various funds. So at the end, you are left with peanuts. Mr. Somnath Lahiri asks, I feel that many of these fundamental rights have been framed from the point of view of a police constable. You will find that very minimum rights have been conceded and almost invariably followed by a proviso. Almost every article is followed by a proviso, which takes away the rights almost completely. Freedom of speech and expression, but restriction. Freedom to say whatever you want to say, but restriction. What should be our conception of fundamental rights? We want to incorporate every one of those rights which our people want to get, says Mr. Somnath Lahiri. That does not mean that fundamental rights are available only for those who are not accused of any crimes. There are fundamental rights available for the accused as well. If you are accused of a particular crime and then you have been convicted, you cannot be prosecuted for the same offense more than once. Which means if I have killed somebody and the court sent me to 14 years in jail, I stayed in jail in prison for 14 years. After that sentence is over, I come out of the jail and the police party is waiting for me. My dear, you are under arrest. Why? Because of the murder that you committed. But for that, I was serving 14 years in jail. I have already served my time in the jail. How can you arrest me again? That is something that Constitution does not allow. Because no person would be punished for the same offense more than once. there can be a mischievous question on your mind. Sir, if I commit theft once, for which I will be sent to jail, let's say for 2 years, does that mean after I am out of the jail after 2 years, now I can commit theft after theft and nobody can arrest me? Because I cannot be convicted for the same offense more than once. If once I have been convicted for theft, now I am like a free man committing theft after theft. No, every act of theft is a different offense. So if you robbed me, that is an offense. Now if you rob someone else, that is another offense for which you will be prosecuted. Constitution further says, no law shall declare any action as illegal from a back date. Although it should have been more clear. If, for example, there is a civil law, for example, taxes are to be imposed on you, Parliament, Legislature can give it a retrospective effect. That means the Parliament may say that this tax liability is on you from the date 1st January 2010. So this tax imposition or this civil law can have retrospective effect, can effect from a back date. But criminal law will only have a prospective effect. You cannot give a retrospective effect to a criminal law. Sir, what does that mean? Teaching on YouTube the civil services aspirants, is this a crime today? It's not. That's why I'm teaching. If tomorrow Parliament enacts a law and says teaching on Unacademy IAS English YouTube channel is a crime, I will stop teaching. Clear? Because who wants to go to the jail? But this law will come into effect afterwards. That means today you have passed the law, now it can come into effect. That means now if I start teaching on this channel, I can be arrested. But today this is not a crime. Can in 2026 Parliament enact a law and say whoever teaches on Unacademy IAS English YouTube channel is a crime, and say this law will come into effect from the 18th of September 2024, which is today. Right now it's not a crime. Can you make it a crime afterwards? That to give it a backdate enforcement? No, that's something that you can't do. Because if I was aware that it is a crime, I won't do it. And no person shall be asked to give evidence against himself. If this provision was not there in the Constitution, every case would have been solved by the police. There is a rape case, there is a murder case, there is a dacoity case, there is a terrorism case, but some of the cases, they don't end well. End well in the sense, there is no closure. In the sense, we don't know who committed this crime. We don't know who murdered Arushi Talwar, whether her parents or someone else. So there are some cases which you are unable to solve. But what if this provision was not there in the Constitution? What would have happened? All cases would have been solved. How? The police would have arrested me. You are under arrest. Why? Because you murdered Arushi Talwar. Said, I was not there in Noida. No, you were there. Confess that you have committed this crime. How can I confess? I have not committed this crime. They will beat me to pulp. Torture me inside the jail. And to save myself from this torture, what I will say? Okay, I confess that I have committed this crime. Now I will be taken to the judge. Judge Sahab, he has confessed that he has committed this crime. Okay, now that you have confessed, you are guilty, you are hanged, you are to be hanged by your neck till death. But that is something not allowed, because no person will be forced to give evidence against himself. That's the right mentioned in the Constitution. So one is right to equality, then there is right to freedom, then there is right against exploitation. And who are being exploited? Women, children. Isn't slavery exploitation? Where I take you as a slave and you have to work for me? That is exploitation and prohibited by the Constitution. Although explicitly slavery is not mentioned, but we say, Constitution says, all forms of exploitation, such as traffic, such as begar, other forms of forced labor, is prohibited. We have also prohibited employment of children below the 14 years of age in dangerous occupations and processes, such as you can't employ a child less than the age of 14 in factories or mines because their lives would be in danger. So you can't force child labor. And what is shown in this pic, name the fundamental right whose violation is depicted in this photograph. Child labor, it is prohibited. Then, right to freedom of religion. Religion is an emotional issue, and Constitution has allowed every single individual to freely profess your religion, practice your religion, propagate your religion. And this freedom is considered as a hallmark of democracy, because historically, if there was a ruler who belonged to a particular faith, the subjects were not allowed to practice their own religion. If their religion was different from the religion of the ruler, either they had to convert to the religion of the ruler or they could not practice their rights. But that doesn't happen in a democratic country such as India, where every single individual will have the fundamental right to practice your religion, propagate your religion. But here also state can interfere. State can interfere to ensure that even while you are practicing your religion, there is no discrimination. Does that mean you can practice your religion and you cannot allow Dalits entry inside the temples? So social reform is at the heart of these religious rights. And it is this. For example, in the past, the government has taken steps. Although it was during the colonial government that sati was banned, human sacrifice was banned, because in the name of religion, you can't sacrifice humans and you can't claim that it is part of your religion. But now listen to me carefully. Freedom of religion has become a matter of political controversy as well. Because if I have the freedom to practice my religion, to propagate my religion, does that give me the fundamental right to convert you into my religion? Religious conversion in India has attracted a lot of attention. You can convert others into your religion, but not through inducement, not through bribe, not through force. You can communicate, you can tell, you can propagate your religion. You can spread information about your religion, and through that information you can attract others to your religion. But you can't forcefully convert others into your religion through bribe, through inducement, through threat, through coercion. That's something which Constitution does not allow. And this NCERT books talks about equality of all religions. When the country was partitioned, Pakistan became an Islamic state and declared Islam as the state religion in Pakistan. Then Pakistan was further split and Bangladesh also got liberated. They also claimed that they are an Islamic state. In Sri Lanka, there is one form of Buddhism which is a state religion. In Myanmar, there is a Buddhism which is part of the state religion. But in India, there is no state religion. All religions are given equality. We don't have to belong to a particular religion in order to become the Prime Minister or President or a judge or to hold government office. So that is what we call equality of all religions. There is no discrimination on the basis of religion. Even if there are government institutions, government educational institutions, government universities, they cannot promote a religion. They cannot impart religious instruction. And that is done to uphold, sustain, nurture the principle of secularism. Where state is separate, religion is separate. Religion cannot influence the state. State cannot influence the religion. So one set of right, as we discussed, was right to equality. Then we discussed right to freedom. Then right against exploitation. Then right to freedom of religion. Now comes cultural and educational rights. What are these cultural and educational rights? India is not a homogeneous society. There are people who speak different languages. There are people who belong to different cultures. There are people who belong to different tribes. And every citizen of India, residing anywhere within the territory of India, if you have a distinct language, script, or culture of your own, and you want to preserve that culture, that's your fundamental right. And that is why within this fundamental right, minorities are given extra protection. But who are these minorities? Minorities, whether based on language, minorities, whether based on religion. And all these minorities, they can set up educational institutions of their choice. Whether you want to set up a law university, a medical college, an engineering college, a humanities college, that is your right. And in fact, this right is such that I told you previously, there is reservation for SCs, STs, OBCs. There is reservation for socially and educationally backward classes of citizens. But there is no reservation in these minority educational institutions. Because the land of India is the land of diversity. And within that diversity, we have religious minority, we have linguistic minority. They are empowered, allowed to establish educational institutions of their choice. These are the fundamental rights. But now the point is, what if Constitution would have given only these fundamental rights without telling us a remedy? How these fundamental rights will be enforced if the state is violating your fundamental rights, snatching your fundamental rights, depriving you of your fundamental rights? Sir, can you be more specific? If these rights are given, rights are mentioned on a piece of paper in our Constitution. I am reading right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to religious freedom, cultural and educational rights. But what if the state is snatching these rights one by one? What should I do? Where do I go? The remedy itself is a fundamental right. And that remedy is right to constitutional remedy. As I told you at the start, you can directly approach the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will protect your fundamental rights. How? By issuing various writs. By issuing various directives. What are these directives? For example, habeas corpus, which means the court orders that the arrested person should be presented before it. It can also order to set a person free if you were wrongly arrested, arbitrarily arrested, illegally arrested. I have freedom, I have right to life and liberty. The police came and arrested me. Why? Because you are teaching students live. That too, chapter 2 of a textbook in political science for class 11th. Because your education would be affected, you will approach the Supreme Court. My lord, our teacher has been wrongly arrested. By whom? Sir, by the police. The court will issue the writ, the directive of habeas corpus. Bring that teacher to us so that we can see whether he was rightly arrested or arbitrarily arrested. The court will ask the police, why have you arrested this person? Sir, because he was teaching polity, NCERT chapter 2 for free. What illogical is this? You are set free. Habeas corpus. Mandamus. A public official is not performing his duty, thereby violating your fundamental right. And what is that public duty? Next to your house, there is a heap of garbage which is not cleaned by the municipal authorities, because that's their job, to keep the city clean. You approach the municipal authorities, please clean this garbage. They say no, tomorrow, day after, and that day never comes. Not a Metallica song. The day that never comes. You approach the court. My lord, my right has been violated. Which right? Right to clean environment. Because the courts have interpreted right to life in such a manner, saying life does not only mean physical act of breathing. You can breathe and that satisfies right to life. Right to life means right to live with dignity. Right to life means right to education. Right to life means right to shelter. Right to life means right to livelihood. Right to life means right to privacy. Right to life means right to clean environment. Right to life means right against adverse effects of climate change, which recently Supreme Court said is also a fundamental right. But then the court will issue a directive, mandamus. We command this public body, you clean this garbage because you are violating the rights of my citizen. Enforcement of fundamental rights. Remedy if fundamental rights are violated. Prohibition. There is a case against you, and the case is you should be dismissed from IAS. God forbid, if you believe in God, this is just a hypothetical example, whether you should be dismissed from IAS or not. Why? Because you have indulged in corruption. Clear? So that's the case that is to be decided, and for that there is a body called CAT. There is a tribunal called CAT where your case will come up, Central Administrative Tribunal. But CAT goes a step further. And apart from deciding whether you should be dismissed from the service or not, it also looks at your personal life. It also looks at the amount of property that you have. It also looks at other aspects of your life, which is beyond its jurisdiction. You just see whether I have indulged, I have not done my job properly, I am not mentally sane. That means I should be removed from the service. Just focus on that. Why are you intruding into my personal life? You will approach the Supreme Court. My lord, please prohibit this judicial body. Please prohibit this lower judicial body from proceeding further, because they have done something which is beyond its jurisdiction. They have considered a case which is beyond its jurisdiction, and the court will issue the writ of prohibition, saying we prohibit you. You can't proceed further. Then there is something called certiorari. In this case, what will happen? The court will order a lower court that you transfer this matter which is pending before you to a higher authority, because you seem to have violated the rights. Sir, can you give an example? For example, the court is hearing, the district court is hearing your case, where you are accused of committing murder, for example. One of the golden rules of principles of natural justice is nobody should be sentenced without being heard. That means if you are accused in this case, your lawyer should present his arguments before the court. The prosecution should also present its arguments before the court. What if this district court is only hearing the government lawyer, not you? Which primarily means that your rights have been violated. You are not being heard. And this district court, even without hearing you, has said that you are guilty. You go to the court. My lord, you go to the Supreme Court because your fundamental right has been violated. My lord, I was not heard when this district court gave an order, gave this judgment. The court says, don't worry. We have heard your case. You are right. You have proven it. We are directing this district court to transfer this case to a higher authority because you have violated the fundamental rights. Then the last one is quo warranto. If tomorrow you are given the position of an IAS, but you did not write the exam, or you are not even a graduate, or you are below the age of 21, or you are above the age of 40 or above the age of 32 if you are from general category, which means you are not qualified to occupy that post, yet you are occupying that post. If I approach the Supreme Court and say, my lord, this person is not qualified to hold this post, the court will issue the writ of quo warranto, and ultimately you will be removed from your office forthwith. But sir, I did not understand. Why should you approach the court? If I was given IAS, what is your problem? It violates fundamental right under Article 16. Equality of opportunity in public employment. Every single citizen should have the equal opportunity of getting a government job. And that is why the court will issue quo warranto and remove you from your service forthwith. Judiciary plays a very important role in protecting all these fundamental rights. This was our discussion on the rights that are mentioned in the Constitution. And as I told you, this was not a holistic discussion on fundamental rights, because normally that would take 25 hours. But this was just to set the basics right, so that now you can read Lakshmikant or D.D. Basu and maybe you will be in a better position to understand. After fundamental rights, this chapter also deals with directive principles of state policy. There is something called justiciable and non-justiciable. What is justiciable and non-justiciable? If your fundamental rights are violated, what will you do? You will approach the court. What the court will do? Will issue order to protect, enforce your fundamental rights, which means fundamental rights are enforceable, which means fundamental rights are justiciable, which means fundamental rights are enforceable in a court of law. But then there is an unenforceable part in the Constitution called Directive Principle of State Policy, where if these directive principles are not implemented, you cannot approach the court. But sir, then by what logic? Why should we have these directive principles? Listen to me carefully. Article 37 talks about two important characteristics of directive principles. And the very objective of directive principle is to establish a welfare state. Welfare state in the sense, all the resources that we have, material resources, for example land, it should be so distributed so that it leads to larger public good. Economic system that we have, it should not result in the concentration of wealth in fewer hands. Rich are becoming richer, poor are remaining poorer. No, that should not happen. The idea is the development, the socio-economic development of the entire population of India, which means we should provide for equal pay for equal work. We should take steps, the government should take steps so that the living standard of the people increases. The government should take steps so that rich and poor, this gulf should be minimized. The government should take steps so that Panchayati Raj institutions are established. The government should take steps so that we enact a uniform civil code. The government should take steps so that executive and judiciary are separated from each other. All these are non-enforceable part of the Constitution under directive principles. Article 37 says these directive principles are not enforceable in a court of law. But Article 37 also says, nevertheless, these directive principles are fundamental for the governance of the country. It shall be the duty of the state to implement these directive principles of state policy. But why were these DPSPs not made enforceable? Because the state needs time and resources. Time and resources in the sense, if we have to implement, for example, Uniform Civil Code, which some of you may be aware of, because different religious communities are governed differently when it comes to their personal laws. For example, laws related to marriage, divorce, inheritance, adoption. Hindus are governed differently, Muslims step separately, Christians separately, Parsis separately. Constitution envisaged under DPSP that we should have a uniform civil code so that there is one common law which will be applicable to all the religious communities, regardless of their religion, when it comes to marriage, divorce, inheritance, adoption. But in 1947, India witnessed partition along the lines of religion. In 1950, this constitution was given. State should have been given time to implement Uniform Civil Code because we have just come out of the partition of this country on religious grounds. So if we have to implement Uniform Civil Code, for that there should be dialogue, discussion with the people from different religious communities. Without consensus, we cannot implement this. That is why we say these DPSPs, they are not inferior to fundamental rights. But to implement DPSPs, the state needs time. Similarly, raising the standard of living, it requires money. Providing adequate jobs, livelihood opportunities, it requires money. Giving a right to work, it requires money to implement. And since we came out of colonialism, it is argued that when Aurangzeb died, close to 25% of the world trade was contributed by India. Some would also say that India's GDP was 25% of the world. But then, this Sone ki Chidiya, as India was called, this golden sparrow, British came to exploit the resources from India. And when British left, India was one of the most impoverished countries of the world. So we lacked money, we lacked resources. So we needed money and resources to implement these directive principles. That is why these directive principles are not enforceable in a court of law. Not because they are inferior, but because the state needs time and resources to implement them. But if these directive principles are fundamental for the governance of the country, and it shall be the duty of the state to implement them, what is then the relationship between fundamental rights and directive principles? If, for example, I told you material resources that we have, land, it should be so distributed so as to subserve the common good, so that it leads to larger good for the larger sections of the society. That's when zamindari was to be abolished. Zamindari system was to be abolished. Land reforms were to be implemented. Because these zamindars would own massive acres of land. But the government decided that we should abolish zamindari system and distribute this land amongst those who are landless, among the landless workers. But it came in conflict with fundamental right to property, because right to property at that time was a fundamental right. And I told you fundamental rights cannot be snatched, cannot be violated. But over a period of time, something happened, although not mentioned in NCERT, but 9th schedule was inserted into the Constitution, which said any law placed in 9th schedule, judiciary cannot question the validity of that law. Because if your fundamental rights are violated, where will you go? You will go to the court. So if your right to property has been snatched, the right to property of the zamindar has been snatched, and this land is given and distributed amongst the landless workers. If this zamindar would go to the court, but 9th schedule says such a law cannot be challenged in a court of law. The court does not have the power to review the validity of this law, the constitutional validity of this law. It was through this route of 9th schedule that zamindari was abolished. Land reforms were implemented in India. But at the same time, in a landmark case in 1973, the Supreme Court held that there are certain basic features of the Constitution, and those basic features cannot be amended And the court has previously also held that right to property is not a basic feature of Indian Constitution. What does that mean? The fundamental question before Keshavananda Bharati case was whether Parliament has the unrestricted power to amend any provision of the Constitution. The court said, yes, Parliament can amend any provision of the Constitution, but not the basic structure of the Constitution. If there are some provisions which are part of the basic structure, for example, parliamentary democracy, rule of law, Article 21, right to life and personal liberty, independence of judiciary, these are the things that no constitutional amendment can violate. And if you want to know in detail what this Keshavananda Bharati case is all about, you can search this Keshavananda Bharati case on our YouTube channel. I have made a full detailed video lecture on Keshavananda Bharati and the doctrine of basic structure. Please watch that video lecture after this session and you will get full idea about what this case was all about. But lastly, I told you that fundamental duties is also something which is touched upon by this NCERT chapter. These fundamental duties were not originally part of the Constitution. These fundamental duties were added to the Constitution by the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, 1976. Srimati Indira Gandhi then was the Prime Minister. She was asked what is the need to add fundamental duties to the Constitution. She said, people are more aware of their rights. I want to make them aware of their duties. And what are these duties? We must abide by the Constitution. We must defend the country. We must promote the harmony amongst all citizens. We must protect the environment. But these are not legal duties. Legal duties in the sense, even if you don't follow it, the Constitution does not prescribe what is the punishment that you will get if you do not follow these fundamental duties. One important line. It must be noted that our Constitution does not make the enjoyment of rights dependent or conditional upon fulfillment of duties. Only if you will fulfill these duties, then you can enjoy these rights. No, Constitution does not talk about this. In a sense, that by including these fundamental duties, the status of fundamental rights have not changed in the Constitution. Originally, there were 10 fundamental duties, but now there are 11 fundamental duties that are mentioned in the Constitution. Because the 11th one was added by the 86th Constitutional Amendment Act. The year was 2002. And for the Civil Services examination, you should also remember and memorize all these 11 fundamental duties. But that is not mentioned in NCERT. For that, you will have to go to either D.D. Basu or Lakshmikant, or attend my plus classes where we will discuss all these things in great detail. This was chapter 2 of NCERT textbook in political science titled Indian Constitution at Work, and we discussed rights in the Indian Constitution. And I will reiterate and repeat, we did not discuss it according to the requirements of this exam, because the requirement is much higher. We have to discuss lots and lots of cases, lots and lots of judgments, lots and lots of concepts. But NCERT is a stepping stone which will build your conceptual clarity so that then you can read, understand class lectures or their reference books such as Lakshmikant or D.D. Basu. But again, I will tell you, if you are our enrolled student, something that I get queries on my Telegram channel, you don't have to read these NCERT books because I will cover them in my lectures holistically. But if you're preparing on your own, start with NCERTs. Maybe you can attend these sessions so that then you can understand Lakshmikant, Didi Basu, Subhash Kashyap in great detail. And then again, my dear, Lakshmikant also is not sufficient. Lakshmikant can help you in prelims. For mains, you need Lakshmikant plus newspaper, Lakshmikant plus current affairs. And that combination, that combo of Lakshmikant and current affairs will help you in the mains examination. Should you wish to get the PDF of this lecture, that will be available on my Telegram channel. The link is provided in the description. That is it for today. See you again tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the evening, with chapter 3 of this NCERT book. Till then, have a great time. All the best. Bye-bye. Take care.
Hello and welcome to Unacademy. NCERT books are a must for the Civil Services examination. Not only is the content of these books authentic, but UPSC has been asking questions from these NCERTs, prelims as well as in mains examination, sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly, making NCERTs one of the most important sought-after books by the civil services aspirants. But it is equally important to understand two things: when to read these NCERTs and how to read them. For example, for Indian polity, this book on your screen, which is a class 11th NCERT book, Indian Constitution at Work. This is the most important NCERT for Indian polity for the civil services examination. And in this lecture, I am going to cover 8 very important chapters of this NCERT. So how to read these NCERTs, you will come to know by attending this marathon session. But now the question is when to read the NCERT books. For that, listen to me carefully. There are 2 kinds of aspirants: those who have already enrolled in a coaching institute. Second, those who do not wish to enroll in a coaching institute, they want to prepare on their own, self-preparation, self-study. If you have already enrolled in a coaching institute, please do not read NCERTs first. First, attend the class lectures. Once the class lectures are over, then read these NCERTs. Now these NCERTs will start making sense to you, and in a couple of days, maximum in 5 days, you would be able to complete all the chapters of this beautiful book. So first attend the class lectures, then read these NCERTs, because if you read these NCERTs first, then why did you pay these coaching institutes? Number 1. Number 2, but if you are preparing on your own, resorting to self-study, first read these NCERTs, because NCERTs will lay your foundation, and then you can shift to Lakshmikant or Didi Basu or whichever book you would wish to read. So first read these NCERTs, you will gain conceptual understanding, conceptual clarity, and then the civil services examination preparation would become meaningful. So if you're preparing on your own, attend this lecture and I will take you on a beautiful journey of understanding this book in its entirety, in its magnificent depth. But should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us, now is the opportune time. Why? Because Unacademy management has decided to slash its UPSC subscription fee by 50%. Now you can prepare for GS, CSAT at 19,999 subscription fee. Go to our website should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us for your GS, CSAT, current affairs, optional, mentorship, test series. Take a look at various plans that are displayed on the website. Use this code IAS English and automatically the lowest subscription fee will be displayed for you. So should you wish to enroll, use this option, use this opportunity, and if you're preparing on your own, then let's get started and understand 8 important chapters of this beautiful class 11th NCERT, Indian Constitution at Work.
Hello and welcome to Unacademy, our one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Today is day 3 and it is our endeavor to complete in 8 lectures all the important chapters of this beautifully written book, Indian Constitution at Work, which is a textbook in political science for class 11th. We've covered two chapters, chapter number 1, chapter number 2, and today let's discuss chapter number 3, where we will discuss election and representation. So let's get started and answer two important questions. Can we have a democracy without holding elections? Question number 1. Question number 2, can we hold elections without having democracy? Now, what is democracy? Democracy basically means rule by the people. Clear? But what is the population of India? More than 140 crore. Is it possible for the entire population to come together to enact laws, to make policies? No. So there was a time in ancient Greece where all the people would come together and take decisions. That's something that we called direct democracy. Is there a closely similar example of direct democracy in India? Perhaps yes. Where? At the third tier of the government. Because our system is a three-tier government system. We have a government at the center called the union government. We have government in every state, the state governments. And then we have governments at the local level, Panchayati Raj institutions in rural areas and urban local bodies in urban areas, the municipalities, for example. And the embodiment of direct democracy can be seen in a Gram Sabha. Now, what is a Gram Sabha? All those who are in a village and are above the age of 18, they are part of the Gram Sabha. That means all the registered voters in a village, they are part of the Gram Sabha and they take decisions for the entire village. So closely, what used to happen in ancient Greece, direct democracy, where all the people would come together to take decisions, to make policies, that is something which is happening at the Gram Sabha as well. But only at a village level. Can we replicate this formula for the entire country, which has more than 140 crore population? That is why democracy in India means rule by the people, but not directly, through their representatives. And that is what we call indirect democracy. But how do we choose these representatives? For that, there is a process called elections. So what are elections? Elections are the method by which people elect their representatives. That's what election is. But the point is, question number 1, can we have democracy without holding elections? If democracy means rule by the people by electing their representatives, without elections, how can we elect representatives? So holding elections are a must in a democracy. So can we have democracy without holding elections? Perhaps no. But this election has to be free and fair. And what do we mean by free and fair election? I'll come to that slightly later. But let's address question number 2. Can we hold elections even without having democracy? There are countries in the world, and you tell me in the comment section which are these countries, where there is a dictator, there is a one-party rule. But to appear democratic, this dictator organizes elections. But even before the elections, we know what is going to be the outcome of these elections, because these elections are not free and fair. And these countries are not democratic. So elections are held in such dictatorship regimes so that the dictator appears to be democratic, but the country is not democratic. So question number 1, can we have democracy without holding elections? Perhaps no. And can we hold elections without having democracy? Yes. But as I said, election has to be free and fair. And how do we organize free and fair election? This is where the Constitution comes. Because Constitution has to mention who is eligible to vote, who is eligible to contest elections, who is there to supervise elections, who is going to organize these elections, how do voters choose their representatives, how are the votes to be counted, and how are these representatives going to be elected. So what are you saying? I'm saying the first two questions tell us about free elections. What are free elections? everybody who is eligible to vote should be allowed to vote. Everybody who is eligible to contest elections should be allowed to contest elections. So election has to be free. Anybody who wants to vote and is eligible, anybody who wants to contest elections and is eligible should be allowed to exercise these rights. And if that happens in a country, we say that country is holding free elections. But what are fair elections? What if I'm allowed to vote and I voted for a party A, but the way these votes were counted, my vote was registered in favor of party B, which means although the election was free, but it was not fair. Any system that we use has to be accurate. Accurate in the sense, if I am wanting to vote for a candidate A, my vote should be registered for this candidate A. If it is registered in favor of candidate B, C, D or anyone else, then it is not a fair election. Or I voted for candidate A, it got registered for candidate A as well, but when the results were announced, candidate B was declared winner despite the fact that he had lost. He had got the less number of votes, which means election was free, but it was not fair. What if the authorities who are responsible for ensuring free elections, they don't allow some people to vote? Which means the authorities are making this election process unfair. Election should not only be conducted for name's sake, elections have to be free and fair. And the presence of a free and fair election or the absence of a free and fair election will tell us whether a country is really democratic or not. That's something very important that you need to understand. But how do people vote? What is the method of election? How are people able to elect their representatives? There can be different methods, and we will discuss such different methods today. But the first important method is first past the post system. NCERT is asking you, look at the newspaper clipping. And I'll try and wear my Hindi glasses and try and read this clipping. पहली बार कांग्रेस को 3/4 बहुमत. For the first time, Congress gets 3/4 majority. In 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the slogan of the BJP was, this time we will cross 400. Ab ki baar 400 par. Did not happen. But has it happened at any point in time in our independent history? It has. When? The year was 1984. After the assassination of Srimati Indira Gandhi, then Rajiv Gandhi became the Prime Minister, and then the elections were conducted. And if there are 543 Lok Sabha seats, 415 were backed by the Congress party, which means the Congress party got the biggest ever mandate in the history of independent India. 4/5 of the seats were backed by the Congress party. But does that mean if 4/5 of the seats were backed by the Congress party, does that mean 4 out of every 5 voters voted for the Congress? No. In fact, Congress got only 48% of the votes, which means of all the people who voted, 48% voted for the Congress party. Yet Congress party got 4/5 of the seats, 415 out of 543. Why? Because we follow first past the post system. And what is this first past the post system? The entire country is divided into 543 constituencies. Every constituency will elect one representative. But how many votes should this candidate get in order to be your representative? He should get the maximum number of votes. So that we know, that is too simple. Now let me confuse you. What is the difference between maximum number of votes and the majority of votes? If I tell you I'll take a poll, and in this poll I will ask you, should I end this class right now so that we can resume this class tomorrow? And those who say yes. Those who want the class to continue say no. Clear? And I will go by the majority. Whatever majority decides, I will abide by that. But what is majority in this case? More than half. If out of 113 students who are watching me live right now, if more than 56 or 57 students, they say, let's end the class, I will end the class. If less than that, I will continue with the class. So when I say the decision will be taken by the majority, it means the decision will be taken by vote of more than half of the voters. But in first past the post system, we don't decide by the majority of the votes. We decide by the maximum number of votes, which means if in this particular constituency there are 1 lakh voters and there are 5 candidates A, B, C, D, E who are contesting elections, what is the number of votes that a candidate should get in order to get elected from this constituency? You can't say it right now. Why? Because it can vary. Vary in the sense A gets 30,000 votes, B gets 20,000 votes, C gets, let's say, 19,000 votes, D gets, let's say, 11,000 votes, E gets the remaining number of votes. Who is the winner? Winner is A. Despite the fact that A did not get the majority. A did not get more than half of the votes, but A got the maximum number of votes. This is what we call first past the post system. Which means hypothetically, if A belongs to a political party X, and if the candidate set up by this political party in all the 543 constituencies, all these candidates get 25% votes from every constituency. That means 543 candidates from every constituency, their candidate gets 25% of the votes, and that is the highest. All the other candidates, they get less than 25% of the votes, which means this political party X will get all the 543 seats, but despite that, the voting would only be 25%. The vote percentage in favor of this political party may only be 25%. That is what we call first past the post system. And this might happen in a democracy which follows multi-party system, where there are multiple political parties, multiple candidates who are going to contest elections. If it was a direct contest between 2 political parties, if it was a bi-party or a 2-party system, then at least one party will get more than half. But here, since it's a multi-party system where there are hundreds of political parties and independents contesting elections, it may be possible, hypothetically, it may be possible that a political party gets only 25% of the votes but captures all 543 seats in the Lok Sabha. This is what we call first past the post system. But what are we discussing? We are discussing the method by which the people can elect their representatives. So can we have democracy without elections? Perhaps no. Can we have elections without a democracy? Yes. But elections should not only be conducted for namesake. Election has to be free and fair. And what is election? The method by which the people choose their representatives. And this method is also important. And there are multiple methods. One method is first past the post system. Is it clear? Let's look at another method, the alternative to first past the post system. And that is what we call proportional representation. Something that we see in Israel. But proportional representation system also has many variants. We will discuss 3 variants today. Variant number 1, which is followed in Israel. And what is followed in Israel? In Israel, elections are conducted every 4 years. The country is not divided into constituencies. So people will vote for political party. And once people vote for political party, then we will look at the voting percentage. For a political party, how many people voted? And then assign seats to this political party based on the vote share. Israel has a parliament known as Knesset. Every 4 years, elections are conducted. And once elections are conducted, which means people come out in large numbers and vote not for the candidates, but for the political party. And then these are the political parties which contest elections. Of all the 100 people who voted in Israel in 2015 elections, 23.4 voted for the Likud party, which means in proportion to this vote share, those many seats were given to the Likud party. They got 30, the other political party got 24, 13, 11, so on and so forth. Which means in proportion to your vote share, those many seats shall be made available for that particular political party, which is what we call proportional representation system. But there is another variant of proportional representation system. That is something which is followed in Netherlands. What happens in Netherlands also happens in Argentina. What happens in Portugal, for example? What happens in Argentina, for example? There can be multi-member constituencies as well. Which means in India, there are 543 constituencies. And from every constituency, only one candidate will emerge as the winner. But in Argentina, in Portugal, for example, there can be multi-member constituencies as well. Which means from a particular constituency, you can elect more than one representative as well. And that is based on the vote share of a political party, because every political party in Argentina and Portugal prepares a list of the candidates, and then people will vote for the political party. Then according to the vote share, the political party will get those many seats in the parliament. This is another variant of proportional representation system. If I'll ask you a question, has something of this sort happened in India? Yes. In the first two Lok Sabha elections, for example, we had 2-member constituencies as well, where people elected 2 representatives from that constituency, one from the general category, one from the reserved category. In fact, there were a couple of constituencies where 3 candidates were elected. But this multi-member constituencies, it was abolished in 1961. Although it's not mentioned in NCERT, but that's an additional information that I'm sharing with you. So apart from first past the post system, we can have another method of election, which is proportional representation system. But now you will say, sir, this method seems better. In proportion to your vote share, those many seats will be available to you. But even at the peak of the sympathy wave for Rajiv Gandhi, because he got a lot of sympathy votes because his mother was assassinated, even at that time, the Congress could get only 48% of the votes. Even at the peak of the Modi wave in 2014 or 2019, the BJP would not cross 37% of the votes. 31% in 2014, 37% in 2019, which means if we would have followed proportional representation system, it would have resulted in coalition governments for the majority period of time. And coalition governments, which means multiple political parties coming together to form the government. For example, right now we are having a coalition government because the BJP does not have the majority on its own. So it is dependent upon the support from Mr. Nitish Kumar, from Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, from Chirag Paswan and others to form the government. Which means we assign instability with a coalition government. That's why we did not resort to first past the post system when it comes to Lok Sabha elections in India, when it comes to Legislative Assembly elections in India. Also, why did India not adopt the first proportional representation system? And why did we go for first past the post system? I think you already know the answer, because of the simplicity of the first past the post system. The entire population, all those who are the voters, they know why are they entering the polling booth. They just have to press the button on the electronic voting machine, vote for the candidate, and then go. There is no complexity involved. Because in first past the post system, I as a voter know for which candidate I am going to vote for. So that if this candidate does not do my work, does not solve my problems, does not address my grievances, I am not going to vote for this candidate again in the next election. So I am going to hold this representative accountable. So there is much better accountability when it comes to first past the post system. But in proportional representation system, I don't know the candidate. I am voting for the party. And then the party will choose the candidates based upon their strength. So I can't hold a specific representative accountable to me. But do we have proportional representation system somewhere in India? Yes, we have. Where? In the election of the president. Where? In the election of the vice president. Where? In the election of the members to the Rajya Sabha. How many seats does a particular state have in the Rajya Sabha? This is something which is mentioned in the Constitution. Where? Schedule 4 of the Constitution. Clear? Now, how are these MPs to Rajya Sabha elected? Proportional representation system. And then there is another variant of proportional representation system. What is that variant? Let's say, hypothetically, we have to elect 4 MPs to the state X, from the state X to Rajya Sabha. So there is a state X. From the state, we have to select 4 MPs to Rajya Sabha. But the state will have a legislative assembly, because every state has a legislative assembly. How many members are there in the legislative assembly divided by number of vacancies plus 1 plus 1. This is the number of votes that a candidate should get in order to get elected to Rajya Sabha from that state. Sir, what are you saying? I am saying we have to elect 4 MPs to Rajya Sabha from the state X. And let's suppose X has 300 MLAs. These 300 MLAs will vote, which means who votes to elect MPs to Rajya Sabha? MLAs. Now these 300 MLAs will vote to elect 4 MPs to Rajya Sabha. But how many votes should a particular candidate get in order to get elected to Rajya Sabha? That is determined by this formula. Which means if 300 is the number of voters, number of elected MLAs in the Legislative Assembly, plus we have 4 as the vacancy, plus 1 plus 1. Which means 300 divided by 5 plus 1, which means $61. I got confused with the calculation. Any candidate in order to get elected to Rajya Sabha should get 61 votes. But listen to me carefully. If this is 300, and let's suppose we have a political party, BJP, which has 200 MLAs here, and there is a political party, Congress, which has 70 MLAs, and there is Aam Aadmi Party, which has 30 MLAs. Can you tell me how many MPs in Rajya Sabha will be from BJP from the state X? 3. How many MPs in Rajya Sabha from the state X will be from the Congress? 1. How many MPs to Rajya Sabha from this state X will be from the Aam Aadmi Party? 0. Why? Because Aam Aadmi Party does not have the minimum number of votes required to get their candidate elected. So what is this? In proportion to your representation, those many seats you will get. What is this? This is proportional representation system. But there is, I told you, a complex variation of proportional representation system in India. And that is something that we call preference. And that is something we call single transferable vote. Single transferable vote in the sense, if for example, you are the voter, which means you are the MLA who have to vote to elect an MP to Rajya Sabha from your state, you are given a ballot slip. Here is the candidate and here is your preference. Preference in the sense, you are coming to my cafe. Give me one vanilla ice cream. I said, sir, vanilla ice cream is not available. Do you have any other preference? Okay, give me butterscotch. Sir, that's also not available. I'm sorry. Do you have any other preference? Okay, give me a chocolate. Similarly, when you vote for the Rajya Sabha elections, you are given preference. Preference in the sense, if there are 3 candidates contesting election, hypothetically, you may not only vote for one candidate, you will vote for all the 3. How? You will say, my first preference is B, my second preference is A, my third preference is C. And now votes will be counted. So first preference votes will be counted. Which means, if nobody is getting 61, which is the number required to get elected, in this case, let's assume candidate A gets 50, candidate B gets 40, candidate C gets 20, for example. What is the minimum number of votes required? 61. Does that mean we will have no representative from the state to Rajya Sabha? No. Then what will happen? This candidate C, who gets the least number of votes, is eradicated from the contest. Which means 20 students here who had voted for C, now you will have no representative. But you may have given first preference to C, but what was your second preference? Maybe all these 20 people voted for A as their first preference, second preference. Which means now these 20 votes will be shifted to A. Now A will get 50 plus 20, which means 70, which is more than 61, which is required for you to get elected. So this is what we call proportional representation system by means of single transferable vote, because you have to give preferences, and then because of that your vote can be transferred as well. Now you got the answer to this question, why India adopted first past the post system, because this system is so complicated that you can't teach this concept to millions of the voters in India. But MLAs who are part of the Legislative Assembly, who are going to vote to elect Rajya Sabha MPs, you can teach them, you can train them that this is how you will have to vote. You will have to give preferences. And there are smaller number of only thousands of MLAs in India. So you can train them properly, tell them, guide them how to give preference on your ballot paper. But you can't train and guide millions of voters, telling them this complicated process of who is going to be your first preference, second preference, third preference, so on and so forth. And that is why India resorted to first past the post system. Because this first past the post system gives a clear choice. A clear choice is presented to the voters at the time of the election. Voters have to simply endorse a candidate or a party while voting. This is what we call first past the post system, then proportional representation system. And we have a complex form of proportional representation system when we elect the president, the vice president, and a member of the parliament to the Rajya Sabha. Now the point is, members of the Constituent Assembly who drafted the constitution, they felt that this proportional representation based system, as I told you previously, may not be suitable for giving a stable government, because there may always be instability. There may always be coalition governments, because no political party would be in a position to get more than 50% of the votes. And that is why we resorted to first past the post system. But then there is something called reservation of constituencies. There are seats reserved for SCs and STs, where in Lok Sabha and in state legislative assemblies. There is no reservation for SCs and STs in Rajya Sabha. That's something that you have to keep in mind. But why reservation? In first past the post system, whoever gets the highest number of votes gets elected to the Lok Sabha, which means from this constituency, the majority caste will always elect their representative. Because whether you agree or not, like it or not, agree or disagree, we don't cast our vote in elections. We vote our caste. That's the reality of the elections. So if we follow first past the post system, then a dominant caste or a group will always get representation. But what happens to the marginalized communities? What happens to the tribals? What happens to the Dalits, who are from the weaker, socially and educationally backward class of citizens? That is why we have reservation for them, because otherwise they would be unrepresented in the parliament. The year was 1909, when Morley-Minto reforms were implemented in India. They called it reforms, the British. But it introduced a concept called separate electorates, communal electorates. For example, there were some seats reserved for Muslims, which means only Muslims could contest elections, which means only Muslims could vote in these elections for those constituencies. And there is a general consensus now that that separate electorate system resulted in the unfortunate partition of this country along the lines of the religion in 1947. But the fact of the matter is, the reservation system in India was not like that separate electorate system. There will be seats reserved for SCs and STs, but anybody can vote. People from other caste groups can also vote in these elections, although only SCs and STs can contest from those seats. And this political reservation was originally provided only for 10 years. After 10 years, it would have ceased to exist. But since 1960 onwards, every time this political reservation for SCs and STs was to expire, Parliament would amend the Constitution, because that's something mentioned in the Constitution. So if you have to change something in the Constitution, for that you have to amend it. So Parliament amended the Constitution and extended this political reservation for SCs and STs. Another 10 years, another 10 years, another 10 years. And this reservation was to end in 2020. And in 2020, Parliament amended the Constitution again through 104th Constitutional Amendment Act and extended this political reservation for SCs and STs for 10 more years till 2030. We'll have to wait and watch in 2030 whether the Parliament would further extend this political reservation for SCs and STs. Of all the 543 constituencies, there are 84 which are reserved for the scheduled castes, and there are 47 which are reserved for the scheduled tribes. But who gets to decide how many seats and which are these seats which shall be reserved for SCs and STs? That is decided by an independent body called the Delimitation Commission. Clear? Something else. check your progress. A group of 3 Muslims are corresponding with each other. What is the background? The population of Muslims in India is about 14.2%, according to NCERT. The number of Muslim MPs in Lok Sabha has been usually less than 6%. Of all the 543 MPs in Lok Sabha, less than 6% belong to the Muslim community, whereas their population is 14.2%, which means even less than half of their population, they have the number of seats in the Lok Sabha. One Muslim, Hilal, is saying that this first past the post system is unfair. We should have resorted to proportional representation system, which means if all Muslims would have voted for their own candidate, we would have seen 14% of the Lok Sabha MPs in the Lok Sabha from the Muslim community. Another guy, Arif, is saying this shows the wisdom of the Constituent Assembly. They reserved seats for SCs and STs. Otherwise, if there was no reservation for them, we won't see 84 SCs in the Lok Sabha or 47 STs in the Lok Sabha. So what Arif is saying, that we need reservation of seats for Muslims along the line of SCs and STs. Sabha is a woman. She says there is no point talking about Muslims as a whole, because even if Muslims will get reservation, Muslim women will not get representation. So we need it for Muslim women. This is the conversation that they are having. But now let's look at another very important aspect called universal franchise and right to contest. Whoever Constitution said is above we are going to give right to vote to every adult. Now, who is an adult will be determined by the Parliament. At the time when the first election was to be conducted, this right to vote was given to every adult above the age of 21. The year was 1989 when this voting age was reduced to 18 years, which means every adult who till 1989 was 21-year-old, and after that every adult who is 18 plus, you have the right to vote. Previously, right to vote used to be given to those who owned property, who had certain educational qualifications. Right to vote was not provided to anybody because the government, the makers of the law would feel, how can an illiterate vote? They don't know how to vote. They don't know for what basis you should vote. And in fact, a large number of countries would not provide voting rights even to women. United States, the so-called champion of democracy, they gave voting rights to women in 1920s. Britain gave voting rights to women in 1920s. Switzerland gave voting rights to women in 1970s. But India, in one fell swoop, in 1950, when the Constitution was enacted, gave right to vote to every adult. This is what we call universal adult suffrage. And this is something which is consistent with something that we discussed yesterday when we discussed rights in the Indian Constitution, the chapter, wherein we said that there should be a principle of equality. Everybody should be treated equally. Whether you own property or not doesn't matter. Whether you have the educational qualification or not doesn't matter. What is your gender doesn't matter. And we should not be discriminating against you as well on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, so on and so forth. So this universal adult franchise, where every adult is given right to vote, is consistent with the rights, with the policy of equality and non-discrimination, which is enshrined under Part 3 of the Constitution, Fundamental Rights chapter. And what is true for voting is also true for contesting elections. And this right to contest elections, this right to vote in the elections is given to only the citizens of India. Only the citizens have the right to contest elections, to stand for the elections, to vote. But yes, there can be additional qualifications as well. If you want to contest Lok Sabha election, you should be 25 years old. If you want to contest Rajya Sabha election, you should be 30 years of age. And additionally, if you have been convicted, you cannot contest elections. Although only one disqualification is mentioned here, if you have been convicted by a court of law and you have been sentenced to 2 or more years in jail, you cannot contest elections. You are disqualified from contesting elections, but not forever, for 6 years after your release. So if you are sentenced to jail for a term of 2 years or more, let's say you are sentenced to 5 years in jail, for 5 years you cannot contest elections. But then once you are released, for 6 more years after your release, you cannot contest elections. Once that 6-year period is over, then you can contest election. This is to ensure that we decriminalize our polity. Because we are electing you to Lok Sabha. We are electing you to Rajya Sabha. There, what will you do? You will make laws. But previously, you have broken laws. That's why you were convicted by the court and sentenced to prison. So how can a lawbreaker remain a lawmaker? Clear? That is why you are disqualified. Some of you will say, sir, what about Amritpal Singh? He is in jail, but he contested election. Sir, what about Engineer Rashid, an MP from Baramulla in Jammu and Kashmir? He was in jail, now released on bail for campaigning. Then he will go back to jail. But then how did we people elect them? There's a difference between an accused and a convict. Both these people, both these men, Amritpal Singh, Engineer Rashid, they are accused of committing crimes. But they have not yet been convicted. They have not yet been declared guilty. And the moment they are declared guilty, they will be disqualified. And then the number of years that they will serve in jail, during that period, they cannot contest elections. And once they are released from the prison, then for 6 more years, they cannot contest elections. That is something that you should need to know. But the most important question then is, who will organize these elections? Should we entrust this power to the government, to the party which is in power? Then the election will be conducted in such a manner that it will favor my political party. It should favor my political party. I will organize the election in such a manner, on such dates, on such time, under such methods and rules that should favor my political party. That is why we should entrust this responsibility, which Constitution has done, entrusted this responsibility of organizing free and fair elections to an independent body known as Election Commission of India. And Article 324 says of the Constitution, superintendence, direction, conduct, control of all elections, whether it is election to the President, election to the Vice President, election to the Lok Sabha, election to the Rajya Sabha, election to the Legislative Assembly, election to the Legislative Council, all this will be carried out under the supervision of the Election Commission of India. But Election Commission of India does not organize, conduct local body elections. Local body elections, elections to municipalities, elections to Panchayati Raj institutions. Such elections are conducted by a separate constitutional body called State Election Commission. Clear? This Election Commission of India till 1989 used to be a single member body. That means we have the Election Commission of India. It would consist only of Chief Election Commissioner, single member. He would organize elections. Then in 1989, 2 more election commissioners were appointed. But after the election was over, these 2 election commissioners were removed. So we got back to a single member Chief Election Commissioner. But then in 1991, then again in 1993, this Election Commission of India would consist of Chief Election Commissioner and not more than 4 election commissioners. So now the Election Commission of India would consist of Chief Election Commissioner and not more than 4 election commissioners. Not more than 4. Can it be less than 4? Yes. So normally now we have a Chief Election Commissioner and 2 election commissioners. And together they decide all and everything related to elections. And who appoints them? NCERT says President on the advice of the Council of Ministers. So if President on the advice of the Council of Ministers would appoint Chief Election Commissioner and election commissioners, then how is this Election Commission of India an independent body? Because then these officers who are responsible for organizing free and fair elections, they are appointed by the ruling political party. They will be biased in favor of the ruling political party. Who says this? NCERT. Where it says this fair has led many to suggest that this procedure should be changed. Many persons have suggested that a different method should be followed. That makes consultation with leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha and Chief Justice of India necessary for the appointment of Chief Election Commissioner and election commissioners. And in fact, it did happen. How? A public interest litigation was filed. Anup Baranwal. Supreme Court was asked, my lord, this system, this procedure of appointments to Election Commission of India, it violates free and fair elections. There is so much executive interference. Supreme Court said, till the time Parliament changes a law, Parliament enacts a law, Election Commissioner and Chief Election Commissioner should be appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition in the Lok Sabha and the Chief Justice of India. Which means the suggestion of the NCERT was accepted by the Supreme Court. But then Parliament enacted a law, and right now the condition is, the situation is, the status is that the Chief Election Commissioner and the election commissioners are appointed by President, but after consulting a committee. Committee would consist of Prime Minister, Union Minister, who is nominated by the Prime Minister. So any Union Minister can be nominated by the Prime Minister, and then the Leader of the Opposition. So basically this suggestion of NCERT was tweaked by the Parliament, saying instead of Chief Justice of India, we will have the Union Minister nominated by the Prime Minister to be part of this committee to recommend names to the President as Chief Election Commissioner and election commissioners. But don't you think that this system is also biased in favor of the ruling political party at the center, where the Prime Minister and a minister nominated by the Prime Minister will get to decide who is going to be the Chief Minister, who is going to be the Chief Election Commissioner and the election commissioners? Then what difference does this committee mean as compared to the previous system, where on the advice of the Council of Ministers, you are appointing CEC and election commissioner? Because if out of these 3 people, 2 would say no, this person should be appointed as the CEC, President will have to accept. Now this law also has been challenged in the court. Now we will have to wait and watch what the Supreme Court judgment would be. Is this process fair, reasonable in appointing members and chairperson of an independent Election Commission of India? Clear? Let's look at something else. What is the role of the Election Commission of India? It supervises election, organizes elections, conducts elections, prepares the voter list. Just before the election, voter list is prepared so that new voters are added. Those voters who have died, they are removed from the voter list. That is job number 1. Job number 2, it determines the timing and the schedule of the elections. On what date, in how many phases elections will be conducted in India, that will be determined by Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India has all the power to organize free and fair election. Who appoints the district magistrate or the collector of a district? The government. But if this is an election process, if elections are going on, the Election Commission of India can transfer this collector to another department and appoint a different collector. If the Election Commission feels that this collector is doing the bidding of the ruling political party, is focusing or favoring the ruling political party. So every action can be taken by the Election Commission of India to ensure free and fair elections. And Election Commission of India also recognizes political parties. Some political parties are recognized as national political parties. For example, the BJP, the Congress, the CPIM, the Aam Aadmi Party, the National People's Party of Northeast. There are 6 political parties which are recognized as the national political party by the Election Commission of India. And there are tens and tens of state political party. RJD, JDU, Shiv Sena, so on and so forth. All these are state political parties. So recognition as national or state political party is given by Election Commission of India. Symbols are allotted by the Election Commission of India. And if there is a dispute, for example, Shiv Sena got split, NCP got split, previously AIA-DMK got split, and both the camps were claiming that we are the real AIA-DMK, we are the real Shiv Sena, we are the real NCP. So we should get this symbol, we should get the 2-leaf symbol of AIA-DMK. We should get the clock symbol, we should get this arrow symbol. And in case there is a dispute on the symbol, that also is resolved by the Election Commission of India. But towards the end, we also need to look at some of the electoral reforms. Some reforms have been mentioned, not all. It's not a holistic set of electoral reforms mentioned in the NCERT, but we will focus on it. Our system of elections, reform number 1, where we have first past the post system, NCERT says it should be modified to have some variant of proportional representation system. Maybe we can have a mix. Some constituencies should be first past the post system based, and there should be some seats which should be given to political parties based on their performance in the elections, based on proportional representation system. So some mix, some variant of proportional representation system we should implement. Second, there should be a special provision to ensure that at least 1/3 of women are elected to Parliament and assemblies. And this is something for which we have already amended the Constitution. 106th Constitutional Amendment Act, which provides that as nearly as 1/3 of the seats in the Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies shall be reserved for women. But this constitutional amendment has not been implemented yet. This women's reservation has not been implemented yet. Why? Because for that we need to have delimitation. Because I told you, if there are seats reserved for SCs, seats reserved for STs, who will reserve these seats? Delimitation Commission. But for that, Delimitation Commission should know what is the current exact population number, population count, population figure. And how do we know? For that, we conduct census exercise every 10 years. This census exercise was to be carried out in 2021, but could not be carried out because of, the government says, COVID-19 pandemic. So to implement this women's reservation, we first need census, because that will tell us the population. Then there will be delimitation. which will reorganize the constituencies in India and reserve seats for women, and then women's reservation would be implemented. And that is what this 106th Amendment also says. There will be women's reservation, but slightly delayed. Because first we will have census and then delimitation. Which means, if census is conducted today, let's say in 2024, then there will be delimitation. Delimitation Commission may be set up in 2025, but it won't give an award in a day or 2 days or a year, because last time Delimitation Commission was set up was in 2002. And do you know how many years it took them to give an award? Award in the sense, how many seats are to be reserved, where? 6 years. So if Delimitation Commission is to be set up in 2026, it might take 5 years, 4 years, which means till 2030, which means even in 2029, we won't see, unfortunately, the implementation of the women's reservation system. Third reform, stricter provisions to control the role of money in electoral politics. Do you know, and you'll be surprised to know, if you don't know this already, that Indian election is considered to be more expensive than the US presidential election. More than 35,000 crore is spent in an election. But this is not spent by the government. This is not spent from yours and my taxpayers' money. This is spent by political parties. And where do political parties get this money from? Corporates. Don't you think there is a quid pro quo? Why should a political party donate money to why should a corporate donate money to a political party, a company donate money to a political party, so that if this political party comes to power tomorrow, it will make favorable policies for my company, for my industry. So there is always a quid pro quo. Then how is this election fair? Because we thought we are voting to elect our representatives. But in reality, whoever has more money gets to form the government. Which means in reality means the big corporate houses will determine who forms the government. They will give you more money and you will win the election. And that is why NCERT recommends that election expenses should be paid by the government, so that political parties are not allowed to raise money from corporates, from companies, from other donors. Government will give a money from a special fund. So there should be a separate fund created for elections. And from this fund, money should be given to political parties to contest elections, so that they are not able to, they are not allowed to raise money, get donations from corporate houses. And it's a big, big matter. Whether it will be accepted or not, that we have to see. And this is what we call state funding of elections. Then another reform, candidates with any criminal case should be barred from contesting elections, even if their appeal is pending before a court. Now, this might give you a misleading sense that any candidate with a criminal case, tomorrow there can be a criminal case against you. In a sense, both of us are contesting elections from this constituency. Clear? I see you are a credible face. People might vote for you, not for me, because you have a better educational qualification, you have a better track record, maybe you come from a better caste, to which majority of the people in this constituency come from, because people vote their caste, they don't cast their vote. What I will do, I will file a criminal case against you, that you are a murderer, that you are a rapist, that you are a terrorist. And just because of that case, you are not allowed to contest elections. Is that what NCERT means? That candidates with any criminal case should be barred from contesting elections? No. What NCERT really means is that those people who have been convicted for criminal cases, now they are filing an appeal before the higher court. High court should not suspend their conviction, which means they should not be allowed to contest elections. That means those who have been convicted, they should not be allowed to contest elections. But sir, you said whoever is convicted is not allowed to contest elections. But sometimes what happens, even if you are convicted by a district court, you approach the High Court and High Court suspends your conviction, saying we will hear this matter again. Until that time, your conviction is set aside. When your conviction is set aside, that means you are not a criminal, which means you can contest elections. That's what NCERT mentions. There should be complete ban on the use of caste and religion or religious appeals in the campaign. NCERT reform. But you can't say, sir, I won't write it in the exam if this question is asked, because this reform would not be implemented. But you have to write something to get 12.5 marks in the exam. There should be a law to regulate the functioning of political parties to ensure that they function in a transparent and democratic manner. Regulate political parties in the sense, how do they elect their presidents? Is it only from the family? Is it only the two people deciding? That should be determined by a law so that every political party will function in a democratic manner. And why this is important, listen to me carefully. Are we a democracy? Yes. How do we say that we are a democracy? Because elections are conducted periodically. So periodic election is an important ingredient of democracy. Periodic election is, it should be conducted after every period, let's say 5 years. Can we say there is a country X which is a democracy because last time they held election was in 1900? So since they hold elections but after every century, does that mean that country is democratic? No. Elections should be free and fair. It should also be conducted periodically, and that period should not be more than 5 years, ideally. So India is a democracy because elections are conducted periodically, every 5 years. And elections are free and fair as well. But who contests these elections? Political parties. Now, do you know what the problem is? The problem is that our constitution talks a lot about who gets to vote, who gets to contest. Our constitution talks a lot about what should be your qualification, what should be your disqualification. But constitution is silent on the political parties which set up candidates to contest elections. So we have requirements for candidates, but not for political parties. That is the need of the hour. But if you are preparing for civil services examination and you think that this chapter would cover holistic syllabus for the exam, you are mistaken. Because for the civil services exam, you should cover in detail what is the role of the Election Commission of India. How election commissioners are appointed, how are they removed, what is their conditions of service, how do we reform election commission as well. Then you have to discuss the entire election cycle. When dates are announced, when notification is issued, what is the campaign that takes place, what is Representation of the People Act 1951, what is Representation of the People Act 1950 in great detail, what is Model Code of Conduct, what are electronic voting machines, are they good, bad or the ugly, what is compulsory voting, because when voting takes place, people in urban areas, they don't come out in large numbers to vote. So the voting percentage is a cause for concern. That is what some commentators argue, that the reason why BJP did not do as well as they expected themselves to do was because of the low voting percentage. And how can we increase the voting percentage? Should we make it compulsory to vote in the elections? If the government can force you to wear seat belt when you're driving a car, if the government can force you to wear helmet when you're riding a motorcycle, when the government can force you to pay tax, the government can also force you to vote in the elections, because government can do anything for the legitimate public interest. And forcing you to vote may be a legitimate public interest, but whether you should be forced to vote or not, what are the arguments in favor, what are the arguments against, what is an opinion poll, what is a post poll, what is and exit polls? Should there be regulation of opinion polls? Do opinion polls influence the minds of the voters? What are the reforms that we require in election system? Should there be one nation, one election? How can we end the criminalization of politics? What is the controversy surrounding electoral bonds? How money should be donated to political parties? Should candidates be allowed to contest from two constituencies? Mr. Rahul Gandhi contested from Amethi and Wayanad. He had to resign from Wayanad because you can't be representative of two constituencies at the same time. Isn't this violating the trust of the voter of the Wayanad who may have voted for you? Isn't it torture for those voters who are now being asked to vote again to elect their another representative within 6 months of the election? How much can a candidate spend in the elections? All that is mentioned in the laws, Representation of the People Act, and you have to discuss that in great detail. Then your elections chapter would be over for civil services exam. And let's not forget, what is a political party? What are the national and state political parties? You don't have to know their names, but what is the advantage that a political party gets if it is declared as a national political party or a state political party? What is the difference between a recognized political party and a registered political party and an unregistered, unrecognized political party? All these things we have to discuss. What is an election trust? And that would holistically cover your elections chapter. Now over to your comments. If you have any doubts, let me know. I'll be happy to help. If an individual commits crime, she can't contest elections. On the other hand, you mentioned that they can contest elections. If I have committed a crime but I'm still an accused, I'm accused of that crime, I can contest election. If I'm declared guilty that yes, you have committed this crime, you have been convicted, then you can't contest election. And in case you forgot to like this video, you can do it now. How one nation, one election will be implemented? Cabinet nod means Cabinet has accepted this report of Ramnath Kovind committee which recommended one nation, one election. Now a bill has to be passed by the Parliament. Lots of amendments will have to take place. You have to amend the Constitution, you have to amend Representation of the People Act, you have to make changes to the rules of business and procedure, which I don't think would happen because a constitutional amendment requires special majority, which the government does not enjoy in the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha. So that looks difficult. Let's see what will happen. The link to join my Telegram I will mention after this session as the pinned comment. You can join. So Rahul Gandhi contested. Yes, thanks for correcting me. Wayanad and Raebareli. Any tips for tomorrow's essay? All the best. That's tip number 1. Don't be scared. Tip number 2. I know you will do well. That's the reassurance. Okay, and if you need the PDF of this lecture, that will also be available on my Telegram channel, which I will share in the pinned comment. Thank you for watching. Stay safe. Goodbye. All the best.
Hello and welcome to Unacademy. NCERT books are a must for the civil services examination. Not only is the content of these books authentic, but UPSC has been asking questions from these NCERTs, prelims as well as in mains examination, sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly, making NCERTs one of the most important sought-after books by the civil services aspirants. But it is equally important to understand two things: when to read these NCERTs and how to read them For example, for Indian polity, this book on your screen, which is a class 11th NCERT book, Indian Constitution at Work. This is the most important NCERT for Indian polity for the Civil Services examination. And in this lecture, I am going to cover 8 very important chapters of this NCERT. So how to read these NCERTs, you will come to know by attending this marathon session. But now the question is when to read the NCERT books. For that, listen to me carefully. There are 2 kinds of aspirants. Those who have already enrolled in a coaching institute. Second, those who do not wish to enroll in a coaching institute, they want to prepare on their own, self-preparation, self-study. If you have already enrolled in a coaching institute, please do not read NCERTs first. First, attend the class lectures. Once the class lectures are over, then read these NCERTs. Now these NCERTs will start making sense to you, and in a couple of days, maximum in 5 days, you would be able to complete all the chapters of this beautiful book. So first attend the class lectures, then read these NCERTs, because if you read these NCERTs first, then why did you pay these coaching institutes? Number 1. Number 2, but if you are preparing on your own, resorting to self-study, first read these NCERTs, because NCERTs will lay your foundation, and then you can shift to Lakshmikant or D.D. Basu or whichever book you would wish to read. So first read these NCERTs, you will gain conceptual understanding, conceptual clarity, and then the civil services examination preparation would become meaningful. So if you're preparing on your own, attend this lecture and I will take you on a beautiful journey of understanding this book in its entirety, in its magnificent depth. But should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us, now is the opportune time. Why? Because Unacademy management has decided to slash its UPSC subscription fee by 50%. Now you can prepare for GS, CSAT at 19,999 subscription fee. Go to our website should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us for your GS, CSAT, current affairs, optional, mentorship, test series. Take a look at various plans that are displayed on the website. Use this code IAS English and automatically the lowest subscription fee will be displayed for you. So should you wish to enroll, use this option, use this opportunity, and if you're preparing on your own, then let's get started and understand 8 important chapters of this beautiful class 11th NCERT, Indian Constitution at Work.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Welcome to our NCERT series. As announced in 8 classes, our endeavor is to complete all the important chapters of this beautifully written book, Indian Constitution at Work, which is a textbook in political science for class 11th. We have already covered 3 lectures. Today is day 4, and today we shall discuss another important chapter called the Executive. And if these sessions are aiding your civil services preparation, do consider subscribing to our YouTube channel. Towards the end, we will also look at some of the previous year's question papers, some of the questions which have been asked previously from this topic, the Executive. So let's get started and look at what is an executive. In the next lecture tomorrow, we will discuss legislature. But if you're aware, the job of the legislature is to make laws, is to enact laws. But who implements these laws? Who executes these laws? That's the job of the executive. So what are you trying to say? For example, in 2019, the Indian Parliament, which is the legislature, enacted a law called Citizenship Amendment Act. And the purpose of this law was to fast-track citizenship for those who have migrated from Pakistan, Afghanistan and Bangladesh who have entered India on or before December 31, 2014, and if they belong to the 6 religious minorities of these countries, Hindus, Christians, Buddhists, Jains, Sikhs and Parsis, India will grant them citizenship. That is the law passed by the Parliament. But to implement these laws, we need rules. To provide the citizenship certificate, which means to implement this law, that's the job of the executive. Rules, for example, how do we know that all these migrants are from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh? How do we know the country of their origin? For that, we need rules, and rules are made by the executive. How do we know that these migrants have entered India on or before December 31, 2014? What are the documents required to prove your entry into India on or before this date? For that, we need rules. How do we know that you are from the 6 religious minorities of these 3 Islamic countries, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh? For that, we need rules. What are the documents that you need to furnish to prove your religion? For that, we need rules. And these rules are made by the executive. And this is also what we call something that is not mentioned in NCERT, but something that I'm going to tell you. This is what we call delegated legislation. That means laws are passed by the legislature. But how do we implement this law in reality? For that, we need to supplement this law with rules. And this rule-making power is delegated by the Parliament to the executive. And that is what we call delegated legislation. So what are you saying? I am saying, what is the job of the executive? The job of the executive is, it is that branch of the government which is responsible for implementation of the laws and policies. And these laws are adopted, enacted, passed by the legislature. That's the job of the executive. But if you look at different countries of the world, there are different types of executive. And in simple words, I'm going to make you understand what are these different types of executive. There can be a parliamentary type of executive, there can be a semi-presidential type of the executive, or there can be a presidential form of the executive. Presidential form of the executive, for example, something that we see in the United States of America, where elections are going to be conducted. Elections are going to be conducted to elect the President of the United States of America. And he or she is a powerful figure. Powerful figure in the sense, this President is the head of the state as well. This President is the head of the government as well. So what does that mean? I'm going to tell you slightly later. But here, just keep in mind that here is the President in countries, for example, France, Philippines, United States of America, where there we see a presidential type of executive, where the head of the government as well as the head of the state is the President. State, not the state government, state as the political entity, the entire country. The head of the state, the head of the government is the President. And this President is usually directly elected by the people. For example, in France, for example, in Philippines. But in case of United States, people elect the electors, members of the Electoral College, and then they elect the President of the United States of America. And this President is not accountable to the legislature. Not accountable to the legislature in the sense, the President of the United States of America is elected and the term of his or her office is 4 years. And this term is fixed. That means it does not matter if tomorrow Miss Harris becomes the President of the United States of America. She belongs to the Democrats. It does not matter whether the Democrats control the parliament, control the legislature in United States. and the legislature in the United States is known as the Congress. And this US Congress has two houses, the House of Representatives and the House of Senate. It does not matter whether the Democrats have the majority in Senate or House of Representatives. No, the term of the president is fixed at 4 years. He or she will complete 4-year term. But yes, you can be removed from your office as well. For example, the President of the United States of America can be removed from his or her office and on the charges on the grounds of treason. You cannot be removed from your office just because the political party to which you belong does not enjoy the majority in the legislature. On that grounds, you cannot be removed. You can be removed if you have committed some offense, and that offense is treason. Long story short, what is the job function of the executive? To implement the laws and the policies enacted by the legislature. There are different types of executive that we see in different parts of the world. For example, a presidential type, semi-presidential, parliamentary. What is the presidential type? The head of the state, the head of the government is the same person. All the powers are concentrated, when it comes to executive powers, are concentrated with this individual who is the head of the state. And you may be directly elected by the people, but usually you are directly elected, but it is not necessary that this president should be directly elected by the people. Can be indirectly elected as well. But the fact of the matter is, the presidential type of executive is considered to be much more stable. Stable in the sense, the president is elected for a term, which can be 4 years or 5 years, and then you complete your term. It does not matter whether the party to which you belong, whether that political party has the majority in the legislature or not, doesn't matter. You can be removed, yes, but not because your party lacks majority on the floor of the legislature, because this president is not accountable to the legislature. And then we have a parliamentary type of executive, something that we see in India, something that we see in United Kingdom. And what is the parliamentary form of government? Head of the state is different. Head of the government is different. Who is the head of the state in India? The President of India. Who is the head of the government? The Prime Minister. Basically, who implements the laws passed by the legislature? It is the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. There is still the President, and I'll tell you slightly later why do we need the office of the President. But the President is a ceremonial head. The President is the titular head. The President is only a constitutional head. The real power is with the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. And this Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers, they are accountable to legislature. For example, if the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers, they do not enjoy majority in the Lok Sabha, then the Prime Minister will be removed from his office. Which means, in contrast to the presidential type of executive, parliamentary type may be considered to be less stable. Because if the political party to which the Prime Minister belongs, if that political party does not enjoy majority on the floor of the legislature, then this Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers will be removed. Which means, in a presidential type of government, the President is not accountable to the legislature, which means the President is not as much accountable to the public who elects representatives to the legislature. But when it comes to a parliamentary type of government, parliamentary type of the executive, since the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers, who are part of the executive, they are accountable to the legislature, which means they are accountable to the public because public elects their representatives to the legislature. But even this parliamentary type has some variants. It can be a constitutional monarchy. For example, if the real power is with the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers in Britain, but who is the head of the state? The king. But the king is not elected individual. The king occupies this post because of the hereditary. It was queen previously, now it is the king in United Kingdom. That means Britain is an example of parliamentary type of government, but something that we can call a constitutional monarchy. Yes, they have a constitution, which we have discussed in chapter 1, can be termed unwritten constitution, but they have a constitution. But since they are also a democracy, which elects their prime minister and the legislators, but the real power is with them, but the nominal head, the constitutional head, the titular head, the ceremonial head is the king. But the king occupies this post because of hereditary. So this becomes monarchy, but it is also democracy. It is also constitutional democracy, but we call it constitutional monarchy. Who is the head of the state in India? The president. Is the president occupying that post because of hereditary? No, because the head of the state is an elected individual. And any democracy where the head of the state is elected, not occupying a post because of hereditary, we call that system as a republic. So we know what is the presidential form of executive or type of executive. We know what is a parliamentary type of executive. And this parliamentary type of executive can further branch out into constitutional monarchy and a parliamentary republic. Then we have something in between called semi-presidential. And what is the semi-presidential? For example, in today's The Hindu newspaper analysis that I conducted, we discussed the elections to the president which happened in Sri Lanka, in which a Marxist leader has now been elected as the president of Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, they have a semi-presidential system, which means they have a prime minister as well, they have the president as well. But sir, in India also, we have the president and the prime minister. Can we call India a semi-presidential system? No. Why? Because in India, the president does not have the real powers. The president does not interfere in the day-to-day functioning of the government. The president is only a figurehead. The president is only the titular head. The president is only the ceremonial head in India. In case of semi-presidential system, president also has powers, prime minister also has powers. And in a semi-presidential system, it may be possible that prime minister belongs to one political party, the president belongs to another political party. Long story short, there is a presidential type of executive, there is a parliamentary type of executive, and then there is a semi-presidential type of executive. For example, in Sri Lanka, where president also has some powers, prime minister also has some powers. Unlike India, where the president does not have the real power because the real power is vested with the Council of Ministers headed by the prime minister. Then sir, why do we need the president? Again, park your thoughts. I am going to tell you the reason slightly later. Parliamentary executive in India. Why did we adopt for a parliamentary form of executive and not the presidential or the semi-presidential? The reason is we were exposed to the parliamentary type of functioning even when we were under the colonial rule, even when we were under the British rule. For example, because of the acts passed in 1919 and 1935, the Government of India Act 1919, the Government of India Act 1935, it created a parliamentary type of executive in India even before we achieved independence, even before we gave ourselves a constitution. So, one reason why we have adopted a parliamentary type of executive and not presidential or semi-presidential is because we were already exposed to some form of parliamentary system in India. That's reason number one. Reason number two, president as the head of the executive, president as the head of the state, controls all the powers, executive powers, is not accountable to the legislature. Who is electing members to the legislature? People. Which means this president is not accountable to the public through legislature in a presidential system. And in a presidential system where president has all the executive powers, it may lead to some form of a personality cult, which was not acceptable to the members of the Constituent Assembly, which drafted and framed the Constitution of independent India. So Constituent Assembly thought that the best type of executive that will serve India better would be a parliamentary one, where this Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers will be accountable to public through legislature. And in a parliamentary form of democracy where power is not concentrated in one individual, power is given to the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers as a group. So when the power is given to a group, there will not be a personality cult. And that is the reason we adopted for a parliamentary executive in India. If you look at the Constitution, one of the shortest articles under the Indian Constitution is Article 52. It says, it reads, there shall be a President of India, which means somebody has to occupy this post at all times. This office cannot remain vacant. We cannot envisage our constitutional scheme without someone occupying and holding the office of the President of India. That's Article 52. The very next article, Article 53, says all the executive powers are vested in the name of the President. But now there can be a question on your mind, sir, what is this executive power? I don't know. Why? Because Constitution does not define what is this executive power. When Constitution does not define, then what do? Either we look at the interpretations of the Constitution by the Supreme Court, because Supreme Court is the final interpreter of the Constitution, or we go through the writings of important constitutional experts. And the impact now is, because of the Supreme Court judgments, for example, not mentioned in NCERT, Ram Jayawa Kapoor 1955 versus State of Punjab, or the Constitution and Administrative Law as a book written by Wade and Bradley. They say executive power is a residue. What is a residue? Leftover. When we exclude legislative powers, that means the powers to make laws, that's the power given to the legislature. And when we exclude the judicial powers, which means the power of the courts to grant justice, to punish guilty, to decide upon the constitutionality of the laws, to see whether the laws passed by the legislature or the actions of the executive are constitutional or not. If we exclude, if there is a term power, if there is whole set of powers given, if we exclude the legislative powers, if we exclude the judicial powers, whatever else is left, that's the executive power. And that executive power is vested in the name of the President of India. But both these two articles might give you a conflicting view. You may start believing that Indian President is the most powerful constitutional functionary in India. But you don't have to look at this from this angle. Why? Because you will have to look at Article 52 and 53 by also looking at Article 74 of the Constitution. And there is a history to Article 74 as well. When the Constitution was enacted on 26th January 1950, this Article 74, Clause 1 read, there shall be a Council of Ministers with the Prime Minister at the head to aid and advise the President. Full stop. That's it. That means there will be Council of Ministers which will be headed by the Prime Minister, and the principal job of this Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister is to aid and advise the President. That's it. That's the only line which was mentioned under Article 74. Which might have given a sense that maybe this advice of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers is not binding on the President. Advice in the sense, appoint this person as the Attorney General. Appoint this person as the chairperson of the UPSC, for example. Implement this policy, for example. But if the President would have said, no, there is nothing in the Constitution which would say otherwise, that President can't say this. Because on one hand, Article 52 says there shall be a President of India, and this word shall makes it abundantly clear that somebody has to occupy this post at all times. This office cannot remain vacant. And further, Article 53 says all the executive powers are vested in the name of the President. And then Article 74, Clause 1 would say there shall be Council of Ministers with Prime Minister at the head to do what? To aid and advise the President. But where is it mentioned that this advice is binding on the President? It's not mentioned. Then Shrimati Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister. Constitution was amended. This Article 74 was amended. The year was 1976. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act. And then this paragraph was added, or these further lines were added. There shall be Council of Ministers with Prime Minister at the head to aid and advise the President, who shall act on that advice. Now this term shall makes it binding on the President to accept that advice. The year was 1976 when these lines were added, when it was made mandatory for the President to accept the aid and advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. And this was the period of emergency. Then Janata Party fought the elections on a plank, on a promise that we will undo all the damage that has been done to the Constitution by the 42nd Amendment. Because when you will read polity, you will encounter 42nd Amendment multiple times. This is also known as the mini revision of the Constitution. Massive, major changes were made to the Constitution by this 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, 1976. Janata Party perhaps lived up to its promise and amended this Article 74 when they came to power. And this was done by the 44th Constitutional Amendment Act, 1978, under which this paragraph was added, provided the President may ask for the reconsideration of that advice. But once the same advice is given again, it's binding on the President to accept that advice. Which means what? Let me make it slightly humorous, but something that you may understand. Original Constitution as it stood on 26 January 1950. There is Prime Minister and Council of Ministers. There is the President. Prime Minister and Council of Ministers advising the President, stand up. President will say, I will remain seated. Because where is it mentioned in the Constitution that whatever you tell me, it's binding on me? I will not stand up. I will remain seated. 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act, 1976. Prime Minister, Council of Ministers advising the President, stand up. He has to. She has to. 44th Constitutional Amendment Act, 1978. Prime Minister and Council of Ministers advising the President, stand up. Now the President can say, please, can you reconsider your advice? Can I remain seated? If the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister agree, okay, dear President, you remain seated. President will remain seated. If the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers say, no, stand up, President has no other option but to stand up. That's the role of the President. That's the status of the President. That's the constitutional position of the President in India. This President is elected by the people of India, but not directly, indirectly. How indirectly? Through the representatives who are elected by the people. And who are these representatives who are elected by the people? although not mentioned here in great detail, but MPs of both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, and these MPs should have been elected. MLAs of all the states who are elected, including the MLAs of Delhi and Puducherry, they all vote to elect the President of India, which means the President of India is elected by the people, but not directly, indirectly, through the representatives of the people. And who are these representatives elected by the people? There are MPs elected to Lok Sabha, MPs elected to Rajya Sabha, MPs elected to the MLAs elected to the state legislative assemblies, including 2 union territories where we have legislative assembly, Delhi and Puducherry. All these elected members, they are part of the electoral college. They come together, they vote to elect the President of India, and this President is elected for a term of 5 years. And how do these members vote? Something that we discussed in our last class on Thursday, where we discussed the chapter Election and Representation. And there we discussed proportional representation system by means of single transferable vote. It is through that mechanism that these members of the Electoral College, these elected representatives, they vote to elect the President of India, who once elected remains in office for 5 years. But even before completing 5 years, the President may also be removed. And that process of the removal of the President is what we call impeachment. But now listen to me carefully. Whatever we are going to discuss today in this chapter, Executive, this chapter, Executive, if we have to prepare it holistically for the Civil Services examination, ideally, it will not take us less than 12 to 14 hours. But in about 1 hour, we are going to complete this chapter. Why? Because NCERT is only a foundation. Only basics would be cleared. And that is why towards the end, we will discuss some of the previous year's question papers related to prelims only. I checked some of the comments made by you, sir. Please discuss PYQs related to mains exam as well. But listen to me carefully. You cannot write a mains answer only by following the NCERTs, particularly in Indian polity. Why? Because you need to pepper your answers with statistics, with Supreme Court judgments, with current affairs. That can be only possible if you read NCERTs, then go through Lakshmikant, and then go through current affairs, newspapers. All these 3 things put together would make you mains ready. Otherwise, NCERTs can at best help you solve some of the MCQs, but will not play a major role in writing good mains answers in your second stage of the examination. When it comes to this chapter, we say the President is the formal head of the government, and when the President has powers, we can classify these powers into executive powers, legislative powers, judicial powers, emergency powers. But all these powers are to be exercised by the President only on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. Sir, what are these emergency powers not mentioned in NCERTs? Emergency power means if a state government is to be dismissed, President's rule is to be imposed. If a national emergency is to be imposed, if financial emergency is to be imposed. On paper, that's the power given to the President. That means the President can proclaim national emergency. The President can proclaim President's rule. The President can impose financial emergency. But in reality, it is done by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. The President appoints Attorney General on the advice of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers. The President appoints CAG on the advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. This is where we come across an important term called discretionary power of the President. What is a discretionary power? Can President do something on her own without the aid and advice of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers? For example, Pandit Nehru, in Constituent Assembly debates, he is talking about the powers and the position of the President of India. Look at the speech that he is giving. He says, we did not give him any real power, but we have made his position one of authority and dignity. The Constitution wants to create neither a real executive nor a mere figurehead, but a head that neither reigns nor governs. It wants to create a great figurehead. That means the position of the President is that the power will not be exercised by him, but his position will be that of dignity and respect. But why do we need the President? That answer is still not clear. And I'm going to give you a clear answer in 5 minutes from now. But first, let's look at what are these discretionary powers of the President, or does President have any discretionary powers? Discretionary in the sense, Article 74. There shall be Council of Ministers with the Prime Minister at the head to aid and advise the President, who shall act on that advice. So whatever the President does has to be on the basis of the aid and advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. But can there be a situation? Are there instances? Are there circumstances where the President performs on her own without the aid and advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers? Yes, NCERT says there are 3 situations. Which are these 3 situations? Number 1, mentioned in Article 74 itself. There shall be Council of Ministers with the Prime Minister at the head to aid and advise the President, who shall act on that advice, provided the President may ask for reconsideration of that advice. Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister advising the President, please dismiss Mamta Didi, impose President's rule. This is where the President has the discretion. Discretion in the sense, the President may ask the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, can you please reconsider? Can you please reconsider this advice that we should not dismiss Mamta Didi? We should not impose President's rule in West Bengal? And when the President is asking the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers to reconsider that advice, that is the discretionary power of the President. But it's another matter. If the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers tell the President, no, dismiss Mamta Didi, impose Article 356, impose President's rule, the President has no other option but to impose. But asking the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers to reconsider the advice, that is considered to be the first situation where the President is exercising discretion. Second, bills are to be passed. What is a bill? Bill is a proposal. And once this proposal is voted upon by the Parliament, it becomes a law. In the sense, it is sent to the President. If President signs, it becomes a law. Sir, can you give an explanation of this? First Citizenship Amendment Bill was introduced in the Parliament. What was this bill? Bill was a proposal. The government proposed before the Parliament that, dear Parliament, can you please vote on this proposal? Vote on this bill. We want to provide citizenship to those who have come to India on or before 31st December 2014, and those who have come from Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, and those who belong to the 6 religious minorities of these 3 countries. This is a proposal. Once it is voted upon, that means once on this bill there is a majority vote in the Parliament, then this bill is sent to the President. And now when this bill is sent to the President, if the President signs this bill, it becomes an act. Once it becomes an act, it is implemented. It becomes the law of the land. this is where the president may have a discretion. Situation number 2. What are the options available with the president? President may either give assent. This bill is presented to the president, which has been voted upon by parliament. President signs this bill, bill becomes an act. That means the president is giving assent. Or the president may withhold assent. Withhold assent in the sense the president will publicly declare, I am not going to sign this bill. And when the president publicly declares that I'm not going to sign this bill will not become a law. And when the president says, I'm going to withhold my assent, I'm not going to sign this bill, the president does this on her discretion without the aid and advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. And in polity, we term this power of the president to withhold assent to a bill as an absolute veto. There is another power available with the president. The president may send the bill back. The president may say, I'm flagging some concerns about this bill and I want Parliament to reconsider this bill. These are my objections to this bill. That means the president is not signing this bill. The president is not refusing to sign this bill. The president is not saying I'm not going to sign this bill. The president is sending this bill back to the Parliament for reconsideration. But if the same bill is passed again by the Parliament, with or without incorporating the suggestions, the concerns that the president had, president has no other option but to sign this bill. And that is something that we call in polity suspensu veto. But if you read NCERT on your own, you may be confused about one thing that is mentioned here. And what is that? It says, President also has veto power by which he can withhold or refuse to give assent to bills other than money bill. So you might get a sense that on a money bill, the president cannot refuse to sign. But in reality, even on a money bill, the president can refuse, can withhold his assent. The president may say that on this money bill, I'm not going to sign this bill. What president cannot do with respect to a money bill? The president cannot send the bill back for reconsideration. That's something that the president can't do with a money bill. And what is a money bill? Any bill which deals with money matters. Any bill which involves expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India. One example I'm giving, simple example. Such a bill is a money bill. But you might have noticed one thing. Sir, what? The president, once the bill is passed and signed, once the bill is passed by the parliament and sent to the president may either give assent, the president may either refuse assent, or the president may send the bill back for reconsideration. But if you will notice one thing, there is no mention of the time period. There is no time limit mentioned. In how many days should the president give assent? In how many days should the president send the bill back for reconsideration? In how many days should the president declare that I am not going to sign this bill? This is where there can be instances where a bill is passed by the parliament, sent to the president, and the president is doing nothing. He is neither signing this bill, nor is he publicly declaring that I'm not going to sign this bill. Public declaration, I'm not going to sign this bill. nor is the President sending the bill back to Parliament for reconsideration. What the President is doing, President is keeping this bill lying in his pocket without taking any action on this bill. And such a power of the President is popularly known as the pocket veto. This is considered to be the second situation when the President can act in his discretion. First is sending the advice back to the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers. But if the same advice comes again, he has to accept. Second is veto powers available with the bills. And then we have the third kind. And what is the third kind? Electing or appointing a Prime Minister. This is also considered to be a discretionary power of the President. Or to be more specific, considered to be the situational discretion. And what is the situational discretion? Listen to me carefully. Constitution talks about the Prime Minister by saying the Prime Minister shall be appointed by the President. Full stop. Who this Prime Minister is going to be? Whether this Prime Minister is going to be from Party A or Party B, not mentioned. Just that the Prime Minister shall be appointed by the President. And on the advice of the Prime Minister, other Council of Ministers shall be appointed by the President. That means it is necessary for the President to appoint that minister as the minister, that person as the minister, if that name is recommended by the Prime Minister. Otherwise, no. But who is this Prime Minister going to be? We don't know. Why? Because the Constitution only says the Prime Minister shall be appointed by the President. And normally, whichever political party has got the majority, has won the election, the leader of that party is appointed as the Prime Minister. Which means the President will have no discretion here. If in 2014 BJP emerged as the winner of the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, bagging more than the number required to form the government, which was 272. BJP chose Mr. Modi as their leader. BJP AML MPs chose Mr. Modi as their leader. And ultimately, the President had to swear in, had to administer oath to Mr. Modi. Ditto in 2019. And ditto in 2024. Because even if the BJP did not get the majority, but this Prime Minister, in a parliamentary democracy, is accountable to the legislature, is accountable to the Lok Sabha. Because Lok Sabha is directly elected by the people, which we will discuss tomorrow in legislature. So it is these MPs who choose the leader, the Prime Minister. And then the President will have to appoint that individual. But this happens smoothly when there is a political party which has won the election. This happens smoothly when there is a coalition, a group of political parties which have come together after the election to form the government. But if no political party has the majority, this becomes the discretion of the President. And the President can appoint anyone as the Prime Minister. But obviously then, Prime Minister will have to prove majority on the floor of the Lok Sabha. If you're able to prove majority on the floor of the Lok Sabha, you will survive. Otherwise, you will have to resign. Because in a parliamentary system, the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers, they're accountable to legislature. And in Indian context, they're accountable to the lower house of Indian Parliament, which is the Lok Sabha. Now the answer to your question. For most part, the President is a formal power holder and a ceremonial head of the nation. You may wonder why, then do we need a President? Imagine a situation where the Council of Ministers, including the Prime Minister, are dependent upon the MPs of Lok Sabha for their continuance. As long as the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers, they enjoy majority in the Lok Sabha, they will continue. The moment they lose the majority in the Lok Sabha, they have no other option but to resign. When they have to resign, there is a break. Break in the sense, we don't have anyone in the Prime Minister's position as the Council of Ministers. This is where there has to be somebody, head of the state, who has a fixed term, like the President, who is there for 5 years. And this President will appoint someone else as the Prime Minister, and then someone else as part of the Council of Ministers. That's why we need the President. There has to be someone permanently occupying this post. That's why we need the President. And reason number 2, if there is no clear political party which has got the majority in the elections, now the President will have to select somebody and appoint that person as the Prime Minister so that the government can be run, because we can't run without the Prime Minister. We need somebody to run the affairs of the state, run the executive, and for that we need the Prime Minister. And if there is no political party which has the majority, which means they can't elect their own candidate to become the Prime Minister, which primarily means now President will have additional responsibility of choosing one as the Prime Minister. That is why we need the President of India. Clear? But the fact of the matter is, there is also somebody called the Vice President of India. Vice President of India, for example, Mr. Dhankar. What is the role of the Vice President? Vice President is also elected for a period of 5 years. Who elects the Vice President? The people of India. But not directly, indirectly. How? Through members of both houses of the Parliament. Members of both houses of the Parliament. And the difference here is, in case of election of the President, MLAs means the legislature members of state legislative assemblies, they participate to elect the President of India, but they do not participate to elect the Vice President. Union territories MLAs, they participate to elect the President of India, but they do not participate to elect the Vice President. Nominated members of the Rajya Sabha, because in Rajya Sabha we will discuss tomorrow, there are nominated members. They are part of the election of the Vice President, but they are not part of the election of the President, because for President, I told you, for that you need only to be elected, not nominated. And what is the job of this Vice President? 2 basic roles. If there is a vacancy in the office of the President, Vice President will act as the President of India. Why, sir? Because Article 52, which says there shall be a President of India, which means this office cannot remain vacant even for a brief moment, which means somebody has to occupy this post at all times, which means our constitutional scheme cannot be envisaged without someone occupying the post of the President of India. So if there is a vacancy in the office of the President, and what can lead to this vacancy? Vacancy, my dear, can be because of death. The President may die. The President may resign. The President may be impeached. So even before completing 5 years, which is the normal term tenure of the President of India, there may arise a vacancy. And vacancy can be because of death, because of resignation, because of impeachment. In this case, who will act as the President of India? Because somebody has to occupy this post of the President of India. This office cannot remain vacant. And for that, we have the Vice President of India. Till the time we elect the successor, we elect the next President, Vice President will act as the President of India. That is role number 1 of the Vice President. And he has another role, to act as the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, presiding officer of the Rajya Sabha. Sir, what does that mean? That means if you have watched the proceedings of the Rajya Sabha, there is somebody who is sitting on the chair of the presiding officer, just like the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. And he is maintaining the decorum of the House. Please sit down. No, I will not let you speak. Please don't raise slogans. Please don't come to the well of the House. The House is adjourned. Please stop lying. Don't do this. Don't do that. Maintaining the decorum of the Rajya Sabha. That's the job of the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. And that is the role of the Vice President of India, which means Vice President of India has two roles, two basic roles: to act as the President of India when there is a vacancy in the office of the President, and to discharge the duties of the presiding officer of the upper house of Indian Parliament, which is the Rajya Sabha. But no discussion on Union Executive can be complete unless and until we discuss the Prime Minister. The most important individual in our government. And this Prime Minister needs to be having and enjoying majority in the Lok Sabha. Let me ask you a question. Do we elect the Prime Minister directly? We don't. What we do, we elect 543 representatives to Lok Sabha, something we have discussed on Thursday. And then these 543 MPs will come together to elect the Prime Minister, which means for this Prime Minister to continue as the Prime Minister, he or she must enjoy the support, the majority of the Lok Sabha. And the moment you lose this majority, you have no other option but to resign. So first step after every election is the President choosing the Prime Minister. Because in reality, all powers are concentrated with the Prime Minister. All the executive powers are with the Prime Minister. Can I become the Prime Minister today? I can. But sir, you are not a member of Lok Sabha, or are you? We don't know. But sir, you are not the member of the Rajya Sabha, are you? We don't know. Indian Prime Minister can be either from Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Doesn't matter. Or I may not even be a member of either of the houses. I can be appointed today, but within 6 months, I have to get myself elected to either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. And if I can get myself elected to either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha within 6 months of my appointment, I will continue as the Prime Minister. But even then, I need support, majority in the Lok Sabha. But how many ministers can there be? If you would have noticed, I don't know whether you were born or you were following the politics of that period. After 1989, we have had coalition governments for many decades. Throughout 90s, early 2000, it was only in 2014 that Mr. Modi's BJP bagged the majority on its own and formed a full-fledged one-party government at the center. Although they brought in allies as well, but it was meant to be a full-fledged majority government. But whenever there is a coalition government, why would various political parties come together to form the government? They need something. They need the spoils, in a sense. Today, I am the member of urban local body, for example, municipal corporation. And I think I'm the most satisfied person. This is just an example. I'm not a member. Just to give you an example, just to make you understand. But after some time, I'm not satisfied. Oh, I should be the MLA. Once I became an MLA, I'm now satisfied. Then after some time, no, not MLA only, I should be a minister. I was appointed a minister for Panchayati Raj, or I was appointed minister for, let's say, agriculture. Not satisfied. I need to be appointed as a home minister. Then I'm not satisfied. I need to become the chief minister. Then I'm not satisfied. I should become the prime minister as well. But why these political parties will come together to form a government? What do they get? They will get ministries. And there was a time when the number of ministries became so large that ultimately it is difficult for Prime Minister to manage the massive number of ministers. And that is something that we call span of control. Span of control in the sense, how many students can I actively communicate with or engage in a class? Is it 200? Is it 2,000? Is it 2 lakh? Span of control. How many ministers can the Prime Minister control, be held accountable? This is where Mr. Vajpayee was the Prime Minister. Constitution was amended because initial Constitution does not impose any limit on the size of the Council of Ministers. How many ministers can exactly we have in the Council of Ministers? But 91st Constitutional Amendment Act, the year was 2003. The Constitution was amended and it was said that the size of the Council of Ministers, including the Prime Minister, shall not exceed 15% of the Lok Sabha. Whatever is the strength of the Lok Sabha, for example, it is 100, for example, the number of ministers, including the Prime Minister, cannot be more than 15. This was done through a constitutional amendment when the Constitution was amended, 91st Constitutional Amendment Act 2003. And this Council of Ministers, including the Prime Minister, they are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. That means to the lower house of Indian Parliament. But sir, I have a question. What's the question? Sir, what is this collective responsibility? We say collective responsibility means Council of Ministers swim and sink together. If Prime Minister resigns, it means it is the resignation of the entire Council of Ministry. If the Prime Minister dies, it means it's the death of the entire Council of Ministry. If a vote of no confidence is issued even against one single minister, it means vote of no confidence against the entire Council of Ministry. And what is this vote of no confidence? It's a tool available with the opposition, that you introduce a motion inside the Lok Sabha, and if this motion is passed by simple majority, which means the government will have to resign. Collective responsibility. A motion of no confidence against one minister means the motion of no confidence against the entire Council of Ministry. Although technically it should not be vote of no confidence, because vote of no confidence can be issued only against the entire Council of Ministry. It can be a censure motion, because censure motion can be introduced against the minister as well as against the entire Council of Ministers. But what are these different types of motions? We may discuss them separately. Right now, just keep in mind, because it's not mentioned in this chapter, that this is a tool by which the Council of Ministers is held accountable by the opposition. Because I told you, parliamentary democracy means the Council of Ministers and the Prime Minister, they are accountable to Lok Sabha, which means they should have the majority in the Lok Sabha, which means if they lose majority in the Lok Sabha, they have no other option but to resign. Second, collective responsibility means once the decision is taken by the entire Council of Ministry, every minister has to support it. If you can't support it, then you need to resign. For example, when Shabano judgment was given by the court in 1985, where Supreme Court ruled that despite so many decades of India's independence, Uniform Civil Code has not been implemented. Supreme Court said that if a Muslim woman who is divorced by her husband will get maintenance for her entire life. This is where some of the leaders belonging to the Muslim community, some of the clerics belonging to the Muslim community, they tried to persuade the then Prime Minister, Shri Rajiv Gandhi, to bring in a law to nullify the impact of the Supreme Court judgment. And this is where the Council of Ministers introduced a bill called Muslim Women Protection of Rights on Divorce Bill 1986. And the purpose of this bill was to negate the judgment of the court. Because if the court said maintenance should be provided by the husband, by the ex-husband to his ex-wife for her entire life, it should not be for the entire life, it should only be for 3 months period. There was one minister, Arif Muhammad Khan, who disagreed with this bill. But collective responsibility means if now the decision has been taken by the entire ministry, you have to support it. You have to respect it. If you can't accept that decision, you need to resign. And Arif Muhammad Khan resigned. Collective responsibility. Council of Ministers, including the Prime Minister, swim and sink together. Then this Prime Minister, who was described by Pandit Nehru as the linchpin of the government, one of the most important element in government. Where does this Prime Minister derive its authority? He derives his authority because he has control over his ministers. If I am the Prime Minister and I don't like the performance of the Finance Minister, I can ask her to resign. If she does not resign, I will ask the President to dismiss her. And the President is bound to accept my advice and dismiss her. So I am, as the Prime Minister, exercising control, or I am wielding power because I have control over my Council of Ministers. And not just that, I am the leader of the Lok Sabha. Who is the leader of the Lok Sabha? Prime Minister, if you are the member of the Lok Sabha. That's how I derive my authority. I derive my authority because I have control over the bureaucratic machine. Who is going to be the Foreign Secretary? Who is going to be the Cabinet Secretary? Who is going to be the Secretary of Finance? Who is going to be the Secretary of Revenue? I have control over the entire machinery. That's where I derive my authority from. I derive my authority from because I have access to media. I can call media house anytime and tell them I'm going to organize a press conference. Media will come running to me that for the first time in 11 years, the Prime Minister is taking a press conference. Similarly, I am projected as a personality in elections. I can project others in elections as well. I will tell who is going to be the star campaigner of my political party in the elections. And I am going to be projected as the leader in international forum. Prime Minister Modi is currently on a visit to United States, where he was part of a Quad meeting between the leaders of United States, Australia, Japan. So Prime Minister derives authority because you are viewed, projected as the leader of India at international forums. That's where, and that's how you derive your authority. But it also depends upon the political conditions. Pandit Nehru could derive authority because he had. Srimati Indira Gandhi could. Shri Rajiv Gandhi could. But after that, Mr. Chandrasekhar, Mr. V.P. Singh, Mr. Inder Kumar Gujral, Mr. Deve Gowda. Why? Because they were the Prime Ministers of coalition governments, where the authority of the Prime Minister takes a hit. Why? Because normally who appoints a minister? President, on the advice of Prime Minister. But in a coalition government, I have to negotiate with other political parties and they will demand, make him the minister. For example, who is the civil aviation minister right now? Somebody from the TDP, Telugu Desam party. Did Prime Minister recommend him to the President? Technically, yes. But it was the TDP leadership which recommended his name. And then he had to be appointed as a minister by the President. So not the control of the Prime Minister. And if you are part of the coalition government, then various political parties which are also part of this coalition government, they will pull you into different directions. For example, when Dr. Manmohan Singh was the Prime Minister, he could not attend the meeting of Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which was scheduled in Colombo in Sri Lanka. Why? Because one of the coalition partners in that government was the DMK, which is a political party in Tamil Nadu, which opposes the Sri Lankan government's policies towards the Tamil minority in Sri Lanka. Dr. Manmohan Singh could not attend this Commonwealth Head of Governments meeting. However, the power which the Prime Minister wields and actually puts into use depends upon the prevailing political conditions. There is one office which is missing here, is that of the Attorney General for India. Because at the central level, who is part of the Union Executive at the central level? We have the President, we have the Vice President, we have the Prime Minister, we have the Council of Ministers, and we have the Attorney General for India. These are the entities who are part of the Union Executive. And who is the Attorney General? Basically, who represents the Government of India before the Supreme Court or courts in this country. Because quite often, sometimes the government is dragged to the court. And who will represent the central government, the union government, before the courts in this country? That's the job of the Attorney General for India. And similar parliamentary type of executive we follow in the states as well. In the states, we have the governor, we have the chief minister, we have the council of ministers, and at the state level, we have the advocate general of a state. But governor wields influence as well as power. The President of India commands influence, does not wield power. But the governor of a state wields power as well as influence. And if you don't trust me, ask this question to the Chief Minister of Kerala. Ask this question to the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Ask this question to the Chief Minister of Karnataka. Ask this question to the Chief Minister of Telangana. Ask this question to the Chief Minister of West Bengal. Ask this question to Shri Bhagwant Mann of Punjab. Because all these are opposition ruled states. And the governor of a state is appointed by the president on the advice of the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers. And there has been allegation that this office of governor is used for political reasons. And primarily destabilizing the governments ruled by the opposition political parties in the states. And that is why this matter has gone to the Supreme Court multiple times. But unfortunately, not covered in great detail in this chapter, executive. But then, if this is the executive, we can have political executive, political executive in the sense, President, Vice President, Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, Governor, Chief Minister, Council of Ministers. They may come and go. Mr. Vajpayee was the Prime Minister from 1999 to 2002 to 2004. Then Dr. Manmohan Singh from 2004 to 2014. Then Mr. Modi from 2014 onwards. But it keeps changing as well. But in reality, the primary implementation of policies and programs is done by another body, which is what we call permanent executive. bureaucrats, civil servants. And for that, civil services is classified into 3 broad categories. All India services, including IAS, IPS, and IFOS, Indian Foreign Service. Then we have state civil services. Then we have central civil services. Central civil services such as Indian Foreign Service, Indian Customs, Excise, so on and so forth. Which means states have their own civil services. Center has its own civil service. Because in the distribution of powers, under 7th schedule of the Constitution, we have union list, we have state list. The job of the state civil services is to implement these items mentioned in the state list. The job of the central civil services is to take care of those areas which are under the control of the center. For example, foreign policy. But then in addition, we have All India services, which is common to both center as well as states. But these IAS, IPS, IFOS officers, they are trained by the center, recruited by the center, accountable to the center. Maximum what a state government can do, can suspend an All India service officer. But the final disciplinary action can be taken only by the center. So these IAS, IPS, IFOS officers are recruited by the center, trained by the center, but where do they work? They work in the states. And in one of the chapters of NCERTs, we will discuss federalism. And in that chapter, we will discuss what is the role of these IAS officers or All India service officers in maintaining federalism, or are they an assault on federalism? But these political leaders, they may come and go. Every 5 years, there may be a change in the government. But what remains constant are the members of the permanent executive. And that is why they have to be neutral. One of their traits has to be neutrality. That means they should be able to run the administration of the government without being biased in favor of one ruling political party or one political party or the other. They have to be neutral and they have to be anonymous as well. Although the heavy lifting work is done by these members of the permanent executive, but they should work behind the curtains, behind the scenes, and let the political class steal the limelight, if I can put it that way. But it is often argued that these bureaucrats, they are insensitive to the demands of the public. Insensitive in the sense they don't care about the problems faced by the people. And that is why some effort was made to ensure that these members of the permanent executive, they are controlled by the political executive. Because political executive will tell them, why are you not responsive to the people's needs, their aspirations, their problems, their concerns? Because if we are accountable to the public, we will ensure that you also remain sensitive to the public. If you are not, then people will not vote for us. Bureaucrats, there is a widespread perception that they are not sensitive to the demands of the public, and that is why we say people are afraid of the police, afraid of bureaucracy, because they don't redress the grievances of the people. So one way in which we tried to mold our polity was give control of this permanent executive to the political executive. Because only if a democratically elected government controls this bureaucracy, they will be able to take care of the needs of the people. But on the other hand, if too much control of this bureaucracy is given to the political executive, then there is often a controversy, often a debate around political interference. Because then these bureaucrats are used as pawns by the political executive. So we thought that we will give control of these bureaucrats to our political executive, because otherwise they will be insensitive to the demands, grievances, problems of the people. Only a democratically elected government can hold them accountable. But then it also leads, on the other hand, to political interference. And that is why some people are scared of saying anything which goes against the ego of a politician. Otherwise, they will be transferred. And that is why NCERT says maybe now measures such as right to information may make bureaucrats a little more responsive and accountable, because right to information is a statutory right under the Right to Information Act of 2005, under which you can demand any answer, any details, any information from the bureaucrats, and they have to furnish it. That is what we call the executive. And this chapter is over. Now we will look at some of the prelims based questions. If you can answer this: the main advantage of a parliamentary form of government is that, let me know in the comment section what is the right answer. The executive and the legislature work independently. It provides continuity of policy and is more efficient. The executive remains responsible to the legislature. The head of the government cannot be changed without election. What is the right answer? Very good. All of you are right. But I don't know the reason. Is it because you understood this lecture efficiently? Or is it because you have already gone through these previous year's question papers? The main advantage of a parliamentary form of government is that executive and legislature work independently. In fact, in parliamentary system, executive is drawn from the legislature. Because who is the prime minister? He is also part of the legislature. Who is a minister? He is also part of the legislature. So executive and legislature, they work together. It provides continuity of policy and is more efficient. How do we know that? Even presidential form of democracies, they may provide for continuity. The head of the government cannot be changed without election. The head of the government can be changed even without election. How? The prime minister loses the confidence. A new prime minister will be appointed by the president. That is why we need a president who is continuously in charge. The main advantage of parliamentary form of government is that the executive remains responsible to the legislature. And that is the reason why the founding fathers of our constitution, the Constituent Assembly, adopted for a parliamentary form of democracy, because they wanted this government to be accountable to the public, which means to the legislature. Okay. Let's look at another question. Which one of the following constitutional amendments states that the total number of ministers, including the Prime Minister, in the Council of Ministers shall not exceed 15% of the total number of members of the House of the People? House of the People means Lok Sabha. Let me know what is the right answer. 90th, 91st, 92nd, 93rd. B, something that we discussed when Mr. Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, 91st Constitutional Amendment Act, the year was 2003. This question was asked in 2007. The assertion is the Council of Ministers in the Union of India is collectively responsible both to the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. The members of both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha are eligible to be the ministers of the Union government. What is the right answer? A, B, C, D. The Council of Ministers in the Union of India is collectively responsible only to Lok Sabha. Why? Because Lok Sabha is directly elected by the people. So assertion is wrong. The members of both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha are eligible to be the ministers of the Union government. The External Affairs Minister, Mr. Subramaniam Jaishankar, is from Rajya Sabha. The Finance Minister is from the Rajya Sabha. So either you should be from Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha in order to be appointed as a minister. Or you may not be from either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. But you have to get yourself elected to either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha within 6 months of your appointment as a minister. That means reason is B is correct. So A is false but R is true. D is the right answer. That is something that we had to discuss today, this important, beautiful chapter, the executive. We will meet tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the evening, and we shall discuss the legislature. And if you have understood this lecture, do let me know in the comment section. Let's see if there are 102 students watching this live. Let's see after the session is over, can we expect 100 comments? Either, sir, we understood, or sir, we did not understand at all. Whatever it is, do let me know in the comment section, and see you tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the evening. Till then, have a great time. All the best. Bye-bye. Good night. Hello and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Today is day 5. As communicated before, in 8 lectures, our endeavor is to cover comprehensively the most important chapters of this beautifully written book, Indian Constitution at Work, which is a textbook in political science for class 11th. We've already covered 4 lectures. If you haven't attended those yet, please go through the recordings available on our YouTube channel. Today, let's discuss a legislature. And all you need to do is to tell us in the comment section whether this initiative of covering NCERTs in 8 lectures, whether it is aiding your civil services preparation or not. Do not forget to press the like button and subscribe to our channel if you haven't yet, and share the links of these sessions with your friends and fellow aspirants. So let's get started and let's look at why do we need a parliament. But first things first, there are 3 organs of the state: legislature, executive, judiciary. Executive we discussed yesterday. Legislature we will discuss today. And tomorrow we will discuss judiciary. But why do we need a parliament? Yes, for lawmaking. That is the principal objective, principal role, the most important function of the parliament, which is to legislate, which is to make laws. But lawmaking is just one function of the parliament. Parliament is packed with action. There are protests, there are demonstrations, there are walkouts, there are cries, there are screams, and sometimes chairs thrown at each other, microphones snatched, the copies of the bill torn. But be that as it may, whether you like it or not, Parliament is not just an institution for making laws, it is an institution in action. It is packed with action all the time. Are we a democracy? Yes. And what is a democracy? Something that we have discussed in one of these lectures. And I told you, democracy in India means rule by the people through representatives. Indirect democracy. But it is very important that this legislature, which is the parliament, it should be clearly representative of the entire country. If it is not representative enough, if it is not efficient enough, then it loses its significance. And that is the challenge that legislatures throughout the world are facing right now. And what is that challenge? The challenge is it is often controlled by the executive. Executive in the sense, we have a government at the center headed by, the government is headed by the Prime Minister. And we have the legislature, Parliament. one important thing that you need to keep in mind is that Parliament, which is the legislature at the center, it consists of President. President is an integral part of the Parliament. President is an integral part of the executive as well. And then there are two houses called Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha. So basically, law has to be passed by the Parliament. But in reality, it is the executive which is controlling the Parliament. How? These bills have to be introduced in the Parliament, and most of the times there are the bills which are introduced by the government which pass. Because in this legislature, there is the dominance of the ruling political party or the ruling coalition. And that is what this NCERT tries to address right at the start by saying that in democracies, legislatures are losing their central place to the executive. Because in a cabinet form of democracy that we have, the cabinet form of government that we have, all the policies which are decided by the cabinet, which are decided by the executive, they ultimately pass in the legislature. But even then, no matter how strong the Prime Minister is, no matter how powerful the executive is, they have to attend the Parliament. They have to answer the questions posed by the legislators. They have to prove their majority on the floor of the Lok Sabha. And this is where lies the immense potential and power of the legislature. So what is a legislature? Legislature, as the name suggests, is an institution whose primary job, responsibility is to make laws, to enact laws. But that's not the only job, that's not the only function, that's not the only role of the legislature. We will discuss multiple roles of the legislature today. But when it comes to Indian Parliament, we have legislature at the center called Indian Parliament. We have legislature in every state as well. And at the Parliament at the central level, we say we have a bicameral legislature. What do we mean by a bicameral legislature? A legislature, if it is composed of two houses. Is Indian Parliament bicameral? Yes, because there are two houses, Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Similarly, at the state level, we have state legislatures, but there are some states where we have bicameral legislature, where there are two houses of the state legislature. One house is called Legislative Assembly, the other house is called Legislative Council. But there are only 6 states in India where we have bicameral legislature. Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka. These are the 6 states where we have bicameral legislature. In all other states, we have unicameral legislature. That means they have only one house of the state legislature, and that one house is known as the Legislative Assembly. But now there can be a question on your mind, which is addressed by NCERT. Why do we need two houses of the Indian Parliament? Why do we need a bicameral legislature? Why can't we have a single house? NCERT says that there are countries which have vast population and which are diverse as well. And you want to give different kinds of representations to these different sets of people, different diversities that we have. So in order to ensure that we give representation to all sections of the society, give representation to all geographical regions or parts, reflecting and respecting the diversity of India, that is why we need two houses. But bicameral legislature plays one more important role. And what is that important role? Every bill, every policy is revised twice. Twice in the sense, if a bill has been introduced in one house, then this bill has to go to the other house, which means every bill is debated twice. Every bill is discussed twice, which means there will be double check on every matter. Even if one house takes any decision in haste, there will be another house which will reconsider it. And that is what one member of the Constituent Assembly spoke in the Constituent Assembly. She said, an upper house could perform a useful function of being a revising body. One house will pass a bill, the other house will revise it if that bill is not just, is not fair, is not reasonable. Plus, who are the members who are elected to the Lok Sabha? We will discuss it today, but there are these members who are directly elected by the people. So in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, some of you would have come out of your homes and cast your vote, exercised your right to vote, and you elected 543 MPs to the Lok Sabha. That means in Lok Sabha, there are people who are directly elected. But in Rajya Sabha, there are people who are elected and there are people who are nominated as well. But these nominated people, they are nominated by the president from various fields. If they have done and made spectacular contributions to various fields such as art, literature, science, social service. And Ms. Purnima Banerjee said that this second house, those who could not enter into the rough and tumble of active politics could advise the lower house. Which means in order to win the election, the Lok Sabha election, I have to campaign very hard in my constituency. Sometimes bribe people as well. But what if there is an individual who has performed spectacularly well in various fields of art, literature, science, social service, and this person cannot go into the rough and tumble of politics, cannot campaign, cannot canvass for its votes, may not be in a position to bribe voters as well, may not like to polarize the society along the lines of religion, region, language or caste. Ultimately, unfortunately, such people are unelectable. That means they won't be elected because they are not in a position to polarize the society. But since they have made significant contributions to some fields, we still need them as part of the lawmaking exercise. And Rajya Sabha provides that option. 12 members will be nominated by the president, those who have made beautiful contributions in the fields of art, literature, science, social service. And these experts will be part of the lawmaking because Parliament is there to make laws and it will advise the lower house of Indian Parliament. That is why we have two houses. Why do we need two houses? Because a country such as India, which is geographically very vast as well, which is diverse as well, to give representation to all the regions and parts of India, to give representation to all the diversity that we have in India, we have two houses. And the second house will also serve another purpose. It will act as a revising house. That means a bill, a policy introduced by one house will be revised by the second house. So there will be double check. And that is the purpose of the second house. That is why do we need two houses? These are the two reasons provided in the NCERTs. Now what about Rajya Sabha? We say Rajya Sabha is the federal chamber of Indian Parliament. And what do we mean by a federal chamber of the Indian Parliament? That means Rajya Sabha basically represents the interests of the states in India. All the states in India, they are represented in the Rajya Sabha. And when I say states, although not mentioned in NCERT, states include those UTs as well, which have a legislative assembly. For example, Delhi, for example, Puducherry. So all states in India, all the UTs which have legislative assembly, they get represented in the Rajya Sabha. But what sort of representation? That's something that we need to understand now. Because representation can be in two ways. One representation is something that we see in United States of America, where they have a parliament and they call their parliament Congress. They also have a bicameral legislature. One is the House of Representatives and the other is Senate. Just like we have Rajya Sabha, they have the Senate. That means Rajya Sabha represents states in India, Senate represents states in United States. But there are 50 states in United States, and all states have equal representation. Equal representation in the sense, every state, no matter how big or small it is, no matter how massive or smaller population base they have, every state would be in a position to send 2 of its representatives to the Senate. This is one form of representation. If you want to give representation to all states, then consider this. Give equal representation to all the states. From every state, 2 representatives will be sent to the upper house of US Congress, which is the Senate. But India has chosen a different type of representation. And it makes much more logical sense. How? Compare Uttar Pradesh with Sikkim. What is the population of Uttar Pradesh? Close to 2,000 lakhs, 98.12 lakhs. And what is the population of Sikkim? 6.10 lakhs. If we give equal representation to Uttar Pradesh in the Rajya Sabha, Sikkim as well in Rajya Sabha, does it make any sense? That is why Rajya Sabha will have 31 MPs from Uttar Pradesh and Rajya Sabha will have 1 MP from Sikkim, because we look into the population figures. Massive the population, more representation that state will have in the Rajya Sabha. This Rajya Sabha was first constituted in the year 1952. And the term of a Rajya Sabha MP is 6 years. But 1/3 members retire every 2 years. If 1/3 members retire every 2 years, that means every 2 years we will have election to fill these 1/3 vacancies. Then after 2 years again, 1/3 vacancies need to be filled. That means at one point in time, Rajya Sabha will never be dissolved, because at any point in time there will be representatives, MPs in the Rajya Sabha. Unlike Lok Sabha, where the term is 5 years for all the MPs, and there comes a time when you have completed this 5-year term, the entire Lok Sabha gets dissolved and a fresh Lok Sabha has to be constituted. But that is not the case with Rajya Sabha, because 1/3 members retire every 2 years, which means every 2 years there will be elections to fill this 1/3 vacancy, which means at any given point in time there won't be Rajya Sabha dissolved, because members would be present. And that is why we say Rajya Sabha is the permanent house of Indian Parliament. But this is where I can anticipate a confusion in your mind. Sir, there is a confusion. What is the confusion? Sir, on one hand you are saying the term of the Rajya Sabha MP is 6 years, and on the other hand you are saying 1/3 of the members retire every 2 years. It doesn't make sense. Then by that logic, the term of a Rajya Sabha MP is only 2 years. Now listen to me carefully. When Rajya Sabha was constituted in 1952, and this is something which is not mentioned in NCERT, and I am going beyond NCERT because this is a point that is important for you to understand. If Rajya Sabha was constituted in 1952, then the term of the Rajya Sabha MP is 6 years. Which means when we will reach 1958, all these MPs who got elected to Rajya Sabha in 1952, their term would end in 1958. That means in 1958, Rajya Sabha would have nobody. Rajya Sabha would be dissolved. It will be just like the Lok Sabha, right or wrong? Yes. Then this is where in 1954, all those MPs who were elected to Rajya Sabha in 1952, 1/3 of them, they were made to retire. You please retire after 2 years. Why? Because we need to ensure that Rajya Sabha is the permanent house of Indian Parliament. But why should we retire? We will elect you again, but right now you retire. Why should I retire? Somebody else should retire. Okay, let's solve this confusion. We will keep a bowl, we will extract lots. Through draw of lots, through chit system, we will extract names of those 1/3 MPs who will be made to retire. And when these 1/3 names were picked up, they were made to retire. That means in 1954 itself, those 1/3 were elected again. So they were made to retire after 2 years. But when they were made to retire after 2 years, then they contested elections again, fresh election. Now when you contest election as fresh, that means your term is 6 years, which basically means now you will remain in office till 1960. Then in 1956, again 1/3 members were made to retire. And when they were made to retire, fresh election was conducted. That means now their term is till 1962. That means now there will be some members whose term will be over in 1958, some whose term will be over in 1960, some whose term will be over in 1962. That is how we will ensure 1/3 members retire every 2 years. Their term is over every 2 years. That means now all the MPs in Rajya Sabha that we have, their term is not same. Term is same of 6 years, but the period of their term, the period of their tenure is not same. Because for some, it will end in 2020. For some, it will end in 2022. For some, in 2024. Now, the way I explained it, it might have caused one confusion in your mind. What is that confusion? For example, if this is the Rajya Sabha seat from UP, for example, and the term of this Rajya Sabha MP is 6 years. What if after 1 year I resign? Or after 1 year I am dead? Or after 1 year I am disqualified? That means this seat is vacant now. We have to elect someone else to occupy this seat. When we elect a new person to occupy this seat, you will remain in office only for the remainder of the term. And the remainder of the term is 5 years. Sir, by that logic, these 1/3 MPs who were made to retire in 1954, they should have remained in office only till 1958, the remainder of the term, because 4 years were left. 1954 and 1956, these were the only 2 years where exception was made just to ensure that Rajya Sabha remains a permanent house of Indian Parliament, where through draw of lots, 1/3 members were made to retire. And then election was conducted, and then they had to occupy their seat for full 6-year term. This is how Constitution ensures that Rajya Sabha is the permanent house of Indian Parliament. And then how are these MPs to Rajya Sabha elected by the states? We have discussed that in the 3rd chapter when we discussed election and representation. In that lecture, I explained you, I even told you the formula that is required to get the minimum number of votes required for somebody to be elected to the Rajya Sabha. Then if the Rajya Sabha is the upper house, Lok Sabha is the lower house. And Lok Sabha elections, how are these MPs elected? The entire country is divided into 543 constituencies. And when the entire country is divided into 543 constituencies, then through first past the post system, something that we discussed in the elections chapter, 543 MPs are elected to Lok Sabha and their term is for 5 years. But even before 5 years, Lok Sabha can be dissolved. Why? If the Prime Minister advises the President that you dissolve Lok Sabha even before completing 5-year term, Lok Sabha can be dissolved. Or if a government loses majority on the floor of the Lok Sabha and there is no other alternative government possible, in that case, since no government is possible, Lok Sabha is dissolved, which paves way for fresh elections. So although the term is 5 years, but Lok Sabha can be dissolved even before completing this 5-year term. That's what we call the Lok Sabha. Now this statement is mentioned here, the number has not changed since 1971 census. Can you tell me why? Original idea was that if the population increases, corresponding to that, the number of elected representatives in Lok Sabha should also increase. Which means in a state, if the population increases, corresponding to that increase in the population, more seats should be made available to that state. Clear or not? And this is what happened. After every census, because census is carried out every 10 years, which gives us the picture about the population of this country. Constitution would say that after every census, there should be delimitation. And what do we mean by this delimitation? Something that we discussed in the election chapter as well. Basically, you are redrawing the electoral boundaries of India. Which means if the population increases, corresponding to that, the number of seats should also increase. But where is the population increasing? Where do we increase the number of seats? That is decided by this body called Delimitation Commission. And it happened. Delimitation happened after the census of 1951. Delimitation happened after the census of 1961. Delimitation happened after the census of 1971 as well. But this is where the southern states protested. Southern states, they said that it is like disincentive towards us. It is incentive for bad performance. The southern states were asked, can you elaborate? The southern states said that we have been successful in implementing family planning programs. So somewhere down the line, we have been in a position to stabilize our population. But these Bimaru states in the northern India, their term, not mine, the Bimaru states in the northern India, for example, Bihar, for example, Rajasthan, for example, Uttar Pradesh, for example, Madhya Pradesh, they are unable to control their population. Their population is exploding. And if the population is exploding, corresponding to that, they will have more representatives in Lok Sabha as well. So northern India will have more representatives in Lok Sabha as compared to southern India. So basically you are penalizing us for doing good and you are incentivizing these northern states for doing bad because they are unable to control their population. This is where in 1976 the constitution was amended. Srimati Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister and the constitution said now no more delimitation for till 2001. And even if we go for delimitation, the number of seats in Lok Sabha will remain frozen till 2026. That means till 2026, there won't be an increase in the number of seats in Lok Sabha or legislative assemblies. That is why in Lok Sabha, this number 543 is fixed since 1971, or it has not changed since 1971. Let's look at something else. What does Parliament do? Function number 1, legislative function. What is this legislative function? It makes laws. There is something called Schedule 7 of the Indian Constitution, which talks about distribution of powers. Or to make it even more clear, distribution of legislative subjects. There are some items which are mentioned in the union list. There are some items which are mentioned in the state list. What is the other list? Concurrent list. All the items which are mentioned in the union list, Who has the power to make laws on these subjects? Parliament. Subjects such as defense, external affairs, communication, banking, insurance, citizenship, extradition, so on and so forth. Who has the power to make laws on any item mentioned in the state list? State legislature. For example, police. For example, law and order. For example, agriculture. For example, gambling. Who has the power to make a law on any item mentioned in the concurrent list? Both Parliament as well as state legislature. For example, criminal procedure, civil procedure, education, forests. All these are the items mentioned in the concurrent list. So when we say the first job of the Parliament is to legislate, to make laws, that means Parliament's job, function, role is to make laws on all items mentioned in the union list, on all items mentioned in the concurrent list. That is the legislative function, that is the legislative power, role of the Parliament. There is one interesting statement mentioned in NCERT. Members other than ministers can also introduce bills, but they have no chance of being passed. These bills, and I've told you what is a bill previously, bill is a proposal. Bill is like a draft. The draft may change. For example, I'm telling you, write an answer on elections. And you are giving me your first draft. Sir, this is how the answer looks like. I'm asking you to make changes. Then you present a second draft, then third draft, then fourth draft, and this is the perfect answer. And now this becomes the final law. So bill is basically a draft. Bill is basically a proposal. But who will introduce this bill? Bill can be introduced by a minister who is part of the executive. Bill can be introduced by a non-minister. And a bill introduced by a non-minister is what we call a private member's bill. And most of the times it is the government bill. It is the bill introduced by a minister which gets passed. And NCERT says bills, members other than ministers can also introduce bills, but they have no chance of being passed except without the support of the government. Which means the government support is required because government has no majority. That means majority legislators are part of the government, are part of the ruling party, are part of the ruling coalition. Without their support, this private member's bill cannot be passed. Have there been instances in India where private members' bill have been passed? Yes. In total, 14 private members' bills since the first Lok Sabha have been passed by the Parliament. Just 14. Which means this statement is correct. Members other than ministers can also introduce bills, but they have no chance of being passed without the support of the government. Role number 1 of the Parliament, legislative function. Role number 2, controls the executive. And how does Parliament control the executive? Through various tools, which we will discuss in detail later. Through motions, through resolutions, through questions, through debates, through discussions. That's how the legislature, the Parliament, controls the executive. That is role number 2. Role number 3, financial function. We say Parliament is the custodian of public purse. The taxes that you and me pay, the taxes that the government imposes on the people, almost all the taxes, all the investments raised by the government, all the loans raised by the government, they get deposited into a fund called Consolidated Fund of India. Does that mean Mr. Nitin Gadkari can withdraw money from this Consolidated Fund of India at any point in time for the construction of roads, highways, motorways in India? No. He has to seek parliamentary approval. That means the custodian of this public purse is the Parliament. Without approval of the Parliament, not even a single penny can be withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India. And that is why we say, when this NCERT chapter started, it said the job of the legislature is not only to make laws, although law making is one of the most important functions of the Parliament, but it's not the only job. Its job is to legislate, but its job also is to control the executive. Its job is to control the executive, but also it has a financial function. Not just that, it has representation role. Look at the Parliament, and we can say Parliament is the nation in miniature. There are people belonging to different religious communities, caste communities, linguistic communities, states, tribals, scheduled castes, OBCs and others. So if we want a true representative picture of what this nation is all about, for that we have to look at the Parliament. So role of the Parliament is that it represents the divergent views of different religious, cultural, social groups in India. That's another role. And then another role is debating function. We say Parliament is the highest forum of debate in the country, and there is no limitation to what the Parliament can discuss. Parliament can discuss anything inside the Parliament, inside the House. The legislators, the parliamentarians can discuss anything, and they can speak freely on any matter. And that is how parliamentarians are able to represent the views of their constituencies as well. The kind of debates that we witness in the Parliament, that tells us that this is another important role that is performed by the Parliament. And on top of that, Parliament has a constituent function. What is this constituent function? If we need to amend the Constitution, for that, do we have to call the Constituent Assembly again? Do we have to revive the Constituent Assembly again? No. It is this Parliament which has been elected by the people, which will have the power to amend the Constitution. So another role of the Parliament is that it has the power of discussing and enacting changes, amendments to the Constitution of India. Then another role is electoral function. Who elects or who participates in the election of the President of India? Members of the Parliament. Who participates in the election of the Vice President of India? Members of the Parliament. That is another role. And they perform some judicial functions as well, although it should not be mentioned as the judicial function, because that's not the judicial function. You can say it is a quasi-judicial function. And what is this quasi-judicial function? It has the power to vote to impeach the President of India. It has the power to vote to remove the Vice President, to remove the judges of the High Court and Supreme Court. But sir, why do we call it a quasi-judicial function? If you are saying it should not have been judicial function mentioned in the NCERT, what is the job of the judiciary? To punish you if you have violated any crime. But how will the judiciary punish you? There has to be investigation. Matter will go to the court. You will have your lawyer. The state will have their own lawyer. And ultimately, after I'm hearing all the arguments, I will come to the conclusion that you are guilty and you are to be hanged by your neck till death. Which means I will consider evidence and then give judgment. But that's the job of the judiciary. Judges are not part of impeaching the President of India. But Parliament, as an institution, can impeach the President of India, but President will be given the option of defending himself. Which means one house of the Parliament will investigate the charges against the President and ultimately come to a conclusion whether President should be impeached or not. Because President is impeached on the grounds of violation of the Constitution. There will be one house which will investigate whether President has indeed violated the Constitution or not. That's a judicial function. But since Parliament is not judiciary, that is why we say it's a quasi-judicial function. Not completely judicial, but because there are legislators involved as well, it is quasi-judicial function. So these are the functions performed by the Parliament. Legislative function, control over the executive, financial function. Parliament represents the divergent views of the diversity that we have. It has debating function, it has a constituent function, it has an electoral function, it has a judicial, or the most appropriate term is the quasi-judicial function. But then what are the powers of the Rajya Sabha? If you are only reading NCERTs for the preparation of the civil services examination, let me tell you something. If you read NCERTs on your own, there may be instances which may confuse you, or maybe you're hearing it for the first time. There are also errors and mistakes in the NCERT as well. And today we will flag 2 or 3 mistakes and errors. How? Powers of the Lok Sabha are mentioned here, powers of the Rajya Sabha are mentioned here. Under this powers of the Lok Sabha, it is mentioned that you have the power to amend the Constitution. That is not the only power, that's not the power of the Lok Sabha only. Constitution is amended by Parliament. And I've told you Parliament includes President, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. So if Constitution is to be amended, for that a bill should be introduced in the Parliament. This is a bill called Constitutional Amendment Bill. It should be passed by both houses of Indian Parliament, then signed by the President. Then Constitution can be amended. So by looking at this comparison of powers of the Lok Sabha, powers of the Rajya Sabha, in powers of the Lok Sabha, if it is mentioned amends the Constitution, it might give a misleading sense that this is the power of Lok Sabha only. But that's not the case. Similarly, it approves the proclamation of emergency. Even Rajya Sabha has to approve. So if President's rule is to be imposed, national emergency is to be imposed, financial emergency is to be imposed, both houses of the Indian Parliament have to approve these emergencies, not Lok Sabha alone. Although under Rajya Sabha, it is mentioned approves constitutional amendments. This may also be misleading. So somebody is amending the Constitution, you are only approving it. No. Both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, you have an equal role in amending the Constitution, equal power in amending the Constitution. Similarly, when we say control over the executive by asking questions, supplementary questions, adjournment motions, so on and so forth, there are some powers which are exclusive to Lok Sabha, and there are some powers which are exclusive to Rajya Sabha. And that is what we call special powers of Rajya Sabha or Lok Sabha. And what are these special powers? Number 1, and this is mistake number 2 in NCERT. What is this mistake? Read this, and if you have read polity, you would be able to flag it as well. As you know, Rajya Sabha is an institutional mechanism to provide representation to the states. Its purpose is to protect the powers of the states. Therefore, any matter that affects the states must be referred to it for its consent and approval. This much is clear. Thus, and this is where the problem starts, thus if the Union Parliament wishes to remove a matter from the state list over which the state legislature can make law to either union list or concurrent list, the approval of Rajya Sabha is necessary. This is incorrect. Why? There is a special power of Rajya Sabha, but that is what we call Article 249. And what is this 249? This is a state list. If Rajya Sabha passes a resolution by 2/3 majority, that it is in national interest that Parliament should make a law on any item mentioned in the state list or on this item mentioned in the state list, then Parliament will be empowered to make a law on state list. Sir, what are you saying? I am saying tomorrow, if Rajya Sabha passes a resolution and says it is in national interest that Parliament, which means Parliament, President, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, all the three together, that Parliament should make a law on police in Punjab because it is in national interest for Parliament to legislate on police in Punjab because maybe there is disturbance in Punjab. Then Parliament becomes empowered to make law on police with respect to Punjab. That is what NCERT should have mentioned here. What they have mentioned here is, if one item is to be shifted from state list to concurrent list or from state list to union list, it requires Rajya Sabha's approval. Yes, it requires Rajya Sabha's approval, but that is not the special power. Because this would require approval of the Lok Sabha as well. Not just Lok Sabha, it would require the ratification by at least half of the state legislatures in India, because this is a constitutional amendment affecting the federal feature of Indian Constitution. Long story short, if any provision of the Indian Constitution, which we say is a federal feature, and there is Article 368 which explains which are these federal features. If any of these things are changed, then Parliament will pass this bill, but before this bill is sent to the President, this bill is sent to all the state legislatures in India. And only when at least half of these states accept this constitutional amendment, then this bill is sent to the President for approval. And President has no other option but to sign this constitutional amendment bill, which means the President does not have any veto power on a constitutional amendment bill. Which means one such federal feature is if you alter 7th schedule of the Constitution. Which means if you take one item in the state list and shift it to a union list or shift it to a concurrent list, for that you need to amend the Constitution. But what sort of amendment? Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, they have to pass this constitutional amendment bill. Then this bill will be sent to all the state legislatures in India. On only when at least half of the states ratify this constitutional amendment, that means approve this constitutional amendment, can this bill be sent to President for approval. Instead of mentioning Article 249, NCERT has mentioned a different concept, which is a mistake and error. Another mistake. Then, powers which are exercised only by the Lok Sabha. Then there are powers that only Lok Sabha exercises. Like, who can initiate a money bill? A bill which talks about money matters. And what is a money matter? One such money matter is, I told you, there is Consolidated Fund of India. Without approval of the Parliament, the executive cannot withdraw even a single penny from Consolidated Fund of India. But how does Parliament give approval that executive, that minister, you can withdraw money from Consolidated Fund of India? By passing a money bill. And this money bill can be introduced only in the Lok Sabha. Introduced, but it has to be passed by both. It can be introduced only in Lok Sabha, and if it is passed in Lok Sabha by simple majority, then this bill goes to Rajya Sabha. What are the options available with Rajya Sabha? Rajya Sabha can accept a money bill, but Rajya Sabha cannot reject a money bill. Rajya Sabha cannot amend a money bill. Rajya Sabha can only make recommendations to a money bill. So what is the difference between amendment and recommendation? I am asking you, write an article on money bill. You are sending it to me. This article was written in 1 page. I have added my own inputs into your answer, and now this answer is 5 pages. What am I doing? I am amending your answer by adding something to this answer, by removing something from your answer, by deleting something from your answer. This is called amendment. Rajya Sabha cannot amend a money bill. What Rajya Sabha can do? It can make recommendations. That means your answer on a money bill, I am not changing anything. I am just sending you one more copy. These are the points you should have mentioned in your answer. I am not changing your answer. I am just giving you suggestions that this is how you should have written the answer. That is recommendation. So Rajya Sabha can only suggest recommendations without changing anything in the money bill. Rajya Sabha can make recommendations to a money bill. But if these recommendations are not acceptable to Lok Sabha, doesn't matter, the bill is passed. Or Rajya Sabha may not act on a money bill, may not pass a money bill, will keep the money bill pending. At the expiry of 14 days, it is deemed that money bill has been passed by both houses of the Indian Parliament. But now you might ask, why Rajya Sabha has a limited role when it comes to a money bill? Can you explain why? The Rajya Sabha is elected by MLAs. That means not by the people directly. Therefore, Constitution stops short of giving certain powers to Rajya Sabha. That's the explanation given by NCERT. An even more clear explanation is there was a slogan that was raised during the American Revolution called no taxation without representation. When you impose a tax, any bill calling for the imposition of a tax is a money bill. But we say only those people should impose tax whom we have elected. And we have elected people directly to Lok Sabha. We have not elected people directly to the Rajya Sabha. So only Lok Sabha should have special power in the imposition of tax. And then we will hold them accountable. That is why special power is given to Lok Sabha in these money matters as compared to the Rajya Sabha. Now there is another question that we need to address. And the question is, how does Parliament make law? For example, here is a bill. Now what is a bill? Bill is a proposal, bill is a draft. And let's go back to the first slide that we discussed. There is a tendency that the supremacy of Parliament has been reducing and executive is controlling the legislature. In fact, this was one of the questions asked in 2024 mains examination. Although just by reading NCERTs, you would not have been in a position to answer that question. But that's a separate matter. But be that as it may, the point is then NCERT further would say that even the strongest Prime Minister, even the strongest executive will have to attend Parliament, address Parliament, answer questions of the legislators and ensure that they have majority in the Parliament. This is where lies the potential of the Parliament. Why am I repeating this point? Listen to me carefully. Normally what happens? A bill is introduced. Where? In either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. But please understand, bills can be of various types. A bill introduced by a minister is a government bill. A bill introduced by a non-minister is a private member's bill. Then there is a bill called a money bill, financial bill, ordinary bill, constitutional amendment bill, multiple bills. But here our focus will be on ordinary bill. So tell us, what is an ordinary bill? An ordinary bill is a bill which is neither a money bill, nor a financial bill, nor a constitutional amendment bill. That bill is an ordinary bill. Sir, can you give one example? For example, we want to increase the marriageable age of women in India from current 18 to 21. This is an ordinary bill. This bill will be introduced in either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. And then what happens? After this introduction, this bill may be sent to a select committee, or this bill may be sent to a joint parliamentary committee. For example, Waqf bill was introduced by the government recently. There were protests against that bill by the opposition. The government was forced to send this bill to a committee. What is this? This is the control of Parliament. This is the control of the legislature over the executive. So this bill will be introduced in the House, and then it may be sent to the select committees. Committee in the sense, Parliament has to pass so many laws, so many bills. Imagine a situation that I have to teach you all subjects of civil services examination, but I have limited time, which means I will teach you polity thoroughly and I will sacrifice time for other subjects, which means other subjects I will rush through because I don't have enough time to teach you all the subjects, which means on some subjects I will teach you well, on some subjects I will rush through the syllabus. Same goes with Parliament as well. Parliamentarians, they are not experts. Parliament does not meet every single day. And if Parliament has to discuss every bill in great detail, Parliament does not have the time to discuss each and every bill in great detail. That is why committees are set up. There will be members of the committee. Let's say 31 people will be part of this committee. 31 MPs will be part of this committee. And this bill will be sent to this committee. You discuss this bill. You debate this bill. You dissect this bill. And then prepare a report and tell us what is good, bad, ugly, how can we make this bill better, so on and so forth. Suggest us that report. And then there will be other 31 MPs who will look into another bill, another 31 MPs, another bill. This way, the entire Parliament is looking at bills, but individually in the form of committees. And maybe this committee will also meet people. For example, a joint parliamentary committee was set up to review the Waqf bill which was introduced by the government. And then this joint parliamentary committee met people as well, sought the opinion of the people. And then the debates, the discussions on this bill by the members of this committee, by the dealings, suggestions of the public as well, report will be presented, and this report will be given to the House, which can be Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. But this report is not binding on the House. House may either accept this report or reject this. Whether it accepts or rejects, then there is a detailed discussion on this bill. If the bill is accepted, it is sent to another House. If it is sent to another House, other House can give its approval again. And then after that, bill is sent to the President for approval, President signs, and then this bill becomes a law. These are the various stages through which the bill goes through. And normally, there are 3 stages of a bill. The first stage is the introduction. I am a member of the parliament. I want to introduce a bill. This is called stage 1. I will introduce this bill. Normally, there is no dispute. Nobody will stop me from introducing this bill. But sometimes the members of the parliament will say, no, don't let him to even introduce this bill. For example, there was a time when Dr. Shashi Tharoor tried to introduce a bill to decriminalize homosexuality. He was not allowed to even introduce that bill because the majority of the members of the Lok Sabha objected, said, no, don't allow him to even introduce this bill. But if he is allowed, he will introduce this bill. He will also mention the objects and reasons. What is the objective of this bill? What are we trying to achieve through this bill? What is the reason I am bringing about this bill? That I have to say in my speech before the House. And that is what we call first stage of the bill. And then in the second stage, the bill may be sent to a select committee. The bill may be sent to elicit public opinion. The bill may be sent to a joint parliamentary committee. And once those reports are given, then the House considers those reports, either accepts them or rejects them. And then the third stage is a mere formality. Formality in the sense, the bill is to be voted upon. If the bill is voted upon, if the bill gets majority, it will then go to the other house. And in other house also, it will go through these stages. But now there is a point. There is a bill X. Lok Sabha approves it. Rajya Sabha rejects it. If it is not a money bill. Why, sir? Because I told you a money bill cannot be rejected by the Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha can at best suggest recommendations to a money bill. If this bill is passed by one house, is not acceptable to the other house, in that case there is something called deadlock. And to resolve this deadlock, there is something provision called joint sitting of the parliament. That means now Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, they will come together and discuss this bill. And what do you think? Whose side will the decision be? It will favor Lok Sabha. Why? Because of the numerical strength of the Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha has 543 MPs. Rajya Sabha has 245 MPs. It is the will of the Lok Sabha which prevails over Rajya Sabha in this joint sitting of the two houses. Look at what is mentioned here. Special provision in the respect of money bill. A money bill shall not be introduced in the Council of States, which means a money bill cannot be introduced in the Rajya Sabha. Where is it mentioned? Article 109. Why am I highlighting this? I'll tell you slightly later when we will discuss previous year's question papers. Specifically, the questions which were asked in 2024 prelims. And this question was asked. Again, let me tell you, when I teach legislature, parliament to my students in the classes, this chapter legislature, it takes almost 20 hours. And here NCERT expects me to complete it in one session, which can be of 1 hour 15 minutes. Why? Because a lot of things are not mentioned here. And that is why I keep on repeating, NCERT is just for your conceptual clarity. But to prepare for the civil services exam, to write this exam, you need to also go through the reference book. But NCERT is to gain conceptual clarity. And now another concept that we need to understand is how does Parliament control the executive? But before that, let me ask you, are you able to understand whatever we are discussing today? Yes, everybody. Okay. How does Parliament control the executive? In a parliamentary democracy, something that we discussed yesterday, executive is drawn from legislature. That means who is the Prime Minister, who are the ministers? They have to be necessarily members of the legislature as well. Yes, there is an exception that I can also be appointed as a minister, but within 6 months of my appointment, I have to get myself elected to either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. But long story short, executive in a parliamentary democracy is drawn from the legislature. But then this parliamentary democracy may what is called slip into cabinet dictatorship. That means it is the cabinet which will decide how the parliament is to be run. Because who can summon parliament? President. On the advice of the cabinet. What sort of bills are to be introduced? That government decides. Yes, there can be private members' bills as well, but those bills we have seen only 14 have passed since the enactment of the Constitution. That is why we say there is one practice that we should follow. Let opposition have its say and let government have its way. What does that mean? Let opposition oppose, because that's their job. But let the government have its way. That means whatever bills they want to be passed, they should be allowed to pass, because that is how they can govern. But even outside that, there are ways that the legislature can hold the executive accountable. For example, questions. Questions will be asked, and the first hour of any parliamentary day session is what we call question hour. If you have watched any parliamentary proceeding, for example, there are normally 3 sessions of the parliament. There is budget session, monsoon session, winter session. Any specific day, the first hour of a day is reserved for questions, where questions will be asked to the ministers. That's how you can keep the executive under check. After question hour, there is the agenda. Maybe today we will discuss the Waqf bill, or today our agenda is we will discuss the situation in Ukraine, or our agenda is we will discuss the condition in Manipur, what is exactly happening in Manipur, what the government is doing in Manipur or not doing in Manipur. Through these discussions, through these questions, there will be a check on the government, control over the executive. And sometimes between question hour and the agenda, there is another interesting hour called 0 hour. Because in question hour, executive is given questions in advance. Sir, are you saying this question paper has been leaked to executive before? Yes. Why? Because they have to come up with an answer. They can't lie inside the parliament. Otherwise, for every question that I will ask the executive, the minister, he will say, give me some time, I will get back to you. Like a teacher who doesn't entertain any doubts in the class. Why? Because doesn't know the answer. Or if you force him to answer that question, I will come back to you. That is why we give questions to the ministers in advance. Come up with an answer. And then they reply before the parliament, because they are now prepared with an answer. But sometimes questions can be asked to the ministers without prior submitting these questions. And that is what we call 0 hour. But here, the executive, the ministers, they are not bound to reply. But questions are asked. You and me, we will come to know through the proceedings of the House from Sansad TV what a minister is saying, what a minister is not saying, why is he not replying. or how deep is or are her replies. Through this, we exercise control over the executive. We may not even approve, the legislature may not approve bills introduced by the government. That's how we can keep control. Although this happens in a coalition government or in a government where the government does not have the full majority in the parliament. For example, if one nation, one election is to be implemented, for that you need to amend the constitution, and for that you need a special majority, which the BJP and its allies do not have either in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Which means unless and until you bring opposition on board, you collaborate with the opposition, there is no way one nation, one election can be implemented. And without collaboration, if you introduce this bill will be rejected by the House. Which means now legislature is controlling the executive. Similarly, financial control. Sir, what is this financial control? When Nirmala Sitharaman, Honorable Finance Minister, the best finance minister we ever have had, pun unintended. If you would have heard her budget speech, she would say, I propose to allocate these many crores to this scheme. She's proposing it. She won't say, I am giving 10 lakh crores to this sector. I am proposing to allocate 5,000 crore for this particular scheme. When you are proposing to whom? Legislature. Unless and until legislature approves it, you will not be able to withdraw that money and allocate for that scheme. So financial control is how legislature is keeping executive under check. And the most powerful weapon is the no confidence motion. Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister. He remained in office for 13 days. 13th day, no confidence motion is issued. Lok Sabha is saying we do not have the confidence in the Prime Minister. Discussion takes place, voting takes place, and Lok Sabha passes this no confidence motion. That means by a majority. That means by simple majority. That means by more than half of the members present and voting. And what Mr. Vajpayee had to do? Resign. So the most powerful weapon that legislature has in controlling the executive is the no confidence motion. But then, what do the committees of the parliament do? And I've told you what is the idea behind committees. Parliament does not have all the time to discuss all the bills together. All the 543 MPs in Lok Sabha, 245 in the Rajya Sabha, they are fixated on one particular bill. That means they won't be then in a position to pass the quantity and the quality of the bills that we demand, that we need. That's why there are committees. And this is where there is another mistake in NCERT book. It says since 1983, India has developed a system of parliamentary standing committees, wherein the fact is this system developed from 1993. Initially, we had 17 departmentally related standing committees. Today, we have 24 departmentally related standing committees. And what is a departmentally related standing committee? If there is a bill which concerns women and child welfare, for example, if we want to increase the minimum marriageable age of women from 18 to 21, for that there will be a specific standing committee related to bills for women and children. This departmentally related standing committee will have 31 MPs. 21 will be from the Lok Sabha, 10 will be from the Rajya Sabha. And together they will discuss this bill and then present a report. And this departmentally related standing committee, they play a very important role when it comes to budget. They will ask questions to the minister. Why do you need this much money? What did you do with the money that we gave you previously? Why were you not able to spend the money that we allocated to you previously? What exactly have you achieved by spending this money? These questions are accountability. Your father asking you questions. I gave you money to buy an online course to prepare for civil services exam. Tell me how many marks are you scoring in the mock tests? And you will shiver. Because now you are held accountable by your parents. Similarly, executive is held accountable by the legislature, by these departmentally related standing committees. And that's their job. But importantly, how does Parliament regulate itself? By making rules. Rules of business and procedure. For example, you might have read that 141 MPs of Lok Sabha were suspended by the presiding officer. Mahua Moitra was expelled from the Lok Sabha. These MPs were suspended for the remainder of the session. How Parliament regulates itself? By making rules. And to implement these rules, the most powerful role is that of a presiding officer. And who is that presiding officer? Speaker of Lok Sabha and the chairperson, who is the Vice President of India in the Rajya Sabha. And NCERT towards the end just makes a reference to anti-defection law. And what is this anti-defection law? This NCERT says there is one more way in which these presiding officers control the behavior of members. Anti-defection law. If BJP gives you ticket to contest elections and you win the election, for example, you are Mr. Ravi Kishan, who has won the election on a BJP ticket from a constituency in UP. Now you are the member of the Lok Sabha. If you resign from BJP, you will be disqualified under anti-defection law. If you vote against the directive of the BJP, which means you violate the whip issued by the BJP, you will be disqualified under anti-defection law. If you join another political party, you will be disqualified. And who will disqualify you? The presiding officer. This law was passed in 1985, known as the Anti-Defection Law. And this law was amended in 2003 as well, 91st Amendment, which means any defector cannot hold a ministerial position. Which means previously what would happen, if I was given a ticket by the Congress to contest elections, I won the election. Now I am a Congress MP in Lok Sabha, but BJP is in a position to form the government. They have formed the government. They are asking me, can you join us? I say, but I will be disqualified. I said, let you be disqualified, I will still make you a minister. This 91st Amendment says, a defector, unless and until you get re-elected, you should not be appointed as a minister. And this completes our NCERT chapter titled The Legislature, which is part of our Constitution at Work. Then let's look at some of the questions and let's see if you are able to answer these questions. With reference to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, consider the following statements. While any resolution for the removal of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha is under consideration, he shall not preside, he shall not have the right to speak, he shall not be entitled to vote on the resolution in the first instance. Which of these statements is or are correct? Tell me in the comment section. And the reason why I picked this question is to tell you that even if you would have read this NCERT book, there was no way for you to answer this question because you can't find this information in NCERT. That is why you need to follow a reference book. When the Speaker of the Lok Sabha is to be removed, he shall not preside the Lok Sabha. That means he will not sit on the Speaker's chair. He shall not have the right to speak. No, he will have the right to speak. He will be sitting just like any other member of the Parliament, he can speak. He shall not be entitled to vote on the resolution in the first instance. This is also wrong. A, one only is correct. Because normally what happens, Speaker has something called a casting vote. For example, Lok Sabha is debating a bill, voting upon a particular bill. On this bill, 200 MPs are saying yes, 200 MPs are saying no. So we don't have a majority because there is a tie. To resolve this tie, I as the Speaker will have a casting vote. I will either vote in favor or against just to resolve this deadlock. So I do not vote in the first instance when the MPs of Lok Sabha are voting. I vote in case there is a tie. But if I am to be removed from my office, for that I will vote in the first instance, not in case there is a tie. Okay. With reference to Indian Parliament, consider the following statements. A bill pending in the Lok Sabha lapses on its dissolution. Again, this is something that you would not have been able to answer if you would have only read NCERT. So when Lok Sabha is dissolved, all bills lapse. Lapse in the sense they are dead. Except three types of bills. Bills which originate in Rajya Sabha and are pending in Rajya Sabha. These bills do not lapse because Rajya Sabha is the permanent house. Bills which are awaiting President's assent, waiting for the signature of the President, these bills also do not lapse. Bills on which the President has notified joint sitting, because I told you in case there is a deadlock, one house accepts a bill, the other house does not. To resolve that deadlock, we have a joint sitting. This is where Lok Sabha prevails, or the will of the Lok Sabha prevails over Rajya Sabha. With reference to the Indian Parliament, consider the following statement. A bill pending in Lok Sabha lapses on its dissolution. If a bill is pending in Lok Sabha, does it lapse on its dissolution? Yes. A bill passed by Lok Sabha and pending in Rajya Sabha lapses on the dissolution of the Lok Sabha. Yes. Because a bill has been passed by Lok Sabha, that means where is the origin? What is the origin of this bill? Lok Sabha. But which bill does not lapse? If the origin is also Rajya Sabha, if it is pending in also Rajya Sabha. But this bill, the origin is Lok Sabha and is pending in Rajya Sabha, it lapses. A bill in regard to which the President notified his or her intention to summon the houses to a joint sitting lapses upon the dissolution of the Lok Sabha. It does not lapse. Because the President notifying a joint sitting, the bill does not lapse. B is the right answer. Clear? Very good. With reference to Parliament of India, consider the following statements. Prorogation of a house by the President of India does not require the advice of the Council of Ministers. President can't do anything without the aid and advice of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. Which means if the session is to be terminated, because I told you there are 3 sessions of Parliament. Normally, budget session, monsoon session, winter session. If the winter session is to be ended, terminated, that's what we call prorogation. That power is with the President, who does this on the advice of the government. So prorogation of a house by President does not require the advice of the Council of Ministers. It does. Prorogation of a house is generally done after the house is adjourned sine die, but there is no bar to the President of India prorogating the house which is in session. We have not discussed this because it was not part of the NCERT, but maybe this will help. Dissolution of Lok Sabha is done by President of India who, save in exceptional circumstances, does so on the advice of the Council of Ministers. C is the right answer. All of you are right. That's why I mentioned, highlighted Article 109. Which of the following statements are correct in respect of money bill? Article 109 mentions special procedure in case of a money bill. A money bill shall not be introduced in the Council of States. The Rajya Sabha can either approve the bill or suggest changes but cannot reject it. The amendments to money bill suggested by the Rajya Sabha have to be accepted by the Lok Sabha. 1, 2, 3. C is the right answer. That brings us to the closure of this session. We will meet again tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the evening, and discuss judiciary. And if you have understood the topics, concepts that we discussed today, do let me know in the comment section and share your feedback of this NCERT course in the comment section. Thank you for watching. Good night. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to Unacademy. NCERT books are a must for the civil services examination. Not only is the content of these books authentic, but UPSC has been asking questions from these NCERTs, prelims as well as in mains examination, sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly, making NCERTs one of the most important sought after books by the civil services aspirants. But it is equally important to understand two things: when to read these NCERTs and how to read them. For example, for Indian polity, this book on your screen, which is a class 11th NCERT book, Indian Constitution at Work. This is the most important NCERT for Indian polity for the civil services examination. And in this lecture, I am going to cover 8 very important chapters of this NCERT. So how to read these NCERTs, you will come to know by attending this marathon session. But now the question is when to read the NCERT books. For that, listen to me carefully. There are 2 kinds of aspirants: those who have already enrolled in a coaching institute. Second, those who do not wish to enroll in a coaching institute, they want to prepare on their own, self-preparation, self-study. If you have already enrolled in a coaching institute, please do not read NCERTs first. First, attend the class lectures. Once the class lectures are over, then read these NCERTs. Now these NCERTs will start making sense to you, and in a couple of days, maximum in 5 days, you would be able to complete all the chapters of this beautiful book. So first attend the class lectures, then read these NCERTs, because if you read these NCERTs first, then why did you pay these coaching institutes? Number 1. Number 2, but if you are preparing on your own, resorting to self-study, first read these NCERTs, because NCERTs will lay your foundation, and then you can shift to Lakshmikant or D.D. Basu or whichever book you would wish to read. So first read these NCERTs, you will gain conceptual understanding, conceptual clarity, and then the civil services examination preparation would become meaningful. So if you're preparing on your own, attend this lecture and I will take you on a beautiful journey of understanding this book in its entirety, in its magnificent depth. But should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us, now is the opportune time. Why? Because Unacademy management has decided to slash its UPSC subscription fee by 50%. Now you can prepare for GS, CSAT at 19,999 subscription fee. Go to our website should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us for your GS, CSAT, current affairs, optional, mentorship, test series. Take a look at various plans that are displayed on the website. Use this code IAS English and automatically the lowest subscription fee will be displayed for you. So should you wish to enroll, use this option, use this opportunity, and if you're preparing on your own, then let's get started and understand 8 important chapters of this beautiful class 11th NCERT, Indian Constitution at Work.
Hello and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium Civil Services aspirants. Today is day 6. As announced before, in 8 lectures, our endeavor is to complete all the important chapters of this book, Indian Constitution at Work, which is a textbook in political science for class 11th. We have covered 5 lectures previously. Today is lecture number 6, and we will have an interesting understanding of judiciary. So let's get started and let's understand why do we need an independent judiciary. In a democracy, listen to chapter number 1 discussion again. And I told you that in a particular society, there may be a large set of people who will be diverse. And this diverse set of people, it is always possible that there will be disputes. And there has to be an independent authority which should be tasked with resolving these disputes so that there is no one group which can dominate other groups. And judiciary operates and enforces something called rule of law. This is a doctrine which has been crystallized by British constitutional expert A.V. Dicey. And according to this rule of law, we say nobody shall be sentenced in body or goods except for a breach of law. Somebody's life should not be snatched. Somebody's property should not be snatched unless and until that individual has violated the law of the land. In Indian Constitution, we say that there is a corollary of rule of law known as equality before law. And in this equality before law, one concept that you need to keep in mind, equality before law would mean that anybody can sue or be sued. Equality before law would mean that this law shall be equally applicable to all the sections of the society. Nobody is above the law. All the citizens shall be subjected to the common law of the land. Long story short, why do we need an independent judiciary? Because in a diverse society, or for that matter in any society, there is every likelihood of a dispute amongst different sections of the society, different groups. How do we ensure that there is no one group which dominates the other? For that we need an institution which is independent and which will uphold rule of law, which will ensure that no one group dominates the other, which will ensure that all the citizens are subjected to the same equal law. And for that, judiciary plays that important role. But now we need to understand, what do we mean by this independence of judiciary? There are 3 things mentioned in NCERT, but I will go beyond NCERT concepts as well to make you understand what is this independence of judiciary. NCERT tells us independence of judiciary would mean if there are 3 organs of the state: legislature, which we discussed yesterday, executive, which we discussed day before, and judiciary. If there are 3 organs of the state, each organ will have its own area of influence. Judiciary should not be influenced by the executive or the legislature, which means the other organs of the state, which means other organs of the state must not restrain the functioning of the judiciary in such a manner that it is unable to give justice, unable to do justice. And as I told you, there should not be the dominance of one group over the other. What if other organs of the state will influence the judiciary that you should give precedence to the rights of one group as against the other? That means you are basically doing what? You are restraining the functioning of the judiciary in such a manner that it is unable to do justice. We should not ensure this, and for that, this is what we call independence of judiciary. Independence of judiciary would mean other organs of the government, like the executive and the judiciary, should not restrain the functioning of the judiciary in such a manner that it is unable to do justice. Second, it should not interfere with the decision of the judiciary. Whatever judiciary says, that should be the final verdict on that particular matter. Often you might have heard of this phrase, Supreme Court is final, not because it is right, Supreme Court is right because it is final. What does that mean? You and me have a dispute and I tell you I will see you in court because we trust judiciary, that this is an impartial institution which will give justice to me because I think I have been wronged by you. My rights have been snatched by you. My property has been confiscated by you. I tell you I will see you in court because we trust this institution of judiciary, that this is the institution which is capable of granting justice. There has to be an institution which will have a final word on a particular dispute. After that, the dispute comes to an end. For example, there was a dispute on the 2.77 acres of land at Ayodhya, on which Babri Masjid once stood. Muslims claimed that this is our land. Hindus claimed that this is the land which belongs to Lord Ram, where Lord Ram was born. Ultimately, matter went to the court, and Supreme Court in 2019 gave a verdict, and Supreme Court said this is the land which belongs to Lord Ram. Some of the people criticized this judgment. But even after criticizing this judgment, they had to agree with this. They have to abide by this. Why? Because Supreme Court may not always be right, but it is the final authority to decide a particular matter. So we say Supreme Court is final, not because it can always be right, but Supreme Court is right because it is final, because there is no other authority above Supreme Court for granting justice. And no institution should interfere with the delivery of the justice. Once the court has said that this 2.77 acres of land belongs to Lord Ram, no other institution should be capable of interfering with the decision of the judiciary. And the third important concept of independence of judiciary, as mentioned in NCERT, is that judges should be capable to give justice, to give judgments without any fear, without any favor. These are the three concepts. That's what we call independence of judiciary. But I will go beyond NCERT and I'll tell you something different, a different interpretation of what is independence of judiciary. Independence of judiciary, number one, it does not only mean that judiciary should not be influenced by other organs of the state, that no other organ should interfere with the justice given by the courts. It does not only mean that judges should be capable of granting justice without any fear or favor. Independence of judiciary would also mean that judges should be free of their own biases while granting justice. What does that mean? Listen to me carefully. For example, I am a judge, but I am homophobic. I don't like members belonging to LGBTQIA plus category. For example, I'm not like that. I'm just giving an example. Assume that I am a judge, but I don't like members belonging to LGBTQIA plus category. But if a case comes before me where there is a member of this community who has been wronged, whose rights have been violated, whose dignity has been snatched, even if my ideology, my personal bias is against this community member, but that should not come in the way of granting justice. I should interpret the law as it is and give justice to the member of this LGBTQ community. That means we should not only look at the independence of judiciary in such a manner that other organs should not be in a position to influence the judges, but the other organs, keep them aside. These judges are also part of the society. They are from you and me and all the people that we have. They have their own biases, likes and preferences. Those likes and preferences, those biases, whether political bias, religious bias, caste bias, any bias, should not come in between. You should be able to keep your personal biases aside and grant justice to an individual regardless of what your bias is. Independence of judiciary would also mean that judges should not only be independent of the influence of the executive and the legislature, judges should be free from the influence of media or public perception. There is trial by media. Even when an individual is arrested, although the golden rule of the criminal justice system is you are innocent until proven otherwise. You are innocent until proven guilty. But there is the chief priest of the nation who goes at 9 o'clock every night and says the nation wants to know when this person would be hanged. So trial by media goes against rule of law. And for that we need judges who are able to withstand this media pressure and impartially decide a particular case based on its merits rather than what is the popular sentiment in the society. Because you have to give justice even if it goes against the public sentiment. That is what we call independence of judiciary. But independence of judiciary does not mean that these judges should then not be held accountable. That they should be independent to decide their own cases, to run their own institution, and there should be no checks and balances on this institution called judiciary. No, we have to hold judges accountable as well. And NCERT tells us that these judges are accountable to the Constitution. These judges are accountable to the democratic tradition that we have in India. These judges are accountable to the people of the country. But although these are important terms, independence of judiciary, important features, how does the Constitution ensure that judiciary is independent? For that we need to understand appointment of judges. And in appointment of judges, legislature is not involved. Because if legislature gets involved in appointing the judges, in legislature we have discussed yesterday that there are various political parties who would have won the election and ultimately they have captured Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Then there will be political pressure. One party will want their own set of people to be part of the judiciary. The other party will want to have its own set of people as part of the judiciary. So ultimately what it will lead to? It will lead to politics in the appointment of judges. That is why Constitution ensures independence of judiciary. One, by keeping legislature away from appointment process. And I'll tell you later how these judges are appointed, but first thing that you have to keep in mind that legislature has been kept aside by the Constitution when it comes to the appointment of judges. And these judges, once they are appointed, they hold office during a fixed term. The judges of the Supreme Court, they do not hold office during the pleasure of the President. And that is something that we call doctrine of pleasure. What is this doctrine of pleasure? As long as the President is satisfied with you, you will continue to remain in office. The moment the President is not satisfied, he can remove you. And the President will have the power to remove you based on the recommendation of the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. That is what we call doctrine of pleasure. For example, Attorney General for India. For example, the ministers at the union level, they hold office during the pleasure of the president. And now this doctrine acts like a Damocles sword on top of the head of these individuals. They have to constantly ensure that they are pleasing the political masters. And the moment they do something different, even if it is in favor of the constitution, even if it is constitutional, but not acceptable to the president, which means not acceptable to the prime minister, you will be removed. Constitution envisaged, the Constituent Assembly, the makers of the Constitution, envisaged such a conflict and said that these judges of the Supreme Court and High Court, they will remain in office till a retirement age. They will not be subject to this doctrine of pleasure. The judges of the Supreme Court will hold office till the age of 65. The judges of the High Courts will hold office till the age of 62. There is no concept of doctrine of pleasure. That's how we can ensure independence of the judiciary. They remain in office for a fixed term. But they can be removed even before they complete their term. And I will explain that process as well. But it is such a difficult process that till date, no judge of the Supreme Court and High Court has ever been removed from his office. How does Constitution ensure that judges retain their independence? They are financially independent. They're not financially dependent upon the legislature. Yesterday, when we discussed legislature, I told you that one of the functions of the legislature is a financial function. That means the money that is there in the Consolidated Fund of India, without parliamentary approval, this money cannot be withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India. That means from this Consolidated Fund, we need salary for the judges as well. If every time we need parliamentary approval to withdraw money from Consolidated Fund of India to give this as part of the salary to the judges, then how will judges be independent? Maybe the legislature will tell them, will give them a signal to the judges that you give us a favorable verdict and we will release your salary. Otherwise, your salary is stopped. One way of ensuring independence of judiciary, Constitution says that the salary of the judges is charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. Charged on the Consolidated Fund of India means once the salary is decided, without parliamentary approval, money will come from Consolidated Fund of India and will be given to judges as salary. So it is like you have a credit card and then you are also the subscriber of Airtel. Every month there is an auto debit facility that as soon as the bill comes, your account will be debited by 600, 700 rupees. That is part of your monthly package. Analogy, just to make you understand. This is closest that we can come to explaining the salary of the judges. Once that salary is decided by the parliament, then every year you don't have to seek parliamentary approval to withdraw salary from Consolidated Fund of India. This is to ensure independence of the judges. And how do we ensure independence of judges? Can you tomorrow say that this judge gave this verdict because this judge belongs to the upper caste? Or this judge gave this judgment because this judge belongs to a particular religion, or has taken money from a political party, or has taken money from a corporate house? No. Why? Because this amounts to contempt of the court. Yes, you can criticize the judges, their judgments, but you can't go personal. Criticize the judgments on their merits. Say, I don't agree with your judgment. Say, these are the points on which I disagree with your judgment. Disagreement is health. But you can't attribute personal motives to the judges. You can't scandalize the judge. You can't scandalize the institution of judiciary. And if you do that, you will be booked for contempt of court. How Constitution ensures independence of judiciary? Judiciary has the power to punish you for its contempt. And judiciary is ensured independence and assured independence because their conduct, the conduct of the judges, cannot be discussed even in the parliament. I told you yesterday when we discussed legislature that there is a privilege for every legislator. You can discuss anything. You can discuss whatever you want to discuss, except one. You cannot discuss the conduct of judges inside the parliament. Unless and until you want to remove a particular judge, and for that, obviously, you have to criticize the conduct of that judge. Otherwise, why are you going to remove him? But without that, there is no power available to a legislator to discuss the conduct of judges inside the legislature. So, long story short, why do we need an independent judiciary? To uphold rule of law, to uphold the constitution, to ensure that there is no one group which dominates the other groups. Because in a vast country such as India, it is every possibility is there that there is a likelihood of conflicts, disputes amongst different sections of the society. Not just amongst different sections of the society, we will have dispute against the state. And for that, we need an independent institution which is capable of ensuring justice. And what is this independence of judiciary? These 3 points and the 2 points I've mentioned here. How does the Constitution ensure independence of judiciary? Legislature will have no role in appointing judges. Judges will not hold office during the pleasure of the president. Judges will hold office till a specific retirement age. Even before that age, they may be removed. But such is the difficult, complicated process of removal that till date, no judge of the Supreme Court and High Court has ever been removed. The salary of the judges is charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. Their conduct cannot be discussed inside the parliament unless and until you want to remove a judge. Then you can discuss the conduct of that particular judge. And judiciary has the power to punish those who commit contempt of the court, who willfully disobey the court, who scandalize the court. This is how Constitution ensures independence of the judiciary. But now the point is, how does the Constitution talk about the appointment of judges? And this has been a topic of controversy since so many decades now. First, how is the Chief Justice of India appointed? There has been an unwritten rule that the senior most judge of the Supreme Court should be appointed as the Chief Justice of India by the President. Now, who appoints the judges? Not the legislature, but the executive. Sir, then how can we ensure independence of judiciary? You said judiciary should be independent of the influence of executive and legislature. Then how do we ensure independence of judiciary when executive is appointing judges? I'll come to that point, but slightly later. Or let me come to that point now. Dr. Ambedkar, he said the most important office under the Constitution of India is that of the CAG, Comptroller and the Auditor General. And the next most important office is the office of a judge. And judges should be independent. They should be able to discharge justice without any fear, without any favor. But independence of judiciary should not mean that judges will appoint themselves. Independence of judiciary does not mean that judges should not be accountable. There has to be checks and balances. 3 organs of the government will have their own roles, own responsibilities, own functions. And no other organ will interfere in each other's roles, responsibilities and functions. But even then, one organ should be in a position to keep a check on the other organ so that this organ does not exceed its powers. Sir, what are you trying to say? If the job of the legislature is to make law, what if tomorrow legislature makes a bad law, an unfair law, an unjust law? Should we just sit back and relax and do nothing about this? Shouldn't there be another institution which can keep a check on the legislature that no, this is not your power. Yes, your power is to make law, but according to the constitution. You cannot violate the constitution. And if you violate the constitution, I will strike down your law. And who am I? I am the Supreme Court. Similarly, judges should be in a position to give justice. But what if judges themselves are not granting justice? What if judges themselves are biased? What if judges themselves are committing misbehavior? Shouldn't there be another institution which should be capable of removing that judge? That is what we call checks and balances. And Dr. Ambedkar said, how can we keep a check on the judiciary? Through appointments and removal. Judges will be appointed by executive. Judges will be removed by, tell me, executive. But based on the resolution, or should we say the approval of legislature. One organ will appoint, the other organ bases the resolution of this organ, executive will remove you. This is how we can keep a check on the judiciary. And how do we ensure independence of judiciary? Even when the executive is appointing judges, Chief Justice of India shall be consulted. So that you are consulting the Chief Justice of India, so that it is not going to be an independent decision, independent power of the executive that they can appoint anybody. They have to appoint after consultation with the Chief Justice of India. But who is this Chief Justice of India going to be? For that there was a convention, an unwritten rule that the senior most judge of the Supreme Court should be appointed as the Chief Justice of India by the executive, which is the President. Senior most judge, not in terms of age, in terms of experience. Experience in the sense, if my age is 50, well, that's not my age, I'm older than that. But just to make you understand, if my age is 50 and I'm appointed as the Supreme Court judge today, and your age is 60, and you are appointed as the judge of the Supreme Court tomorrow, both of us will remain in office till the age of 65. What if after some time there is this vacancy in the office of the Chief Justice of India? The current Chief Justice of India is retiring. Now we have to appoint the next Chief Justice of India. Who is this next Chief Justice of India going to be? The senior most judge. And out of the two of us, who is the senior most judge? You in terms of age, but me in terms of experience at the Supreme Court, because I was appointed to Supreme Court earlier than you, even if it is just for a day. So the consensus was, the convention was, the unwritten rule was that the senior most judge of the Supreme Court should be appointed as the Chief Justice of India. And then after consulting this Chief Justice of India, other judges of the Supreme Court, other judges of the High Court shall be appointed by the President. But this convention was broken. The year was 1973. Keshavananda Bharati judgment was given. Justice Sikri was the Chief Justice of India. He retired on the 24th of April 1973. Then, according to this convention, the senior most judge should have been appointed. But senior most judge was not appointed. Instead, Justice A.N. Ray was appointed as the Chief Justice of India by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. And in terms of seniority, Justice A.N. Ray was at serial number 4. There were 3 other judges who were senior to him, but they were not appointed. One of them was not appointed. Justice A.N. Ray was appointed. And what these 3 other judges did, they resigned in protest. But why was Justice A.N. Ray appointed? At that time, the slogan of the then government was committed judiciary. We should have judges who should be committed to the ideology of the political party in power. so that the ideology of the ruling party and the ideology of the judges should not be different. Judges and executive should come together for socialism, for social justice, for welfare. Something else happened in 1975 when Justice Khanna was supposed. It should have been 1976. Justice Khanna should have been appointed as the Chief Justice of India because he was the senior most judge of the Supreme Court, but he was overlooked. And Justice Beg was appointed as the Chief Justice of India. Why? Because Justice Khanna was independent in his outlook. He gave a dissenting judgment. When emergency was imposed, a law was passed called MISA, Maintenance of Internal Security Act, under which opposition leaders, trade union leaders, student leaders, activists were arrested. And the law said that you can't even approach the court. Habeas corpus is suspended during emergency. Matter went to the court. Whether during emergency habeas corpus should be suspended or not. 5 judges had to decide. 4 judges said, yes, Parliament is right. 1 judge dissented, Justice Khanna. He was all set to be appointed as the Chief Justice of India because of his seniority, but he was overlooked. Then don't you think that if executive has the complete say in appointment of judges, then they will invariably pick judges who share ideology with them, who they can influence or who can be influenced. This is where then in 1993 and then again in 1998, 2 important judgments of the Supreme Court which said that now President can appoint judges, but after consulting Chief Justice of India plus 4 senior judges of the Supreme Court. And this is what we call collegium system. Because previously it was only consultation. What is consultation? Now the court is saying in 1993 and 1998 that it is not consultation, it is concurrence. What does that mean? If I am asking a question right now, my dear students, am I going too fast in teaching? Should I go slow? And if all of you will say, sir, yes sir, you are going fast, please slow down, you know what I will do? I will go faster. Because I was only consulting you. That doesn't mean whatever you are going to tell me, that's binding on me. But if it is concurrence, and I am asking you, am I going fast? Should I slow down? If you say, yes, you have to slow down, I have to, I can't go fast. Because this is concurrence. Your advice is binding on me. Previously, it was only consultation. But Supreme Court said, we are the final interpreter of the Constitution. And we will interpret this English word as well. This term consultation means concurrence. That means whatever Chief Justice of India will advise you, only that name you have to appoint. You cannot appoint anyone else. Which means now, previously executive had complete control over who the judges can be. Now it is judiciary which has the control, making India the only country in the world where judges are appointed by themselves. Supreme Court further said, when the Constitution says Chief Justice shall be consulted, but who is the final interpreter of the Constitution? Supreme Court. We are saying you don't have to consult only the Chief Justice of India. Chief Justice of India is not only an individual. Chief Justice of India is an institution. And in order to consult CJI, which is an institution, you can't just consult individual CJI. You have to consult 4 senior judges of the Supreme Court as well. And together it will be called collegium. And whatever recommendation is given by this collegium, that's binding on the President. This is how the judges are appointed now. Collegium recommends names to the President, which is binding on the President. And ultimately, judges are appointed by themselves. This is what is mentioned in NCERT. But if you go beyond NCERT, then there are so many issues, so many concerns you will have to look at. You will have to criticize collegium system. Then collegium system was sought to be replaced by another system called NJAC. But that, when it was passed by Parliament, it was struck down by the courts. But since that is not mentioned in NCERT, we will skip it because these are only basics that we are covering. Just the foundational clarity for you. Clear? So judges are appointed by the President after consultation with the Collegium, which is Chief Justice of India and 4 senior judges. And whatever recommendation they give, that is binding on the President. This is how the judges are appointed. Now I have also told you that checks and balances would tell us that appointment and removal, this is how we can keep a check on the judiciary. And how can we remove the judges? Extremely difficult process. First, you need to understand on what grounds can you remove a judge. Judge can be removed on the grounds of misbehavior and incapacity. Incapacity in the sense, I appointed you as a judge. Clear? And you were in your perfect mental state. But something happened and now you lost your mental balance. I'll have sympathy with you, but I cannot entrust you with the responsibility of granting justice to others because you will not be in a position, in a capacity to do justice. And if this happens, I can remove you. Similarly, if you have indulged in misbehavior, misbehavior can be any form. Corruption is also a misbehavior. And on these two grounds, grounds of misbehavior and incapacity, the judges can be removed. But by whom? A motion has to be introduced in the Parliament. That means parliamentarians will initiate this process. And in both houses of the Parliament, if this motion is passed by special majority. And what is the special majority? More than 2/3 of the members present and voting plus majority of the total membership of the House. Which is very difficult to achieve. And if both houses of the Parliament pass this motion by this special majority, then it will be sent to the President. President will have to sign this removal. And then the judges will be removed. But till date, no judge has been removed from his office. NCERT says, so far only one case of removal of the judge of the Supreme Court has come up before the Parliament, which is correct as well as incorrect. Correct in the sense that when it comes to the judge of the Supreme Court, this is the only case. But there has been judge of the High Courts as well. At least 2. And in one instance, there has been a Chief Justice of India as well. For example, the first attempt was in 1991 when Justice V. Ramaswamy, who was the judge of the Supreme Court, but before that he was the Chief Justice of the Punjab and Haryana High Court. It was alleged that he had misused the money, the official money, and had used that money to refurbish his private home, private residence. Misbehavior, which I told you can be corruption as well. But how can we remove this judge? For that, both houses of the Parliament has to pass a resolution by special majority. When this matter was taken up, Congress party abstained. Congress party did not vote. When Congress party did not vote, that means you could not get the majority. And ultimately what happened? The motion got defeated. Justice V. Ramaswamy continued. In another instance, against Chief Justice of India Deepak Misra, There were some allegations. We don't have to go too deep into those allegations now, but there were allegations against the Chief Justice of India, Justice Deepak Misra as well. Opposition introduced a motion asking, because this motion can be introduced in either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. The opposition introduced or tried to introduce a motion in Rajya Sabha, but the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha did not even accept this motion. Said, no, we will not accept this. So proceedings against V. Ramaswamy started, but it could not be completed because majority could not be achieved while voting. But proceedings against Chief Justice of India, Justice Deepak Misra, could not be even initiated. Although opposition MPs, they tried to raise this matter, because the speaker, the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, did not agree with this, did not accept this motion. In another instance, there was Justice Sumitra Sen of the Calcutta High Court. Again, allegations of corruption against him. And he was all set to be removed because Rajya Sabha passed a resolution. But then when this motion was to be taken up in Lok Sabha, Justice Sumitra Sen resigned because he did not want to enter the history books as the first judge, or perhaps the only judge, who was removed on the basis of the resolution of the Parliament. So before his matter could be taken up by the Lok Sabha, he resigned. This is how the judges are removed. Now we need to understand what is the structure of the judiciary. We have an integrated judiciary. Integrated judiciary in the sense, look at United States. Every state has its own Supreme Court. And normally if there is a case in Chicago, local courts will first take this matter, then it will go all the way to the Supreme Court of Chicago, and the matter will end there. They have a federal Supreme Court as well. But that federal Supreme Court only takes up federal cases. Federal cases in the sense, if there is a dispute between the central government and a state. If there is a dispute between Chicago and Michigan, 2 or more states, only those cases, federal cases, and some important constitutional cases are taken up by the federal Supreme Court. Something is mentioned in NCERT which might give you a misleading understanding. It says India does not have separate state courts. And then you will ask me, sir, but we do have high courts. NCERT assumes, or it is the assumption here is NCERT is saying that unlike United States, where they have, every state has its own Supreme Court, that's not the system in India. Because in India, we have an integrated judiciary. Integrated judiciary in the sense, we have Supreme Court at the top, followed by High Court for every state. Then for every district, we will have a district court. Then within a district, there can be subordinate courts as well. Subordinate court takes up civil cases, criminal cases. But if you are not happy with these verdicts, you can file an appeal before the district court. If you are not happy with the verdict of the district court, you can go to the High Court of that state. If you are not happy with that verdict, you can approach the Supreme Court, which can't happen in United States. Because for every state, there is a Supreme Court. And all these cases end at the Supreme Court of that state. But in India, we have this integrated judiciary. Supreme Court at the top, then the High Court, then District Court, then subordinate courts. And NCERT focuses on the Supreme Court. And let's focus here on the Supreme Court, and we will discuss the jurisdiction or the power of the judiciary. First is original jurisdiction. What do we mean by original jurisdiction? Although not mentioned here in great detail, but I will make you understand. There is something called original and exclusive jurisdiction. What is original jurisdiction? Listen to me carefully. Didn't I tell you that if you're not happy with the decision given by the subordinate court, you can file a review with the High Court. If you're not satisfied with the decision of the High Court, you can file a review before the Supreme Court, right? So basically, Supreme Court is doing what? Hearing appeals. You're not happy with the High Court order, file an appeal before the Supreme Court. So Supreme Court is not hearing this matter for the first time. Supreme Court is not hearing this matter directly. Supreme Court is hearing this matter because it has come through the route of High Court. But there are some cases which you can directly file in the Supreme Court. Directly file in the Supreme Court. And all those cases on which the Supreme Court can directly accept cases, we say that Supreme Court has the original jurisdiction on that case. But then there is something called exclusive jurisdiction. If only Supreme Court can hear this case and no other court can determine that case. If this particular case can be directly taken up by the Supreme Court and no other court has the jurisdiction to take such a case, that's what we call exclusive jurisdiction. For example, if your fundamental rights are violated, we have discussed that in the rights in the Indian Constitution chapter. If your rights have been violated, what is the option available with you? What is the alternative available to you? You will knock the doors of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court will issue various writs. And which are those writs? Habeas corpus, mandamus, certiorari, prohibition, quo warranto. And through these writs, the courts will protect your fundamental rights. That means you are directly approaching the Supreme Court. That means when it comes to fundamental rights violation cases, Supreme Court has what type of jurisdiction? Original. Because this case can be directly filed in the Supreme Court. You don't have to go to the subordinate court, then district court, then high court, then all the way to the Supreme Court. You can directly go to the Supreme Court. So on fundamental rights violation cases, Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. But can you not also approach the High Court if your fundamental rights have been violated? Yes. You can approach the High Court under Article 226 of the Constitution. So when it comes to fundamental rights violation cases, Supreme Court has the original jurisdiction, but Supreme Court does not have the exclusive jurisdiction. Because this is not the exclusive power of the Supreme Court, because other courts, high courts, can also hear these rights violation cases. So this is original jurisdiction. But sir, which are those cases which can be heard and determined only by the Supreme Court and no other court can hear such a case? For example, if you want to challenge, what do you want to challenge? You want to challenge the election of President of India and the Vice President. You can file a case only and only in the Supreme Court of India. If there is a federal dispute, what is a federal dispute? Dispute between Kerala and the central government. Kerala is saying, my lord, central government has forced us that they are not allowing us to raise money, borrow more money. So we have a dispute with the central government. Where can you file such a case? Only in the Supreme Court. Under Article 131 of the Constitution. If there is a dispute between Punjab and Haryana, dispute between one state and the other state, dispute between a state and the center, all these are federal disputes, and such federal disputes can be heard and determined only and only by the Supreme Court. So on these federal related cases, Supreme Court has the exclusive jurisdiction. So first power that Supreme Court has is what we call original jurisdiction. Second is writ jurisdiction, which we have discussed in the rights chapter. where if your fundamental rights are violated, you can approach the court will issue various writs, and through these writs, your fundamental rights will be protected. Third is appellate jurisdiction. As the name suggests, Supreme Court can hear appeals. Appeal in the sense, a fast bowler bowling at 160 kilometers an hour. The batsman, whether he has nicked or not, we don't know, but the umpire raises the finger. The umpire is the High Court. But suddenly you go for decision review system, which is the highest appeal that you can go, because after that there is nobody. After that you can only pray to God, what happened to me? You can complain, but after that you have nothing. That's the Supreme Court. So Supreme Court is the highest court of appeal. So if High Court has given a verdict and you are not satisfied with that verdict, you can approach the Supreme Court, but only if High Court gives a certificate saying this particular case is fit for an appeal. Because this particular case involves an important interpretation of the law, maybe involves an interpretation of the Constitution, and as such is fit to be heard by the Supreme Court. So take the certificate and approach the Supreme Court. Which means normally cases die at the High Court level, because the cases will go from subordinate courts to district courts to High Courts, and this is where the cases end. If you're not satisfied with the judgment of the High Court, you can approach the Supreme Court, file an appeal before the Supreme Court, only if the High Court certifies that this particular case involves interpretation of the law, involves interpretation of the Constitution, and as such is fit to be heard by the Supreme Court. Without the certificate, you cannot approach the Supreme Court. Now I can assume you have a question on your mind. Sir, what if High Court refuses to give the certificate? What will happen in that case? Even then you can approach the Supreme Court, and that is something that we call SLP. Although not mentioned here, Special Leave Petition. That's what is mentioned here. Of course, the Supreme Court holds the powers to decide whether to admit appeals even when the appeal is not allowed by the High Court. And Supreme Court will accept your appeal if it is satisfied with whatever arguments you are putting forward before the Supreme Court. And that is what we call Special Leave Petition. So one power, jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, original, then writ, then appellate, then advisory. Under Article 143 of the Constitution, we say Supreme Court is the advisor of the President of India. President can refer any matter to the Supreme Court, asking the views of the Supreme Court on this matter. But when the Supreme Court gives an advice, there are two things. One, if President refers any matter to the Supreme Court asking the views of the Supreme Court on this matter, it is not mandatory for Supreme Court to give an advice. Second, whatever advice is given by the Supreme Court, it is not binding on the President. It is not binding on the government. Sir, then what is this? First, you say advisory jurisdiction, that Supreme Court acts as the advisor of the President of India. President can refer any matter to the Supreme Court asking the views of the Supreme Court on that matter. And then you are saying it is not binding on the Supreme Court to give an advice. Then you are saying even if the advice is given, it is not binding on the government. Then what is the logic of all of this? It serves two purposes. Purpose number one, it allows government to seek legal opinion before it can take action on that matter. For example, the central government wants to gift a part of its territory to another country. For example, if central government takes this decision and gifts this part of this country to another country, then what if after that there is a case before the court, and then we will be embarrassed? So instead of matters going to the court later, let's go to the court first instance and ask the opinion of the court on this matter. Can we gift a part of our territory to another country or not? Can we do this by an executive decision, or do we need to amend the constitution? How? So the purpose of this advisory jurisdiction is you get to seek legal opinion on a matter before you can decide that matter. And second, the government can then make suitable changes. For example, in 2012, 122 2G licenses were cancelled by the Supreme Court. Then advisory jurisdiction was invoked. President referred this matter to the Supreme Court. Now you tell us, how do we go about selling this spectrum, 2G spectrum? The Supreme Court gave the advice that you should not go for first come first serve basis, you should go for an auction. Because at that time, Dr. Manmohan Singh's government had followed the policy called first come first serve. Whoever comes for the first time will buy the spectrum and then go. It's not like we have spectrum, we will auction it. Whoever bids the highest price, we will give the spectrum to that individual. So the government followed a policy called first come first serve. And the Supreme Court in its advisory jurisdiction said you should go for auction, not first come first serve. Which means next time the government suitably made changes to its policy and said now we will follow auction route to sell the spectrum. This is the purpose of advisory jurisdiction. Then there is something else. Although this term is not mentioned here, revisory jurisdiction. And what is this revisory jurisdiction? Read this highlighted paragraph. Decisions made by the Supreme Court are binding on all other courts within the territory of India, because the Supreme Court is the top seat of justice. Orders passed by it are enforceable throughout the length and breadth of the country. If the Supreme Court says that this particular policy of the government is unconstitutional, that doesn't mean it is unconstitutional only in Delhi where Supreme Court sits. It is unconstitutional throughout the length and breadth of the country. If the Supreme Court mandates that in every state, whoever makes hate speeches, cases have to be registered, that does not mean it will be enforceable only in some states and not in the rest of the country. It has to be enforced throughout the country. Which means that decisions of the Supreme Court are binding throughout the country, but if there is one institution on which it is not binding, it is the Supreme Court itself. Because if its decisions were binding on Supreme Court itself, then how can I rectify my mistake if I have committed a mistake? So Supreme Court has the power that it can review its own decision. And that is what we call the revisory jurisdiction. What is this revisory jurisdiction? For example, less than a month ago, a decision was taken by the Supreme Court in Devender Singh versus State of Punjab, where Supreme Court said there should be sub-classification of SCs and STs. Review petition was filed, asking the Supreme Court, please review your decision. And Supreme Court is hearing this matter And once Supreme Court hears this matter, you will have to convince the court that you were wrong in giving this judgment. And if you are convincing the court, court will revise its judgment, review its judgment, and give a different judgment. That's what we call the revisory jurisdiction. And such a petition, which is asking the court to review its decision, is known as a review petition. To tell you further, although not mentioned in NCERT, even if this review petition is dismissed, you can file another review petition, and that another review petition is known as curative petition. But we will not go too deep into this, although relevant for exam, but not within the scope of NCERT series, because we are covering basics. Now check your progress. Dispute between State of Bihar and Union of India will be heard by, this is an original jurisdiction and will be heard by the Supreme Court. Isn't it? Very good. Appeal from the District Court of Haryana will go to High Court. Single integrated judiciary. We don't have dual Supreme Courts unlike United States, because there they have dual constitution. States have their own constitution, center has its own constitution. In India we have a single constitution and an integrated judiciary. Single constitution. And declaring a law as unconstitutional, that is what we call judicial review. And to understand judicial review, let's enter into a fascinating discussion on judicial activism, public interest litigation, and judicial review. Have you heard of this term, public interest litigation? Have you heard of this concept, judicial activism? These concepts have revolutionized the way our judiciary is functioning. How? Listen to me carefully. If you are my enrolled student, for example, my governance batch is coming up from the 4th of October. Then after that, I will be teaching polity in the morning batch. And let's say you approach me, sir, you are not covering important judgments of the Supreme Court. You are going too fast in your lectures. I will ask you, what is your enrollment number? You will tell me, sir, but I have not enrolled in your class. Then I will reply that you don't have any jurisdiction to tell me this. Why? Because you are not my student. Similarly, there is a concept called locus standi. If your rights have been violated, you should approach the court. Any Tom, Dick and Harry cannot approach the court on your behalf. If they do, for example, they will approach the court. Or for that matter, you are the individual who is approaching me saying, sir, you are not covering the important judgments of the court. And you are not teaching clearly. I'll say who you are. I'll ask you who you are. You say, sir, my friend is studying with you. I say, why are you becoming his mama? If he has any issue, he should come to me and say. And I will not hesitate in changing my direction. But who are you? You don't have any locus standi here. You are not connected to this case. You are not a party to this case. If your friend will directly tell me that, sir, I have a problem with your teaching, I will agree. I will accept. I will make amends. But who are you? You are not connected with this case. I am not going to listen to you. Now your rights have been violated. For example, your shelter has been snatched. Your livelihood has been snatched. Your right to life has been snatched. Or for that matter, we can say that your pension has been stopped. Or you are a street vendor and government has thrown away your items. Now, any Tom, Dick and Harry who is not related to you in any case approaches the court and says, sir, we are on behalf of this person. The court will dismiss this petition saying who you are. Let the person whose rights have been violated approach us. That's what we call locus standi. Whose rights have been violated, the person who is an aggrieved individual, only he should approach the court. But this concept underwent a change in around 1979. How? Listen to me carefully. The year was 1979. Newspapers published reports. And these newspaper reports spoke of the plight of under trials in Bihar jails. Now, who is an under trial? For example, you are accused of committing a crime for which you are under arrest and now you are in jail. Sunny Deol said, Tariq pe Tariq, but your Tariq also is not coming. Which means you are not guilty yet because you are innocent until proven guilty. But your case is not coming up for hearing. Which means you are an under trial. You are not convicted. You are still accused, but you are in jail. Because you are a poor person, how will you get bail bond? Because to get bail, to secure bail for yourself, you have to submit bail bond of various thousand lakhs of rupees as well, depending upon case to case. So without bail, you are languishing in the jail. Newspaper reports submitted the plight of these under trials, saying some of them have spent more time in the jail as an under trial than they would have spent if they were convicted. Sir, what are you saying? For example, I am accused of a crime X for which the maximum punishment is 3 years. And I am an under trial in Bihar jail. That means the case has not yet been heard. I am still innocent, still an accused. And I have been languishing in Bihar jail as an under trial for 5 years or 6 years or 7 years. Which means, my God, number one, what if I was innocent? Even these years that I have spent violated my dignity. But forget about it. Even if I was guilty, maximum punishment could have been 3 years. But I have served double the time as an under trial. This was mentioned in the newspaper reports. And one good soul, Kapila Hingorani, her portrait is there in the Supreme Court now. She unfortunately died a couple of years ago. Kapila Hingorani, she was a lawyer. She approached the Supreme Court and said, my lord, I have a case. I am not fighting this case on behalf of my client. I am filing this case on behalf of all these under trials in Bihar. That means I don't have any locus standi. I am not connected to this case. Nobody has approached me to file this case. Still I am filing a case on their behalf. I am a publicly spirited individual. I am here for a larger public good. And do you know what the court said? The court did not ask her what is your locus standi. The court accepted this petition, and this petition came to be known as public interest litigation. That means for the larger public interest, somebody is approaching the court, even if this somebody is not directly related to that case. And after this judgment, 40,000 under trials were released from different jails of India. And this case came to be known as Hussain Ara Khatun versus Bihar. This is what we call public interest litigation. Another instance, a prisoner in Delhi, in Tihar jail, he was tortured. And what he did, he scribbled a note and sent this note via somebody to Justice V.R. Krishna Iyer, who was the judge of the Supreme Court. Justice V.R. Krishna Iyer looked at this letter and converted that letter into a petition and said, this is public interest litigation. Otherwise, you have to hire a lawyer and advocate on record, then you have to get your case listed, the registry has to take note of it, date will be given, then the matter will go to the court, lots of complexities. But this time, one letter by a jail inmate who was tortured inside the Tihar jail, he sent a letter to the justice, and justice converted into a petition saying this is public interest litigation. And sometimes the courts take matters suo motu, without somebody approaching the court takes up the matter. For example, the rape and murder that happened at the Car Hospital in Kolkata, the Supreme Court took the matter suo motu on its own. Public interest litigation. And it is this public interest litigation through which our fundamental rights have been expanded. Expanded in the sense, for example, there is Article 21, which only said right to life and personal liberty. Through various public interest litigations, Supreme Court has said right to life means right to live with dignity, right to shelter, right to livelihood, right against adverse effects of climate change. So these fundamental rights have got expanded because of the advent of public interest litigation. And do you know the beauty of this? Before public interest litigation, who were the people approaching the court? Who were the clientele of the courts? Wealthy zamindars, top corporates, politicians, bureaucrats. But now the clientele before the court are the street vendors, are the construction workers, are the marginalized, underprivileged sections of the society, because their cases are taken up by NGOs, non-governmental organizations. And non-governmental organizations approach the court on behalf of these marginalized communities. And the court is not asking these NGOs who you are, what is your locus standi, because they are filing this case on behalf of the larger public. For example, you might have heard of Association for Democratic Reforms. In 2024, finally, Supreme Court gave a judgment saying electoral bonds are unconstitutional. That was on the basis of the PIL filed by Association for Democratic Reforms. So expansion of the scope of fundamental rights, particularly Article 21, Article 14, Article 19(1)(a) has been made possible because of PIL. But NCERT says there is a negative side to it as well. And what is that negative side? It overburdens the judiciary. Now previously also there were crores of cases pending before the courts, and now with PIL there is further addition to the burden. But somehow I don't agree with this criticism. It's like you have to do your job, and now you are given one more task, and you are saying, no, you are overburdening me. That's your job. So if people's rights have been violated, for that they need to approach the court. How can you say that you have burdened me further by filing these cases? By that logic, stop hearing all the cases. Then there is no burden at all. But yes, there is one negative side, that important cases, they take a back seat because precedence is given to these public interest litigations. Also, important criticism is that through this judicial activism, the lines get blurred between the executive and the legislature. I have told you previously as well that there is something called separation of powers. This theory is attributed to French philosopher Montesquieu, who says that executive should have its own area of influence, legislature should have its own role and responsibility, judiciary should have its own role and responsibility. All these different organs should be working in their own domain. One should not encroach the domain of the other. One should not usurp the power of the other. But it seems through this judicial activism, it is the judiciary which seems to be encroaching into the domain of executive and legislature. How? In one case, although not mentioned in NCERT, there was a terrorist attack on a shrine in Srinagar called the Hazrat Bal operation. Then these militants took the devotees hostage inside the shrine. And then the army made a decision that we will stop sending food inside the shrine because we were sending food to these hostages. Now we will stop sending this food. Why? Because this is a military decision that we are taking. Because this food is consumed by these terrorists as well. That is how they get the energy. We want to tire them out and then we will storm the shrine. Matter went to the Supreme Court on a public interest litigation. And Supreme Court said 1200 calorific values of food should be given to hostages every single day, which led to the then army chief remarking that Supreme Court is interfering in an ongoing military operation. That is not the job of the judiciary. This is a military operation. Don't get involved there. In one instance, Supreme Court is asking, parking fee is imposed in Delhi because there is lack of parking space in Delhi. But that's the job of the administration. You stay away from it. In other case, it is invoking or sending guidelines to resolve monkey menace in Delhi. But that's an administrative matter. That's the job of the administration, not you. Separation of powers. In one case, Supreme Court said effort should be made to interlink rivers. Such a technical matter that even technical experts are shocked or surprised at this. Through this public interest litigation, through this concept of judicial activism, where judiciary is becoming an activist. Because what is the role of an activist? The role of an activist is to pressurize an institution to lay down a policy, to lay down a program. Now, instead of executive laying down a policy, it is the judiciary which is laying down a policy. 122 2G licenses were cancelled. Supreme Court said you should have followed auction, not first come, first serve. My dear, that's the job of the executive. If that policy is wrong, let the people punish them in the elections. But you can't be doing administrative things because that would violate separation of powers. And in one instance, Supreme Court laid down what? Guidelines to prevent the menace of ragging in institutions. You might say, yes, that is good, but that's the job of the legislature to lay down rules, to lay down laws. And this has led to what some people allege: judicial legislation. Although these two terms, it's an oxymoron, judiciary and legislature, these are separate terms. But judiciary, laying down rules, it's like legislating on behalf of the legislature, which means judiciary is practicing this role of the activist to encroach into the domain of executive and the legislature. But coming towards the end of this lecture, judiciary and rights. We've already seen that judiciary is entrusted with the task of protecting the rights of individuals. The Constitution provides two ways in which Supreme Court can remedy the violation of the rights. What is remedy number one? First, you can approach the court. if your fundamental rights are violated. Courts will issue various writs. And you can approach not only Supreme Court under Article 32, you can approach the High Court under Article 226 as well. Further, any law, if it violates fundamental rights, can be declared unconstitutional by the judiciary. Where is it mentioned? Article 13 of the Constitution. Article 13, Clause 2 explicitly states, the state shall not pass any law to delete, modify, abridge fundamental rights. And if the state does this, then that law shall be declared unconstitutional. And this is where we come across this term called judicial review, the most important power of the court. And what is judicial review? Supreme Court reviewing the laws passed by the Parliament, not just Supreme Court, judiciary reviewing the laws passed by the legislature and the actions of the executive. That's what we call judicial review. But do you know judicial review as a power is not explicitly mentioned anywhere in the Constitution? Yet we can trace this concept. Where can we trace this concept? By looking at Article 32 and 226. Isn't this judicial review? That somebody has been arbitrarily arrested, you approach the court, court will see whether the arrest is justified or unjustified and will order the release if the arrest is unjustified. What is this? Review. The court is reviewing the action of the executive, whether this person has been legally, lawfully arrested or not. A law has been passed by the Parliament, which seems to be violating fundamental rights. Matter will go to the court. Wasn't electoral bond scheme challenged before the court because it violates fundamental rights? Isn't Citizenship Amendment Act being challenged in the court because the allegation is that it violates fundamental rights? And the court can use Article 13 to strike down that law, and that is what we call judicial review. Interesting point is here. What's the significance of public interest litigation? Do you remember that in the chapter Rights, we mentioned right against exploitation? Did I tell you there that there were construction workers who were brought in from different parts of the country to work in the Asian Games villages, who were paid less than the minimum wages? They were made to work in inhuman conditions. Did I tell you or not? Yes. But can such people approach the court? Because one, there is lack of judicial literacy. Some people, most of the people, they are not aware of their rights. And even if they are aware of their rights, how can they hire a top-class lawyer to file their case in the court? Because it will consume a lot of money. In that case, who approached the court? One NGO. And that NGO approached the court on behalf of these marginalized communities. This would not have been possible without public interest litigation. But now there is a tussle between judiciary and parliament, or should we say tussle between judiciary and executive on one hand, and the tussle between judiciary and legislature on the other hand. What is this tussle? Judiciary has sometimes directly ordered agencies that you take up this case. For example, CBI is asked sometimes to directly take a case. Although CBI should be handed over a case by the executive, not by the judiciary, but judiciary is giving orders to the CBI. That's the tussle between executive and judiciary. Tussle also is on judicial appointments. Till 1993, executive had the final say on judicial appointments. This power of the executive has been snatched because of the emergence of the collegium system of judicial appointments. And for long, executive is trying to do something to get this control of appointing judges back to itself. And it has come to a point where judges are nominated by the collegium, but orders for their appointment is not issued by the executive. There is a tussle also going on between judiciary and legislature. Can Parliament amend the Constitution? The answer is yes. Why? Because nowhere in the Constitution is it mentioned that Parliament cannot amend the Constitution. If there is a power given to the Parliament by the Constitution, can anybody snatch that power? No. So if you plainly read the Constitution, nowhere is it mentioned that Parliament does not have the power to amend the Constitution. But what Supreme Court said in 1973 in Keshavananda Bharati case, that yes, Parliament can amend the Constitution, but without altering basic structure. But what is this basic structure? Number one, judicial innovation. This term basic structure is not mentioned anywhere in the Constitution. It has been innovated by the Supreme Court in Keshavananda Bharati case. Second, what all is part of the basic structure? That judiciary determines. So if judiciary is the interpreter of the Constitution, if judiciary has to uphold the Constitution, where is basic structure mentioned in the Constitution? Nowhere. So why can and how can you impose a limitation on the powers of the legislature in amending the Constitution? And let's suppose even if there is something called basic structure, but what constitutes basic structure? Judiciary gets to decide. Judiciary sometimes say rule of law is part of the basic structure, very good. Secularism is part of the basic structure, very good. Independence of judiciary is part of the basic structure, very good. Primacy of Chief Justice of India in judicial appointments, it is also part of the basic structure. That means any system of appointment that you create, which will not give veto to the Chief Justice of India, such a system violates basic structure. Who says this? Supreme Court. Protecting possibly their own territory. And this is what Aladi Krishnaswamy Iyer, member of the Constituent Assembly, spoke on the floor of the Constituent Assembly. He said, while there can be no two opinions on the need for the maintenance of judicial independence, it is also necessary to keep in view one important principle, that independence of judiciary should not lead to judiciary becoming a super legislature or super executive. And this is what former Finance Minister Mr. Arun Jaitley said. This is tyranny of unelected over the elected, because judges are not elected. And they impose tyranny over the elected people. And sometimes judiciary and legislature have a different conflict altogether. What is that conflict? I have told you previously, can Parliament direct the judiciary how to take up cases? On Mondays you take up election cases, on Tuesdays you take up land acquisition cases, on Thursdays you take up public interest litigations. Can legislature direct judiciary to do this? No. Why? Because you will have the power to regulate your own functioning. Similarly, Parliament has the power to regulate its own functioning. How the bills are to be taken up, how they are voted upon, that's within the domain of the legislature itself. Yesterday we discussed money bill. Constitution says, if a bill has been certified as a money bill by the Speaker, the decision of the Speaker shall be final. That means nobody can challenge the wisdom of the speaker in deciding a bill as a money bill. But speaker decided money bills, for example, Aadhaar, and Supreme Court accepted the petition that yes, we will decide whether speaker was right in classifying, certifying Aadhaar as a money bill or not. Whether Supreme Court is right or legislature is right, I am not getting into that. I am just highlighting issues. If judiciary has its own area of influence, legislature should also have its own area of influence. And the tussle is that sometimes legislators criticize the judges, although they are not meant to criticize judges inside the parliament. And on the other hand, judiciary is now encroaching into the domain of the legislature as well as executive. If, for example, a member of the parliament action is taken against a member of the parliament by the speaker, that you are suspended for the remainder of the session. Can this suspended member go to the court and get protection from the court? Yes. But can reverse happen? If judges take action against a particular judge, can Parliament come into the picture and take the side of that judge and stop the courts from taking action against those judges? It doesn't happen. So this conflict between judiciary and executive, these issues indicate how delicate the balance between any two organs of the government is and how important it is for each organ of the government in a democracy to respect the authority of others. That's the end of this chapter, Judiciary. But now let's take up questions and let's see how many can answer these questions. This question was asked in 2019 prelims. With reference to the Constitution of India, prohibition or limitations or provisions contained in ordinary laws cannot act as prohibitions or limitations on the constitutional powers under Article 142. It could mean which of the following? Anyone who can answer this question? This question was asked in 2019, and I have flagged this question here to tell you that even if you would have read NCERT, you would not have been in a position to answer. That means NCERTs are not enough to prepare for civil services exam. And the answer is, the Supreme Court of India is not constrained in the exercise of its powers by laws made by the Parliament. Under Article 142, Supreme Court can give any order so as to give complete justice. Complete justice. Complete justice in the sense, in one case, who has the power to remove a minister? Governor of a state, if it's a state minister. Who has the power to disqualify a member of the Legislative Assembly on account of defection? Speaker. What if the Speaker is not taking a decision and the governor is not removing this minister who is a defector? This happened in case of Manipur. Supreme Court invoked Article 142 and dismissed that minister, saying you're dismissed. Why? Because we have to give complete justice. Because you have violated anti-defection law, Speaker is not taking any action, the governor is not removing you. So we will remove you because we can issue any order so as to give complete justice. That's Article 142. Clear? This question was asked in 2024 prelims, and this is something that you can answer, I think. The power of the Supreme Court of India to decide disputes between centre and the states falls under its Nandita, original jurisdiction means if the Supreme Court can hear a matter not through an appeal but directly. Exclusive means if only Supreme Court can hear a case. if only Supreme Court can hear such cases. For example, if there is a dispute between center and the state, it falls under the original jurisdiction. But we say this original jurisdiction is exclusive jurisdiction as well. Because can tomorrow dispute between Karnataka and Delhi be filed in Karnataka High Court? No. It can be filed only and only, which means exclusively, in the Supreme Court. An original jurisdiction would mean that a case is directly filed in the Supreme Court, not through High Court appeal, but directly. The power to increase the number of judges in the Supreme Court of India is vested in, this question was asked in 2017, this power to increase the judges in the Supreme Court is vested with the Parliament. In India, judicial review implies what? The power of the judiciary to pronounce upon the constitutionality of laws and executive orders, the power of the judiciary to question the wisdom of the laws enacted by the legislature, the power of the judiciary to review all the legislative enactments before they are assented. This is clearly wrong, because you cannot challenge a bill before the court. You can only challenge a law once it has been signed by the President of India. So before they are assented to the President, no. The power of judiciary to review its own judgment given earlier in similar or different cases. Yes, we also call it judicial review. We call it revisory jurisdiction. But here the question is asking, in India, judicial review implies what? So if D also can be an answer, B also can be an answer, A also can be an answer, what is the most likely answer? The most likely answer is A. Why? Because it is the power of the judiciary to pronounce upon whether the laws passed by the legislature are constitutional or not, whether the actions of the executive are constitutional or not. Sometimes judiciary does question the wisdom of laws enacted by the legislature, but that is only sometimes, not always. Otherwise, most of the times there is something called doctrine of constitutionality. Whenever a law is passed by the Parliament, it is sent to the President for approval, and if then this law is challenged before the court will assume that this law is constitutional. Just like in a criminal case, you are innocent. It is for the prosecution to prove that you are guilty. Similarly, if a law has been passed by the Parliament and it is challenged before the court, courts will assume that the law is constitutional. Why? Because it is passed by the people's representatives. It is for the petitioner to prove that the law is unconstitutional. So the best answer is A. And now towards the end, there are some mains questions, because some of the students yesterday said, "Sir, please also tell us some of the mains questions that have been asked from these topics." And all these mains topics, when you see on the screen, you will clearly get a sense that just by reading NCERTs, we will not be able to answer these questions. Critically examine the Supreme Court's judgment on National Judicial Appointments Commission Act 2014 with reference to appointment of judges in higher judiciary. This is not there in NCERT. What was held in the Kolo case? In this context, can you say judicial review is of the key importance amongst the basic features of the Constitution? And what is this Kolo case? Not mentioned in the NCERT. Starting from inventing the basic structure doctrine, the judiciary has played a highly proactive role in ensuring that India develops into a thriving democracy. In light of the statement, evaluate the role played by judicial activism in achieving the ideals of democracy. You can write answer by reading NCERT, but it won't be a sufficient answer, because for every answer you have to give current examples. That's about it. We will meet again tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the evening, and we will discuss another important NCERT chapter. If you have understood whatever we discussed today, do let me know in the comment section once the live stream is over. After that, you can go through the comment section and post your doubts, post your feedback. And I'll see you tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the evening. Till then, have a great time. All the best. Good night.
Hello and welcome to Unacademy. NCERT books are a must for the civil services examination. Not only is the content of these books authentic, but UPSC has been asking questions from these NCERTs, prelims as well as in mains examination, sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly, making NCERTs one of the most important sought after books by the civil services aspirants. But it is equally important to understand two things: when to read these NCERTs and how to read them. For example, for Indian polity, this book on your screen, which is a class 11th NCERT book, Indian Constitution at Work. This is the most important NCERT for Indian polity for the civil services examination. And in this lecture, I am going to cover 8 very important chapters of this NCERT. So how to read these NCERTs, you will come to know by attending this marathon session. But now the question is when to read the NCERT books. For that, listen to me carefully. There are 2 kinds of aspirants: those who have already enrolled in a coaching institute. Second, those who do not wish to enroll in a coaching institute, they want to prepare on their own, self-preparation, self-study. If you have already enrolled in a coaching institute, please do not read NCERTs first. First, attend the class lectures. Once the class lectures are over, then read these NCERTs. Now these NCERTs will start making sense to you, and in a couple of days, maximum in 5 days, you would be able to complete all the chapters of this beautiful book. So first attend the class lectures, then read these NCERTs, because if you read these NCERTs first, then why did you pay these coaching institutes? Number 1. Number 2, but if you are preparing on your own, resorting to self-study, first read these NCERTs, because NCERTs will lay your foundation, and then you can shift to Lakshmikant or D.D. Basu or whichever book you would wish to read. So first read these NCERTs, you will gain conceptual understanding, conceptual clarity, and then the civil services examination preparation would become meaningful. So if you're preparing on your own, attend this lecture and I will take you on a beautiful journey of understanding this book in its entirety, in its magnificent depth. But should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us, now is the opportune time. Why? Because Unacademy management has decided to slash its UPSC subscription fee by 50%. Now you can prepare for GS, CSAT at 19,999 subscription fee. Go to our website should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us for your GS, CSAT, current affairs, optional, mentorship, test series. Take a look at various plans that are displayed on the website. Use this code IAS English and automatically the lowest subscription fee will be displayed for you. So should you wish to enroll, use this option, use this opportunity, and if you're preparing on your own, then let's get started and understand 8 important chapters of this beautiful class 11th NCERT, Indian Constitution at Work.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Today is day 7, as announced previously. In 8 lectures, our endeavor is to comprehensively cover all the important chapters of this book, Indian Constitution at Work, which is a textbook in political science for class 11th. We have covered 6 lectures till now. Today is lecture number 7, and we will discuss a very beautiful chapter, Constitution as a Living Document. And if you are liking these sessions, if you are gaining knowledge that is aiding your civil services preparation through these lectures, do consider liking this video and subscribe to our channel if you haven't yet. Let's get started and let's look at idea number 1. Are constitutions static? If we look at Indian Constitution, which was enacted on the 26th of January 1950, this constitution has been amended, which means modified, altered, 106 times since 1950. But remember, it is the same constitution which is still in force. Yes, the same constitution has been amended multiple times, 106 times in total, but it is the same constitution which is in force even today. Unlike some other countries, for example, we have had Soviet Union, which have had 4 constitutions in its history. In fact, when Soviet Union got dismembered in 1991, after that, they have had their own constitution as well. And that constitution came into force in 1993. If we look at France, for example, they have had multiple constitutions enacted at different points in time in their history. But does that mean that our constitution was so good that there was no need to replace it with a new constitution? Number one. Number two, does that mean the makers of the constitution were so far-sighted and wise that they could anticipate changes that can happen in the Indian society and reflected those changes in the Constitution of 1950 itself? We will try and address both these questions in this lecture today. But first up, when Constitution was to be enacted, when Constituent Assembly debated the provisions of the Constitution, Pandit Nehru made an important and interesting statement. What Pandit Nehru said? Constitution is basically what? Something that we have discussed in lecture number 1. Constitution is a document of people's faith and aspirations. But aspirations keep on changing. What were the aspirations of the people of this country in 1950 may not have been the aspirations of the people of this country in the 1990s after the liberalization of our economy, may not be the aspirations of the people of India in 2024, and clearly may not be the aspirations of the people of India in 2050. So if Constitution is a document of people's faith and aspirations, this Constitution should also reflect the changing needs and aspirations of the people. That's why constitutions should never be static. And that's what Pandit Nehru said. Any genuine demand by the people should be capable of realization. And that is what leads us towards a process called amendment of the Constitution. Because constitutions should not be static, they should reflect the changing needs of the society and the aspirations of the people. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar went a step further and he said, the constitution that I've created, it is not possible that 100% of the people will be satisfied with it. Clearly, it's not possible to satisfy 100% of the audience. But if you are not satisfied with the constitution that I've created, that I've drafted, then all you need to do, get 2/3 majority in the parliament and change the constitution. And remember, in parliament, we will have members elected by the people by universal adult franchise. That means all the adults. It's not that selectively some people will be allowed to vote. All the adults will be allowed to vote, will have the right to vote. They will elect their representatives in the parliament. So if you are not satisfied with the constitution that I've drafted, all you need to do, get 2/3 majority in the parliament and change it. And if you cannot get 2/3 majority of the legislators elected by the universal adult franchise, then I can say that only you are dissatisfied with this constitution. Your dissatisfaction is not shared by the majority. Because if it is shared by majority, you will be able to elicit the support of 2/3 of the members of the parliament, and you can change the constitution. Something else. In a society, those who are responsible for drafting the constitution, for example, the members of the Constituent Assembly, they faced one common challenge, that the constitution that we are drafting, should it reflect the efforts that we have to make to tackle the problems of today or to tackle the problems of tomorrow? So should the constitution that we are drafting reflect the efforts that we have to make to solve the problems of today, or should we also have foresight? Should we also anticipate what are the problems that the people of this country are going to face in the future? Since they cannot anticipate all the problems, all the concerns, all the aspirations of the people later on, that is why there is a need to amend the Constitution so that this document reflects the aspirations of the people of today. And they created a Constitution with a balance. Balance in the sense, Constitution was kept above the ordinary law. That means if we have the hierarchy in India, at the top of the hierarchy we have the Constitution. Just below the Constitution we have the laws enacted by the legislature. Just below that we have the rules issued by the executive. So how did the Constituent Assembly, the makers of the Constitution, envisage our Constitution? By keeping it at a higher pedestal than the ordinary laws, and also ensure that other generations, future generations, will respect this Constitution. Let's look at something else. How to amend the Constitution. For that, there is a provision in the Constitution, Article 368. And this power to amend the Constitution is given to Parliament. Because when we discussed Legislature chapter, I told you that there are multiple roles and functions performed by the Legislature, by the Parliament. And one such role is the constituent power of the Parliament. Which means, to amend the Constitution, we do not need to set up, and there is no need to set up a Constituent Assembly. The same Parliament elected by the people will have the constituent power as well. That means they can use Article 368 to amend the Constitution. And what is this amendment? Parliament will use its power, exercise its power. It can add something, it can vary something in the Constitution, it can repeal any provision of the Constitution. This is what we call amendment. Adding something to the Constitution, varying something, modifying something from the Constitution, in the Constitution, and repealing something from the Constitution. That is what we call amendment. And look at the question that was asked this year in the prelims examination. As per Article 368, the Parliament may amend any provision of the Constitution by way of addition, variation, repeal, all the three. This is the right answer. So this question you can easily answer by reading the NCERT. This is what we call amendment to the Constitution. But now we also need to understand, is this process of amending the Constitution rigid or is it flexible? And what do we mean by rigidity and the flexibility? I will first tell you what is mentioned in NCERT, and then I will go a step further and give you another important and real concept surrounding these two terms, rigidity and flexibility. NCERT says, read this paragraph, a constitution that can be very easily changed or modified is often called flexible. In case the constitutions are very difficult to amend, they are described as rigid. This is what is mentioned in NCERT. But there is another explanation of rigidity and flexibility. To my understanding, rigidity of the Constitution does not mean that constitutions are very difficult to amend. Flexibility does not mean that constitutions are very easy to amend. Rigidity means whether this power to amend the Constitution should be given only to the central legislature, which is the Parliament, or whether this power should be shared with the state legislatures as well. Because we are a federal polity. And in federal polity, there is a role for the central legislature, Parliament. There is a role for all the state legislatures as well at the state level. Rigidity in a federal polity, in federal constitutions, mean that if you need to amend the Constitution, it has to be a joint act. Both Parliament, central legislature, and the state legislature should come together to amend the Constitution. If that is the case, then the Constitution is rigid. If that is not the case, then the Constitution is flexible. Sir, then is our Constitution rigid or flexible? It is a mix of both. There are some provisions of the Constitution which I will tell you later. Those provisions cannot be altered, cannot be varied, cannot be changed unless and until the state legislatures accept. But there are some provisions which can be changed unilaterally by the central legislature, which is the Parliament. And for that, we do not need the approval, the consent, or what is called the ratification by the state legislatures. Another important concept, and this is where I humbly disagree with NCERT, another mistake that we need to point out. It says Constitution, how can we amend the Constitution? And it says Constitution can be amended by simple majority, by special majority plus ratification of half of the states. But this is incorrect. So then what is the correct explanation? If there is a question asked in the examination, you need to ensure that Constitution can be amended only by special majority. Constitution cannot be amended by simple majority. Constitution can only be amended by special majority. Yes, there are some provisions of the Indian Constitution which you can change, which you can modify, which you can alter by passing a law by simple majority. Yes, that is true, but we don't call it amendment. Amendment is only taking the root of Article 368, getting special majority and changing the Constitution. Yes, there are some provisions of the Indian Constitution which can be altered, which can be modified, which can be varied by simple majority. But Constitution itself says that when you do this, we don't call it amendment. When we don't call it amendment, that means you don't have to resort to Article 368. When you don't have to resort to Article 368, that means you need to pass a law by simple majority. How, sir? Let me give you some instances. For example, Constitution said the official language of the Union shall be Hindi in Devanagari script. But for 15 years from the commencement of the Constitution, English, which was used previously, will also continue. Which means, what is the official language of the Union? Hindi in Devanagari script. But Constitution further says that for 15 years from the commencement of the Constitution, English, which was used previously as the official language, will continue to be official language, but only for 15 years. After that, only Hindi shall be the official language of the Union. But Constitution further said, can it happen that even after the expiry of 15 years, English can still continue to be the official language of the Union? Yes. But who will decide that? Whether English will continue even after 15 years, that will be decided by the Parliament. And how will Parliament decide it? By passing a law. And what sort of majority is required to pass that law? Simple majority. That means Constitution itself says when the Parliament decides to extend the official language of the Union, English, beyond 15 years, for that you can pass a law by simple majority. This change shall not be deemed as amendment to the Constitution. Constitution said originally in 1950 that there shall be a Supreme Court of India headed by the Chief Justice of India and not more than 7 judges. 7 other judges, also known as 7 puisne judges. So Constitution says what is going to be the composition of the Supreme Court. There shall be a Supreme Court of India headed by the Chief Justice of India and not more than 7 judges. But can we increase the number of judges? Yes. Who can increase the number of judges? Something that I told you yesterday. Who has the power to increase the composition of the Supreme Court? Parliament. And how will Parliament increase the number of judges to the Supreme Court? By passing a law. And this law should be passed by simple majority. Which means even if you are changing the Constitution, because if Constitution says that there can be Chief Justice of India and not more than 7 judges, and now you are changing it, you are saying we will have Chief Justice of India and 33 other judges, which means are you not amending the Constitution? Yes, you are. But Constitution further says, when Parliament increases the number of judges, this increase shall not be deemed as amendment to the Constitution. When it is not deemed as amendment, that means you don't need Article 368. When you don't need Article 368, that means you don't need special majority. Then what is the majority required? Simple majority. Simple. What are we discussing? Should Constitution be static, or should it, like a living organism, be breathing, be seeing what are the changes in the society so that I can also change myself? What are the different aspirations of the people so that I can reflect those aspirations in my text? Constitution has to be a living organism. And for that we need a provision to change, modify, alter, vary the Constitution. And is there a provision in the Constitution which allows Parliament to amend, modify, vary Constitution? Yes, that is Article 368. But how do we change the Constitution? How do we amend the Constitution? NCERT says 1 by simple majority. I disagree. Because Constitution can be amended only by special majority. That too by using Article 368. Yes, there are provisions in the Constitution which can be changed, which can be modified, which can be altered. But for that you don't need Article 368. When you don't need Article 368, that means you're not amending the Constitution. Because Constitution itself says there are some provisions within me which you can change by simple majority, but don't call them amendment. These changes shall not be deemed as amendment to the Constitution. I gave you 2 examples. Increase in the number of the judges to the Supreme Court and providing for the continuance of English as the official language of the Union beyond what was prescribed by the Constitution as the expiry date of 15 years. I'll give you one more example. Something that I told you in the legislature, that there are some state legislatures where there is a bicameral legislature. How many states are there where we have bicameral legislature? 6. Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Maharashtra, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka. Can we abolish the Legislative Council for Karnataka? Yes. Can we provide for a Legislative Council for Madhya Pradesh, for example? Yes. Does that not mean that you need to then amend the Constitution? Because Constitution says these are the states where we have bicameral legislature. So if you want to repeal or you want to abolish Legislative Council for a state and you want to create a Legislative Council for another state, are you not amending the Constitution? Yes. But Constitution itself says when you do this, do it by simple majority. And this change, this adding of a Legislative Council to a state legislature, this abolishing of a Legislative Council from a state legislature shall not be deemed as amendment to the Constitution. So there are some changes that can be made to the Constitution by simple majority, but we don't call them amendment. Long story short, keep it in your mind, Constitution can be amended only and only and only by special majority. But what sort of special majority? One special majority is 2/3 of the members present and voting plus majority of the total membership of the House. Clear? Now listen to me carefully. For example, there are 543 members in Lok Sabha. Clear? This is where I need to make another correction here. In Lok Sabha, there are 545 members according to NCERT, but this is incorrect because there are 543 members, not 545. Sir, why does NCERT mention 545 then? Because NCERT has included 2 Anglo-Indians. Because election takes place only for 543 seats, but till 2020, there was a provision that if the President of India is satisfied that the members of the Anglo-Indian community are not sufficiently represented in the Lok Sabha, then what the President could have done, he could have nominated 2 Anglo-Indians to Lok Sabha. But this provision of nominating 2 Anglo-Indians to Lok Sabha, this was a provision in the Constitution meant only for 10 years. But every time it was about to expire, it would be extended for another 10 years, then another 10 years, then another 10 years. Just like reservation in Lok Sabha and Legislative Assemblies for SCs and STs. Something that we have discussed in Elections and Representation chapter, where I told you that there are seats reserved for SCs and STs, but this political reservation for SCs and STs was meant for 10 years. But each time it was extended by 10 more years, 10 more years, 10 more years. And this reservation for Anglo-Indians and SCs and STs was to end in 2020. But then in 2020, what happened? 104th Constitutional Amendment Act was passed. And what this 104th Constitutional Amendment Act did, it extended the reservation for SCs and STs in Lok Sabha and Legislative Assemblies for a further period of 10 years. But this time, reservation for Anglo-Indians was not extended again. That means only reservation for SCs and STs got extended by 10 more years without extending the same 10-year period for Anglo-Indians. That is why we do not have nomination for Anglo-Indians anymore in the Lok Sabha. There used to be 1 Anglo-Indian nominated to Legislative Assembly as well. If the governor of that state would be satisfied that Anglo-Indians are not sufficiently represented in the Legislative Assembly, he could have then nominated 1 Anglo-Indian to the Legislative Assembly. Now there is no nomination for Anglo-Indians, neither in Lok Sabha nor in the state legislative assemblies. And this is something that NCERT forgot maybe to eliminate, and that is why it is mentioning 545 members. But the number of members that we have in Lok Sabha right now is 543. Assume we need to go for one nation, one election. Simultaneous elections to the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies. For that, we need to amend the constitution. And for that, what is the majority required? This is the majority required. Which means you have to satisfy both the conditions. This is condition number 1, this is condition number 2. That is why plus sign. Sir, what does that mean? Assume there are 543 members and all the 543 members are present. All these 543 members are voting. And out of these 543 members, 300 are in favor of one nation, one election. 243 are against. Now you tell me, will the constitution stand amended by this type of voting pattern? The answer is no. Why? Because this condition has been satisfied. Majority of the total membership of the House. What is the total membership? 543. What is the majority of 543? When we say majority, majority means more than half. Majority is 272. So is 300 more than 272? Yes. So have we followed this particular requirement of majority of the total membership of the House? Yes, we have. But have we met condition number 1? 2/3 of the members present and voting. Is 300 more than 2/3 of the members present and voting? No. This number should have been 362. Clear? Let me give you one more explanation, one more example, hypothetical example. Assume that there are 543 MPs in Lok Sabha and there is a bill, there is a draft pending before the Lok Sabha whether this constitutional amendment bill should be passed or not. Out of this 543 MPs, 143 MPs are absent. Why? Absent in the sense they are roaming around different parts of the world. Somebody is in Italy, somebody is, and don't attribute motive, I may be referring to someone else in Italy, not necessarily one family. So some are traveling, some are in South Pole, North Pole, some are just sleeping at their homes. So 143 are absent. Which means how many MPs are now present in the Lok Sabha? 400. Out of this 400, 100 abstain. Abstain in the sense there is a bill that is to be voted upon. 400 MPs are present. But only 300 MPs are voting. What about the 100 others who are present but they are not voting? They abstain. We will not vote. Why? Multiple reasons. One reason can be, hypothetically, that if we vote in favor of this bill, our people, our supporters may feel that we are in favor of the BJP. If we vote against this bill, our supporters might feel that we are in favor of the India Alliance, Congress. So we hope to be equidistant of both these poles, the NDA and the India Alliance. In this case, we will abstain. So now there are 300 people, 300 MPs who are voting. Out of 300, 250 are in favor and 50 are against. Will this constitutional amendment bill be passed? Is 250 more than 2/3 of the members present and voting? Absolutely yes. Should have been 201 plus. But is this 250 majority of the total membership of the House? No, it should have been 272. That means this bill will be defeated. That is why this bill, if it is introduced in the Parliament, one nation, one election, without opposition support, this bill will not be passed in the Lok Sabha. Because this is not the composition. This is unlike the composition of the Lok Sabha that we had in 2019. This is a different Lok Sabha where the opposition has a massive say. So without opposition support, this bill on one nation, one election will never be passed. So there are some provisions of the Indian Constitution which can be changed by way of simple majority, although we don't call those changes as amendments. But majority of the Constitution is changed when the Parliament, both houses of the Indian Parliament, pass a constitutional amendment bill by special majority. And listen to me carefully, this is where there is no role of a state legislature. State legislatures are not involved here. And this is how majority of the Constitution can be amended. If you want to change fundamental rights, directive principles, fundamental duties, add schedules, for that, this is the type of majority required. But Article 368 itself says, there are some provisions within me which we can claim, which we can say are part of the federal features. Federal features in the sense, for example, you need to alter Schedule 7 of the Constitution. And I've told you previously, Schedule 7 deals with distribution of legislative subjects into union list, state list, concurrent list. All the items mentioned in the union list, Parliament has the power to make laws. All the items in the state list, state legislature in normal circumstances, they have the power to make laws. And the items that are mentioned in the concurrent list, both Parliament as well as the state legislature has the power to make laws. But what if you want to amend the Constitution to transfer one item from state list to union list, one item from state list to concurrent list, or one item from concurrent list to state list? Can it happen? Yes, it can. But for that, when both houses of the Indian Parliament pass this bill should be sent to the legislatures of all the states concerned. And only when half of the state legislatures accept this constitutional amendment, accept this bill, then it will be sent to the President for signature. That means without ratification by half of the states, you cannot amend a federal feature. And one such feature is changing any of the lists mentioned in Schedule 7 of the Constitution. Because basically you are then snatching the powers of the states and giving it to center. Article 368 says, even if you want to change me, I am Article 368, you need ratification by half of the states. Article 368 further says, if you want to change the structure of the Supreme Court and High Courts, for that you need ratification by half of the states. And if you are following polity, I'll give you an explanation. When NJAC, National Judicial Appointments Commission, when this was enacted by the Parliament in 2014, this bill was sent to the state legislatures concerned as well. Only when more than half of the states ratified this NJAC, then it was sent to President for signature. Because if you change the method of appointing judges to the Supreme Court and High Court, for that you need ratification by the states. When GST was implemented in 2017, some of the taxation powers that state had were shared with the center. Some of the taxation powers that center had were shared with the states. That means you were what? You were altering Schedule 7 of the Constitution. That also required ratification by at least half of the states. Now there are two things here that you have to keep in mind. Although not mentioned here, but let me tell you. What are these two things? Sir, when we say ratification by at least half of the state legislatures, Does that mean only the legislatures of the 28 states that we have in India? Or does that also include those union territories which have a legislative assembly? It includes UTs with legislative assembly. That means Delhi as well as Puducherry. And after the ongoing elections, Jammu and Kashmir as well. This is number one. Number two, sir, how can we say whether the states have ratified this constitutional amendment or not? State legislatures will have to pass a resolution. The House is of the opinion that we accept this constitutional amendment. The House is of the opinion that we will reject this constitutional amendment. Resolution is the resolve of the House. But sir, what type of majority is required for a state legislature to ratify such a constitutional amendment? That resolution should be passed by simple majority, not special majority. So long story short, if there is a bill, listen to me carefully, if there is a bill, what is a bill? Bill is a proposal. What is this bill's proposal? To amend the constitution. Maybe add a fundamental right. Maybe add a fundamental duty. Maybe remove something. If this is a bill, this bill can be introduced where? In Lok Sabha first or in Rajya Sabha first. This bill can be introduced in either of the two houses. First in Lok Sabha, then Rajya Sabha, or first in Rajya Sabha, then Lok Sabha. Your call. But sir, who can introduce this bill? Only a government minister or a private member as well? Any member. So this constitutional amendment bill can be introduced in either of the two houses of the parliament by either a minister or a private member. And the prior sanction of the president is not required. Sir, what are you saying? I am saying something that we discussed in a money bill. That whenever a money bill is introduced in the Lok Sabha, before its introduction, you need the approval of the president. President, can we introduce this money bill inside the Lok Sabha? Without president's consent, prior consent, previous sanction, you cannot introduce a money bill in the Lok Sabha. But this constitutional amendment bill can be introduced in either of the two houses by either a minister or a private member. It does not need the previous sanction of the president. And then in both the houses of the parliament, it needs special majority. And what is that special majority? This is the special majority. Sir, I have a question. Yes. Sir, we discussed in legislature that if one house accepts a bill, the other house does not. In case, then there is a deadlock. And to resolve this deadlock, there is what? Joint sitting of the two houses. Which means, if there is a joint sitting where both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha MPs are present, because of the numerical strength of Lok Sabha, it is the will of the Lok Sabha which prevails over the joint sitting. Can this happen in a constitutional amendment bill as well? No. Sir, what are you saying? I am saying this constitutional amendment bill, which can be introduced in either of the two houses of the parliament by a minister or a private member, does not need the prior sanction of the president, and in both the houses it needs special majority separately. If one house accepts, other house does not, the bill is dead, it cannot become a law. There is no provision for a joint sitting when it comes to a constitutional amendment bill. And if this bill affects federal features, then you need to send this bill to all the state legislatures, including the union territories which have a legislative assembly. And only when you get ratification from at least half of the states, then this bill will be sent to the president. And once president signs this constitutional amendment, constitution stands amended. Sir, I have a question. What is the question? Sir, in executive, we discuss president, and there you discuss some of the veto powers of the president. That when a bill is presented to the president, president may say, I am signing this bill. Or the president may say, I'm not going to sign this bill. Or the president may say, I'm going to send this bill back to the parliament for reconsideration. What sort of veto can be used, invoked by the president for a constitutional amendment bill? Nothing. Till 1971, he could have. She could have. But in the year 1971, Constitution was amended. 24th Constitutional Amendment Act. The year was 1971. This Constitutional Amendment Act made it mandatory, binding on the president, that you can do only one thing for a constitutional amendment bill, and that is you need to give your assent. And when an amendment bill goes to the president for his assent, in this case, the president has no power to send it back for reconsideration. The president cannot even say, I'm not going to sign this bill. The president has only one role here, sign. Sir, what if president says, I'm not signing? He can't say that. But sir, what if, hypothetically? First, he should resign. Or if he doesn't resign and he says that, no, I'm not going to sign this bill, he is violating the Constitution. So what, sir? And violation of the Constitution is a ground on the basis of which the president can be impeached from his office. Clear? Let's look at something else. Why have there been so many amendments? And before we discuss this, let's take a look at this subject of amendment, whether it requires special majority or whether it needs ratification by the states. Let's do this exercise and you tell me what is the right answer here. To amend the citizenship clause, what do we need? Ratification by states or special majority? Citizenship falls under Part 2 of the Constitution. I think we need to close the live chat as well, which we will do from tomorrow. Okay. One thing is, if it is citizenship law, then you need simple majority. Because Article 11 has given the power to the Parliament that you can regulate all matters related to citizenship. And for that, Indian Parliament enacted in 1955 a law called Citizenship Act of 1955. And if you want to change that law, that's an ordinary law that needs simple majority. But what if you want to change Article 11 itself? That requires special majority. Right to freedom of religion. It's a fundamental right, requires special majority. Changes in the union list, any of the lists, it requires ratification by the states. Changes in state boundaries. Even if you want to change state boundaries, that does not require special majority, does not require ratification by the states. This is another mistake of NCERT. It requires simple majority. Provisions regarding election commission, for example, when the law, if election commission is to be altered, that requires a bill, and that bill should be passed by simple majority. But if you want to change Article 324 itself, which speaks about election commission, that requires special majority. But provisions regarding election commission would also come under simple majority. Okay, so we have done this exercise. Let's look at why have there been so many amendments. Look at this graph number 1 and graph number 2. Graph number 1 tells us the number of amendments in 10 years. Immediately after the commencement of the Constitution, from 1950 onwards, we saw limited number of amendments. But during this period, 71 to 90, we saw large number of amendments. Clear? In fact, between 1974 and 1976, 10 times Constitution was amended. Now the question on your mind, why have there been so many amendments? This is the story that you can capture from graph number 1. But then there is something else. Graph 2 tells us the time taken for every 10 amendments. So here you can see sometimes 11 years, sometimes 3 years. Why? Let's try and address this question. When we look at the contents of the amendment so far, and if we need to have a brief idea about why have there been so many amendments, the answer to this will lie in the subsequent discussions that we will have. And for that, we need to understand what is the content of amendments so far. Does that mean all these 106 amendments that we have had so far, it has sufficiently, significantly altered the Constitution that we have? NCERT says that a large number of these constitutional amendments did not make any substantial difference to the Constitution. Most of these amendments were technical in nature. Technical in the sense, there was one amendment which said, let's increase the retirement age for the judges of the High Court from 60 to 62. Does it change the philosophy of the Constitution? Does it make a massive change to the Constitution? No, we're just increasing the retirement age, that's it. Salaries of the Supreme Court and High Court judges were changed. Just salaries, so technical nature. Does it change the structure of the Supreme Court? No. Does it change the powers of the Supreme Court and the High Court? No. Technical changes. I have told you that provision for SC/ST reservation in Legislative Assembly and Lok Sabha was meant for 10 years. But each time it was about to get expired, Constitution was amended to further extend this reservation for 10 years. And this has happened 7 times, in 1960, 70, 80, 90, 2000, 2010, 2020. So does that significantly amend the Constitution? No, it's a technical thing. Do you remember when we discussed President? And there I told you that there is something called Article 74 of the Constitution, which says there shall be Council of Ministers with Prime Minister at the head to aid and advise the President. Only this much was mentioned in the Constitution. But even before that, whatever advice was given by Prime Minister and Council of Ministers, that was binding on the President. But what was binding on the President, but implicitly, was made explicit in 42nd Amendment. When Article 74 was amended to say, there shall be Council of Ministers with Prime Minister at the head to aid and advise the President, who shall act on that advice. This was happening previously also. Now what was happening previously? You just made an explanation in 42nd Amendment. And 44th Amendment further said the same thing. That the President may ask for reconsideration of that advice, but if the same thing happens again, the President is bound to accept it. This NCERT says, in reality, this amendment did not make any difference because that is exactly what has been happening all through. The amendment was only by way of explanation. I humbly disagree, because this was a far-reaching constitutional amendment. Because previously the President could have enjoyed his power. He could have disregarded the advice of the Prime Minister if he would feel that this advice is unfair, unjust, unreasonable, against the Constitution. So this was not an innocent constitutional amendment, as NCERT would like us to believe. This was not an amendment which was only explaining what was happening previously. No, this was a substantial amendment to the Constitution. But what NCERT is trying to tell you is that when we look at these 106 amendments, it's not that all these 106 amendments have had far-reaching consequences. That means our original Constitution is beyond recognition. What it was in 1950, that Constitution we can't recognize in 2024. That's not the case, because majority of these amendments were technical in nature, explanatory in nature, did not substantially amend the Constitution. But there were some constitutional amendments which were needed because there was difference in the interpretation of the Constitution. Sir, what are you saying? I am saying NCERT wants us to discuss why have there been so many amendments to the Constitution from 1950 to 2024. And for that we need to understand that some of the constitutional amendments were not substantial, they were only technical in nature. For example, increasing the salary, increasing the retirement age, extending SC/ST reservation. That's why we have had so many amendments. But some amendments were required because there was difference in the interpretation of the Constitution. Difference in the sense? Difference or conflict with the government. What sort of conflict? One magazine which was published in Bombay, it was called Bombay then, had to be distributed in Madras. It was called Madras then. But the Madras government banned the circulation of this magazine. Why? Because Madras government said if this magazine is circulated, distributed in Madras, it would violate public order. There may be chaos, there may be conflict. Matter went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court asked Madras government, isn't this freedom of speech and expression? Because freedom of speech and expression means say whatever you want to say, express whatever you want to express, use whichever medium you want to use to express yourself. Medium can be magazine as well. So what is written in that magazine, that is somebody's freedom of speech and expression. How can you stop it? How can you block its circulation and distribution? Madras government said, because we fear there will be a violation of public order. Constitution, Supreme Court says, does not mention anywhere that on the grounds of public order, you can block somebody's freedom of speech and expression. You can restrict somebody's freedom of speech and expression. And Supreme Court was right, because public order as a ground was not mentioned in the Constitution under Article 19, Clause 2, under which your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted. And then in the year 1951, first Constitutional Amendment Act was passed and public order was added to Article 19, Clause 2 as a reasonable restriction on which your freedom of speech and expression could be restricted. So this amendment was made possible. The reason why this amendment took place was because of differing interpretations. Similarly, Madras government again issued an order and said we are going to reserve seats in educational institutions for SCs and STs. That means on the ground of caste, the Madras government was discriminating by providing reservation to SCs and STs in engineering and medical colleges. Matter went to the court. Case came to be known as the Champak Dorai Rajan versus State of Madras, 1951. Supreme Court was asked, my lord, isn't this violation of Article 15 which says the state shall not discriminate against any citizen only on the grounds of caste. And Madras government is discriminating only on the grounds of caste. Supreme Court asked Madras government, what are you doing? You can't violate Article 15. Madras government said, sir, we are implementing Article 46. Supreme Court asked, what is Article 46? Madras government said, that you should know because you are sitting on the seat of the justice. Said, that I know, but what is it? Sir, it is Directive Principle of State Policy. Supreme Court said, Directive Principles are inferior and fundamental rights are superior. So you can't implement this reservation order because you violate Article 15. Then how did the Parliament react? Parliament amended the Constitution and added Article 15 Clause 4 to the Constitution to say that this is the power of the state. It can reserve seats for socially and educationally backward classes of citizens, including SCs and STs. Similarly, land reforms were declared unconstitutional by the court. Zamindari system, which was abolished by the parliament, it was declared unconstitutional because you are violating a right to property. Supreme Court said you can't do that. And how Parliament reacted? Parliament amended the Constitution and provided for 9th schedule. And 9th schedule said any law that is placed within me, judiciary cannot question that law. Any law placed in 9th schedule is immune from judicial review. And then these land reforms laws were placed in 9th schedule, bypassing fundamental rights, fundamental right to property. Similarly, on this question, whether DPSPs are inferior, fundamental rights are superior, a far-reaching constitutional amendment was made in 1971, 25th Constitutional Amendment Act, 1971, where Parliament said Article 39B, Article 39 Clause C, these are directive principles of state policy. Even if they violate 3 fundamental rights, which is Article 14, 19 and 31, the law merely on this ground cannot be declared as unconstitutional. So 2 directive principles were now given superiority over 3 fundamental rights. So there were some constitutional amendments, because what is the question? Why have there been so many amendments? It's not that 106 amendments that have taken place, all of these were substantial in their nature, form and effect. Some were purely technical in nature, which does not change the substantial provisions of the Constitution. Because just by increasing the retirement age, just by increasing the salary, just by extending reservation, it does not substantially alter the Constitution. But there were some constitutional amendments which were required because there was difference in interpretation of the Constitution. Parliament felt something, judiciary felt something else. That's why we have had so many amendments. And we have had so many amendments also because for some, there have been political consensus. Some constitutional amendments. Why there have been so many constitutional amendments? Question number 1. And the answer to that is, not all amendments were substantial, but some amendments were required because there was difference in interpretation. Were all these amendments controversial? No. A large number of these constitutional amendments were made through political consensus. For example, 73rd and 74th Amendment. What it did? 73rd Amendment provided for Panchayati Raj institutions. 74th Amendment provided for urban local bodies, municipalities, municipal corporations. And both of them, they are part of a concept called local government. Listen to me carefully. And local government in the distribution of powers comes under Schedule 7, but under state list. Sir, what does that mean? That means on local government, who has the power to make laws? State legislature. But when Panchayati Raj institutions were established, they were not empowered. Elections were held, but then the panchayats were dissolved and no further election was conducted. Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister, the constitutional status to panchayats and municipalities. And for that we will pass this law. Who? Parliament. State said, how dare you? In the distribution of powers, local government is a subject which is under state list. How dare can Parliament enact a law on local government? This bill was defeated in Rajya Sabha. Then VP Singh, as the Prime Minister, also tried to do this. But before he could implement it, he lost power. Then came P.V. Narasimha Rao. And P.V. Narasimha Rao and various other states, they came together, build consensus. And through this consensus, ultimately what happened? 73rd and 74th Amendment was passed. It was this consensus, which is what we call cooperative federalism, which was seen at its best in 2017 when GST was implemented. #101st Constitutional Amendment Act, which provided for goods and services tax in India, where centre shared some of the tax powers with the states. States shared some of the tax powers with the centre, created a goods and services tax council. It was only through consensus. It was only through consensus that anti-defection law was passed in 1985 because of the 52nd Constitutional Amendment. So not all amendments were controversial, but some were. One of them, 42nd Constitutional Amendment, which is also known as the mini revision or mini constitution or mini revision of Indian Constitution. Do you know this amendment made changes to the preamble? The word secular was added, socialist was added, integrity of was added to the preamble. Do you know because of this 53 articles of the Indian Constitution were modified? And this was the period when emergency was in place, which was imposed in 1975. On that, you should ask the Lok Sabha MP from Mandi, who has made a movie on Srimati Indira Gandhi, but that movie is not releasing. She would know more than me on emergency. But be that as it may, this amendment proved to be controversial. So there were some amendments which proved to be controversial, but there were some amendments which were made through political consensus. But let's go back to the first thing that we discussed. Should the Constitution be static, or should it be a living organism? Should it be breathing, hearing the pulse of the people, seeing the new aspirations of the people? Constitution should not be static. Should Constitution be rigid, or should Constitution be flexible? Or should it be the mix of both? And this is where a landmark judgment was given by the Supreme Court. On the 24th of April, the year was 1973, this case came to be known as the Keshavananda Bharti versus State of Kerala. Something that we have discussed previously, but if you want to understand this case in great detail, for that you just search Bharti and the Doctrine of Basic Structure on our YouTube channel. There is a detailed video lecture that I have made on the Doctrine of Basic Structure and Keshavananda Bharti. How did this doctrine evolve? Whether it is good, bad or ugly. So please watch that video lecture and you will gain complete insights into this Keshavananda Bharti case. Will you be able to watch it? You can find that video lecture on the YouTube channel. I have made that video. How many amongst you will go through that video lecture after this session? Watched already. Great. Okay. Almost like a living being, this document keeps responding to the situations and circumstances arising from time to time. Watch that video lecture on Keshavananda Bharti and you will understand the contribution of judiciary when it comes to making constitution as a living document. And towards the end, let's look at something very important. When the constitution was made, leaders who were part of our freedom struggle then became part of the Constituent Assembly. Then some of them would also become part of the government. They shared a common vision of liberty, equality, fraternity, dignity of an individual, respect for fundamental rights, creating a welfare state. And luckily that vision has not disappeared. Which means even if the Constitution has been subjected to 106 amendments since 1950, the basic structure of the Constitution has remained the same. The fundamental value of the Constitution has remained the same. So in periphery, this Constitution has reflected the changing situation, the dynamics, changing realities of the time, but at its core, it's still the same. Yes, we felt the need to give a three-tier structure of government by creating local bodies. But the heart and soul of the Constitution is still the same. We still uphold rule of law. We are still a parliamentary democracy. Our judiciary is still independent. Our Article 21 is still there, although it has been expanded, but core remains the same. We still have freedom of speech and expression. What Dr. Ambedkar said, if you ask me, which is the fundamental of all fundamental rights, the answer is Article 32. Article 32 is still there. So the core, soul, heart of the Constitution remains what it was in 1950 because we share the same vision. But that doesn't mean we will not be receptive to the new changes that will be evolving in the society. So when we saw that there is Ayaram, Gayaram politics happening, we changed the Constitution and added anti-defection law. When we saw that there is a change, we need one nation, one tax. For that, we implemented the GST. When we realized that just by lip service, we cannot empower women, we need to reserve seats for them. We amended the Constitution, provided for 106th Constitutional Amendment Act, women's reservation in Lok Sabha and Legislative Assemblies. Although not implemented now, will be implemented after 2029, after there is delimitation and census and then delimitation. But at least we are responsive, reflective of the changing needs and requirements of the time. And that is how we can say Constitution is a living document. That's about it for today. I will see you again tomorrow, and tomorrow will be the last NCERT lecture. After that, we'll take a break, and then we will come back with political theory. Then we will come back with a judgment series, a landmark judgment series. We'll cover some of the important adjudicated by the Supreme Court of India. And if you're liking these initiatives, do let me know in the comment section, and I'll see you tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the evening. Till then, have a great time. All the best. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to Unacademy. NCERT books are a must for the civil services examination. Not only is the content of these books authentic, but UPSC has been asking questions from these NCERTs, prelims as well as in mains examination, sometimes directly and sometimes indirectly, making NCERTs one of the most important sought after books by the civil services aspirants. But it is equally important to understand two things: when to read these NCERTs and how to read them. For example, for Indian polity, this book on your screen, which is a class 11th NCERT book, Indian Constitution at Work. This is the most important NCERT for Indian polity for the civil services examination. And in this lecture, I am going to cover 8 very important chapters of this NCERT. So how to read these NCERTs, you will come to know by attending this marathon session. But now the question is when to read the NCERT books. For that, listen to me carefully. There are 2 kinds of aspirants: those who have already enrolled in a coaching institute. Second, those who do not wish to enroll in a coaching institute, they want to prepare on their own, self-preparation, self-study. If you have already enrolled in a coaching institute, please do not read NCERTs first. First, attend the class lectures. Once the class lectures are over, then read these NCERTs. Now these NCERTs will start making sense to you, and in a couple of days, maximum in 5 days, you would be able to complete all the chapters of this beautiful book. So first attend the class lectures, then read these NCERTs, because if you read these NCERTs first, then why did you pay these coaching institutes? Number 1. Number 2, but if you are preparing on your own, resorting to self-study, first read these NCERTs, because NCERTs will lay your foundation, and then you can shift to Lakshmikant or D.D. Basu or whichever book you would wish to read. So first read these NCERTs, you will gain conceptual understanding, conceptual clarity, and then the civil services examination preparation would become meaningful. So if you're preparing on your own, attend this lecture and I will take you on a beautiful journey of understanding this book in its entirety, in its magnificent depth. But should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us, now is the opportune time. Why? Because Unacademy management has decided to slash its UPSC subscription fee by 50%. Now you can prepare for GS, CSAT at 19,999 subscription fee. Go to our website should you wish to enroll with us and prepare with us for your GS, CSAT, current affairs, optional, mentorship, test series. Take a look at various plans that are displayed on the website. Use this code IAS English and automatically the lowest subscription fee will be displayed for you. So should you wish to enroll, use this option, use this opportunity, and if you're preparing on your own, then let's get started and understand 8 important chapters of this beautiful class 11th NCERT, Indian Constitution at Work.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to Unacademy, a one-stop destination for the English medium civil services aspirants. Today is the last NCERT session. As announced previously, in 8 lectures, our endeavor was to cover all the important chapters of this book, Indian Constitution at Work, which is a textbook in political science for class 11th. We have covered 7 lectures till now. Today is the 8th and the last lecture, and we shall discuss the philosophy of the Constitution. But there are 2 chapters which I have skipped. One, local government, and the other, federalism. Why? Because these 2 chapters are very close to my heart. So then you should have covered them. Yes, I will. But not as part of the NCERT series, separately. Why separately? Because all these lectures, which are part of the NCERT series, I have repeatedly told you that we are only discussing NCERTs and something different as well, something extra as well. But it won't be still enough for you to prepare for polity for the civil services exam. Because, for example, when we discussed legislature, when we discussed fundamental rights, I told you that these are the chapters where I take normally 30, 40 hours to comprehensively cover them. And we can't justify covering rights or legislature in just 1 or 1.5 hours. But since these two chapters, local government and federalism, very close to my heart, I want to comprehensively cover them for the civil services examination, so that once you attend those 2 sessions on local government and federalism, you need not study any other source. So I will announce the dates in due course of time. But first up, if this series of the NCERT, where we discuss these 8 chapters, if the series has been of some help to you, it has aided your civil services preparation, do let me know in the comment section. Also, it will encourage me to come up with more such courses for the betterment and the benefit of the student community. So like this video, do let me know in the comment section, share your feedback regarding this NCERT series, and subscribe to our channel if you haven't yet. Let's get started and let's look at what is meant by the philosophy of the Constitution. Some people believe that Constitution is consisting merely of laws. So what is mentioned in the Constitution? There are laws. And laws are different, and the morality and the values are completely different entities. For example, what is right? What is wrong? That's what morality is. If you look at Indian Constitution, it says the seat of the Supreme Court shall be in Delhi. Now, what is the moral component of this article? You may think that there is nothing. Let me agree with you. If our Constitution provides for a parliamentary form of government, where cabinet has enormous powers and not the President of India, what is the value element to this? What is the moral compass of this? You might simply say that this provision is provided, it's an administrative measure. We could also have provided for a presidential form of government. We could have had Supreme Court not in Delhi but in Chennai. So what is the value element in this? What is the morality of these provisions of the Constitution? So Constitution of India is nothing but mere list of laws. But then when you look at other aspects of the Constitution, if the Constitution says that the state shall not discriminate against its citizens only on the grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, don't you think then that our Constitution believes in the value of equality, which primarily means that there is a connection between laws and moral values, because we believe in equality. Our Constitution has provided not only for rights which you can claim against the state. Our Constitution, for example, has provided for Article 15, Clause 2, which says no citizen shall discriminate against another citizen when the citizen is accessing public ghats, burial grounds, so on and so forth, restaurants, public places, means of public entertainment. So there is a value element to this fundamental right, which is social justice. When our Constitution provides for, let's say, Article 23 of the Constitution, which says bonded labor has to be abolished. You can't discriminate, you can't exploit other fellow citizens. The Constitution has prohibited traffic, begar, and other forms of forced labor. That means other citizens also cannot exploit other citizens. There is a value element to this. So Constitution of India is not just a body of laws without any moral element, without any value system ingrained into it. There is a connection between laws and the moral values. But now listen to me carefully. NCERT says we must therefore look upon Constitution as a document which consists of certain moral values, which is based on certain moral vision. And to understand that, we need to adopt political philosophy approach. But sir, what is this political philosophy approach? For that, we need to understand three things. What do we need to understand? We need to understand the conceptual structure of the Constitution. And what is this conceptual structure of the Constitution? We need to ask ourselves, what is the real meaning of the terms that are used in the Constitution? For example, equality, democracy, minority. What is the interpretation or different interpretations of these terms that are used in the Constitution? For that, we need political philosophy approach to understand the Constitution. What else? We need to also understand and have a better grasp of the ideals which shaped our Constitution. For example, the first thing that may be on your mind is that what is philosophy? It's a branch of social science, for example. Is that what philosophy is? But listen to me carefully. What are the values that guide your behavior? What are the principles that guide your behavior? For example, listen to me carefully. There is corruption in the society. Right? Simple example. There is corruption in the society. And the ministers or the legislators, they are also part of the society. They are one amongst us. So they can also be corrupt. There can be corruption amongst the ministries. There can be corruption within the legislators as well. How do we solve this problem of corruption? Can we solve this problem of corruption by increasing the salaries of ministers and legislators? Because you indulge in corruption because you want more money. What if we increase your salaries to such a level that you don't have to resort to corruption? Will that solve this menace of corruption amongst ministers and legislators? No. Why? Because we need to understand what is the function of corruption. So what are you saying? Corruption depends upon the moral compass of an individual and the implementation of anti-corruption laws. What does that mean? If I am a legislator and my salary is 100 rupees a month, very meager, which will not sustain myself. I can't sustain my family either on 100 rupees a month. But if my moral compass is high, I will not resort to corruption. Why? Because that is not my principle, to resort to corruption to solve all my problems so that I can realize all the dreams that I have. No. In contrast, if my salary is 1 crore per day and my moral compass is poor, I don't only want 1 crore per day, I won't be satisfied by it because I need to double it. I need 2 crores per day. So whether there is corruption in the society or not, we can't simply eradicate corruption just by increasing the salary of ministers and legislators. Because if these ministers and legislators, they have solid moral compass, no matter what their salary is, they will not resort to corruption because their philosophy is anti-corruption. Their philosophy is based on morals. Their philosophy is based on certain value system. Now let's look at it this way. even if I am morally corrupt, my salary is 1 crore per day. Even then I want to double it to 2 crores per day. But I cannot. Why? Because the implementation of anti-corruption laws is so strict that the moment that I indulge in corruption, I will be arrested and put behind bars and I will be prosecuted. So even if I want to do corruption, but I cannot, I'm not in a position to do that. Why? Because the anti-corruption laws are so strictly implemented that the moment I indulge in corruption, I will be languishing behind the bars. So by increasing the salaries of ministers and legislators, this is not how we can solve the problem and menace of corruption. Because corruption depends upon the presence or persistence of corruption in a society, depends upon the moral compass of an individual. If that is good, no matter what, you will not indulge in corruption. But even if there are others who are not morally upright, they will indulge in corruption. For them, the anti-corruption laws should be so strict that even if they want to, they cannot resort to corruption. So what is that principle that guides your behavior? That's what we call the philosophy. And if we gave ourselves a constitution on the 26th of January 1950, what do we want to achieve through this constitution? What are the ideals and goals that we want to achieve through this constitution? To understand that, we need the political philosophy approach to understand it. And third important thing, we must read Indian Constitution in conjunction with the Constituent Assembly debates. Because whenever a bill is introduced, whenever a clause is introduced, whenever a provision is introduced, there was a thorough debate within the Constituent Assembly on that matter. The only thing perhaps which was not properly debated in the Constituent Assembly was universal adult franchise. Because everybody agreed. There were no two opinions on that we have to give right to vote to everybody. So what do we mean by the philosophy of the Constitution? What are the principles that guide our Constitution when it is talking about certain rights or duties or some laws? How do we understand it? For that, we need this conceptual structure. We need to first understand the conceptual structure of the Constitution. What do we mean by these concepts of equality, of democracy, of minority? And what are the ideals that shape our Constitution? And whatever is there in the Constitution, we have to link it with the Constituent Assembly debates, because that will give us the context of why certain provisions are there in the Constitution. And the philosophy of the Indian Constitution can be found in the preamble to the Indian Constitution. And that's what Supreme Court also has said. It is this preamble which is used to unlock the minds of the makers of the Constitution. Because preamble is like the preface to a book. What is there in the preface? It gives you insights into what this book is all about. But it gives you insights not only into what this book is all about, it gives you insights into the minds of the author of this book. What exactly was the thought process going on inside the minds of these writers when they drafted this book, when they wrote this book? What was going on inside the minds of the makers of our Constitution, the members of the Constituent Assembly, when they drafted our Constitution? For that, we need to take a look at the philosophy of the Constitution contained in the preamble. So, preamble is used to unlock the minds of the makers of the Constitution. And this political philosophy approach will not only help us in understanding what is the moral expression of certain articles that are present in the Constitution. It also tells us about if there are different interpretations, how do we reach to a proper conclusion? Sir, what does that mean? The year was 2017. A petition was filed in the Supreme Court of India by a former High Court Judge K.S. Puttaswamy. He approached the Supreme Court and said, "My lord, Aadhaar violates right to privacy, which is a fundamental right under Article 21. The government, on the other hand, claimed that there is no right to privacy, because right to privacy is not explicitly mentioned under Article 21. Because Article 21 says, the state shall not deprive an individual of his right to life and personal liberty, except according to the procedure established by law." Where is it mentioned that under Article 21, the citizens enjoy right to privacy? What did I tell you? That this political philosophy approach will not only help us in understanding what is the moral content expressed in an article, but will also lead us to arbitrate if there are contesting claims regarding the interpretation of a particular provision of the Constitution. And 9 judges of the Supreme Court, they looked at the philosophy of our Constitution mentioned in the preamble and said, one objective of the Constitution, which is mentioned in the preamble, is that of dignity of an individual. So, objective of the Constitution, the ideal, the goal of the Constitution is to ensure dignity of every individual in India. This dignity will not be possible unless and until citizens have the right to privacy. So, if there is a contesting claim, right to privacy is a fundamental right, right to privacy is not a fundamental right, how do we resolve this different interpretational conflict? For that, we have to look at the philosophy of the Constitution mentioned in the preamble. And if preamble says that we have to assure dignity to every individual, we can't do that unless and until we give privacy to the citizens. So, right to privacy is a fundamental right under Article 21. Look at the Japanese Constitution. Japan was almost destroyed in the 2 world wars. But then in 1947, when they gave themselves a constitution, although United States had a big, huge influence on this constitution, but that's a separate matter altogether. The point is, the Japanese constitution is also known as the peace constitution. Because the preamble of the Japanese constitution says, we the Japanese people desire peace for all time. So what is the ideal? What is the philosophy of the Japanese constitution? It rests on the principle of peace. And now we need to understand that our constitution has a transformative role. Constitution of India is not just a body of rules which tell us how do we govern the country. It is not only about how do we create Election Commission of India and how do we appoint members and Chief Election Commissioner. It's not about only that the seat of the Supreme Court will be Delhi. It's not about that there shall be Council of Ministers, there shall be a governor, there shall be a president, there shall be a vice president. Through this constitution, we want to transform our society. So our constitution has a transformative value. And how do we transform our society? Let's go back to the first lecture that we discussed, Constitution. I told you if men were angels, if the people were angels, there is no need to have a rule book for the people because they can do nothing wrong. Contrast it with if the government is full of angels, we don't need any rule to impose limit on these members of the executive because angels can do nothing wrong. But neither is the government consisting up of angels, nor are the people angels. So what first we need? We need to first empower the government, empower the state. And then once we have empowered the state, this constitution has to further impose limitations on that state. That's what we discussed, doctrine of limited government, in the first lecture. So in a society, what if the institutions which we have created, which have been created by the Constitution, what if these institutions fall in wrong hands? And for that, we need to ensure that there have to be certain checks put in place on the state so that the state does not become dictatorial in its tendency. The state does not become tyrannical. But also, Constitution provides for peaceful means of social transformation. Peaceful means. We don't need, as Marx would make us believe, we need a violent revolution or a revolution to overthrow an oppressive system. Our Constitution provides for peaceful means of achieving social transformation. And for that, we need to understand who were the members of the Constituent Assembly. The members of the Constituent Assembly were elected. It was the will of the people of India which was expressed through their representatives in the Constituent Assembly. So this Constitution as a document is the reflection of the aspirations of the people expressed through the members of the Constituent Assembly. And that is what Pandit Nehru said. Pandit Nehru said, this Constituent Assembly is not just a body of people or gathering of lawyers, because a large number of members of the Constituent Assembly were lawyers. Pandit Nehru said, this Constituent Assembly is the nation on the move, reflecting the will of the entire nation. And through this will, we want to socially transform our society. How? I am going to tell you slightly later. But then the question can be on your mind, why do we need to go back to the Constituent Assembly? Because I told you that every article of the Constitution, every concept of the Constitution, we have to understand by linking it with the Constituent Assembly debates, so that we can understand why this provision was introduced, why was it discussed, how it was discussed, what were the arguments put forward, why exactly it made its way to the Constitution. You might say, sir, that should be the job of a historian, a legal historian. But why should a student of political science need to go back to the Constituent Assembly debates to understand this Constitution? Because there is a difference. What's the difference? Look at American Constitution. It's a 17th century Constitution, or should we say an 18th century Constitution, adopted in 1787, implemented in 1789. So this Constitution of United States of America reflects the morals, the values of the society of the 18th century. So maybe to understand US Constitution, you may not need to go through the debates that used to happen at Philadelphia to understand why certain provisions were introduced. But our Constitution is of 1950. The value system has not changed. That is why there is a beautiful line mentioned in the NCERT which says the history of our Indian Constitution is still very much the history of the present. Because not much has changed. Our value system remains the same. Our morality remains the same. And for that, we need to take a look at this recent Constitution, which is of 1950. That's why we need to go back to the Constituent Assembly debates to understand the basic moral expression expressed in these articles. But now, what is the political philosophy of our Constitution? Can you put one term and through this one term say that this is the philosophy of our Constitution? You can't. Because you can't restrict the philosophy of Indian Constitution to just one word or just one term. Because it talks about multiple things such as it is liberal, it is democratic. Our society, our polity will always remain democratic, which means will of the people. rule by the people. Not directly, but through their representatives. That's the principle which will guide our society. It will be liberal, it will be democratic, it will be egalitarian. Egalitarian based on the fact, based on the concept that all the people are equal. They need equal rights, they need equal opportunities. Our constitution's philosophy is that we are secular, that we are federal as well. So if you want one term which signifies the political philosophy of our constitution, it's hard to describe our philosophy in one word, because it is liberal, it is secular, it is democratic, it's egalitarian, it is federal, all in one. And let's further delve into these individual philosophies. First is individual freedom. We say Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he was one of the first political leaders to advocate for a free press. He said that government should be responsible to the needs of the people. And then people should be given the opportunity to publish, express their needs. Because if government has to be responsible to the needs of the people, how will people express their needs? For that, there should be no restriction on publication. Raja Ram Mohan Roy advocated for a free press. In fact, he is considered to be one of the first political leaders to advocate for free press. So when our constitution, the principle which guides our constitution, the philosophy of our constitution, when it speaks about individual freedom, you can't say that this concept of individual freedom emerged when the members of the Constituent Assembly, through a round table, decided something and this concept of individual freedom miraculously appeared, and that is how they made it part of the Constitution. No, it has a history, and for that we need to go back to Mr. Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Not just that. Freedom of expression is an integral part of Indian Constitution. Because do you remember the Rowlatt Act, where people could have been arrested even without a reason? Didn't the Mahatma called for satyagraha against the Rowlatt Acts? That is why in Indian Constitution, one guiding principle is our focus on individual freedom. And that individual freedom would also mean that you have the freedom from arbitrarily getting arrested. Without any reason, nobody can be arrested in India. So when we say philosophy of the Constitution, for that we need to have a conceptual understanding of the terms that are mentioned in the Constitution and locate these things in our past, in the debates of the Constituent Assembly. And if our Constitution's philosophy rests on individual freedom, that means freedom of speech and expression, that means you should not be arrested on mere suspicion, nobody should be arrested arbitrarily. All this is to be located in our history because we were denied these rights. And the Constituent Assembly was very much aware of how we were denied our individual freedom. And they made it a point that the guiding principle of our Constitution will be our emphasis on the individual freedom. Another principle, social justice. Something that I have told you numerous times, that if there was a Dalit walking on the road and he sees an upper caste coming from the other side, he would jump in the mud. Why? Or he would move aside. Why? Because even his shadow should not fall on the upper caste. because there is this concept of purity and pollution. Even your shadow is pollutant. Then what was the need for independence? What was the benefit of getting independence for these marginalized communities if even after independence they will face the same set of problems as they faced since the later Vedic period? The philosophy of our constitution reflected through the preamble, it says social justice is one more guiding principle that will guide our constitution, that will guide our society. I have told you previously that first we will discuss our constitution at work, then we will take a break, and then we will start another beautiful NCERT book called Political Theory. And there we will discuss the idea of liberalism. But here, very briefly, what is classical liberalism? Classical liberalism favors a laissez-faire state, where the state should not interfere. State should not interfere, whether it is in economic terms, whether it is on some other aspects of society, state should not interfere. So in classical liberalism, the focus is on individual liberty. The focus is on individual rights. And this classical liberalism is not found in Indian constitution. We differ from this classical liberalism concept. We have our Indian liberalism. And what is this Indian liberalism? Because if we prioritize individual rights over social justice, then one person will have the liberty to do anything, which may also mean to discriminate against somebody on the grounds of caste. Then how can we ensure social justice in the society? So we differ on this concept of classical liberalism when we say in India that we have Indian liberalism, which means we believe in social justice, and that is best reflected in the articles of the Constitution, where there is reservation for SCs and STs, those who are socially and educationally backward classes of citizens, in educational institutions, in government jobs. Reservation for them in legislative assemblies as well as in the Lok Sabha. But now you can't say that this concept of social justice originated instantly when the members of the Constituent Assembly debated. No, you have to locate it in the history. How? Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he emphasized on the individual rights, but also on the rights of the women, because they were discriminated against. They did not enjoy that freedom. So Mr. Raja Ram Mohan Roy advocated individual freedom, particularly for women. But then there were other social philosophers in India, Swami Vivekananda, M.G. Ranade, K.C. Sen, who advocated for social justice within the Hindu society, where on the issues of caste, there should be no discrimination in terms of this concept of purity and pollution. So if we are now analyzing one by one, what is the philosophy of Indian Constitution? One, it rests on the principle of individual freedom. Second, it rests on social justice. Third, the respect for diversity and the minority rights. We are diverse. And diversity is not only in terms of religious diversity that we have, diversity in terms of caste diversity, tribal diversity, linguistic diversity. And listen to me carefully. We say caste, for example, is not a stratificational system. So there is no movement. If you are at ladder number 1 and over a period of time you have the mobility, you can move the ladder 10. That's what Dr. Ambedkar said. Hinduism is like number of stairs of a building, but you die in the floor in which you are born, because there is no upward mobility. So Hindu society, according to Dr. Ambedkar, is a hierarchical system based on caste hierarchy. So if there is a society where there are multiple communities residing, but within a community there is hierarchy and one group will dominate over the other, and then we can say one community and the other community, there will be tussle between these two communities as well. These communities will act as rivals. How can the Constituent Assembly, that was the debate going on, how can we ensure that there is mutual respect amongst all the different communities that are residing? How can we ensure unity and integrity of India? For that, the Constituent Assembly they had an option of following the Western model, which is don't recognize a community. Consider all as the citizens of India. Don't recognize them into scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, Hindus, Muslims, other diversities, so on and so forth. Don't recognize communities at all. Just tell them you are Indians and that's the only identity that you have. Then there is no one group dominating the other. But the members of the Constituent Assembly, they also realized that Indians are as religious as Europeans are the seculars. We are attached to our communities. We are attached to its identity. And for that, what we need to respect their diversities. And then provide for minority rights. And that is reflected in Article 30 of the Constitution, where any minority, whether based on religion or language, they can establish, administer educational institutions of their choice. Because that's the principle that guides our Constitution, that will guide our society. It won't be only on the system of individual freedom, but social justice as well, respect for diversity as well, minority rights as well. And who are these minorities? Whether based on language or religion, you have the fundamental right to establish, manage and administer educational institutions of your choice. And the government may also fund these minority educational institutions. It's not that once you have established a minority educational institution, the government may not be in a position to fund. The government can still fund. Something else. Secularism. What is secularism? Separation of church from state. A concept which emerged during the Renaissance period, that we should separate church from state matters. State will not interfere in the matters related to church. Church will not dictate the foreign policy, the economic policy, the social philosophy of a particular state. Complete separation of church matters, religious matters and the state matters. That is what we call secularism. In Western societies, it is based on the concept called mutual exclusion, which means both the church and the state should not interfere with each other's internal affairs. That is what we call mutual exclusion. Remember, important. What is the purpose of this strict separation? Listen to me carefully. I'll give an analogy. Suppose there are 5 friends who are studying in a college, and suddenly this 5 friends group, they enter into a fight with another group of 5 people. Now one member of this group, he has some contacts with the police, maybe the DGP, maybe the superintendent of police of that district. Will not this individual become powerful because he is connected with the state? Same applies with religion as well. If there are multiple religions and one religion is declared as the official religion of the state, will not this religion become even more powerful than it previously was, because now it has got backing of the state? Further, within this particular religion, what if there is discrimination? One group within that religion is discriminating against another group. And if that dominant group is dominating a subordinate group, that subordinate group might turn to the state, please protect me. But then the state will be that we give sanction to this religion, we give official recognition to this religion. Then where will this group which has been discriminated against go towards for justice? And that is why it is argued that under this mutual exclusion, the state should not support any religious authority, should not support any religious institution, should not support any religious organization. And let these religious organizations decide their own religious affairs. We will not interfere, because there is strict separation of powers between the church and the state. Mutual exclusion. We will not interfere in your internal affairs, you don't interfere in our internal affairs. That is mutual exclusion. But we don't follow mutual exclusion in India. What we follow in India something called concept of principled distance. Sir, what is this concept of principled distance? State will be distant from all religions. But it will intervene or it will abstain depending upon what approach is better, whether intervening is better, abstaining is better. For what? For equality, for liberty, for social justice. Sir, what are you saying? I am saying we are discussing the philosophy of the Constitution. What are the principles that guide our Constitution, our society? What are the ideals and objectives that we want to achieve through this Constitution? For that, can we have a single word to describe the political philosophy of our Constitution? No, because it is liberal, it is democratic, it is secular, it is federal, it's egalitarian, all at once. So what can we say is the philosophy of the Constitution? It is based on individual freedom. It is based on social justice. It is based on the respect for diversity and minority rights. It is secular. And what is secularism? Something which we can say originated during the Renaissance period, where we are talking about strict separation, mutual exclusion. State and a religious institution, state and religion will be separate. State will not interfere in the internal affairs of a religion. Religion will not interfere in the internal affairs of a state. Mutually exclusion. Mutual exclusion. One religion will not be given the official religious tag that this is the official religion of India or official religion of this particular country. Then, because this particular religion, which has got the official backing, will become even more powerful than other religions. It will become even more powerful than it previously was, and might in a process dominate over other religions. Then where is the concept of social justice? But our concept in India is not on mutual exclusion or strict separation, it's on principled distance. Secularism in India is based on the concept of principled distance. And what is that? State will be distant from all religions. But state will interfere or state will abstain depending upon what position, what approach, whether interfering or abstaining would be in the best interests of liberty, equality, social justice. For example, NCERT says, not me, NCERT. NCERT says that in Hinduism, sati is sought to be justified according to religion. So religion, according to NCERT, not me, don't hold me accountable. This is mentioned in NCERT. So it's a government publication. Hold government accountable if you don't agree with this. Hinduism provides sanction to such social evils called sati. Does that mean state will not interfere and will allow sati to continue to be practiced? Will it not lead to social injustice? This is where state will interfere in religious matters in the interest of liberty, equality and social justice. State interfered in the religious practices as well. For example, instant triple talaq was declared invalid by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is judiciary. Judiciary is an organ of the state. So state is interfering in religious matters. Why? Because in the interest of liberty, equality, social justice. So our concept of secularism is based on this principle of principled distance. Third, universal franchise. And this was remarkable. In fact, when India achieved independence, then we gave ourselves the constitution, then the first Lok Sabha election was to be conducted. Obituaries were written that India as a democratic experiment is bound to fail. Why? Because how can they provide voting rights even to illiterates? How can they provide voting rights to even women? Because these Western countries, they gave voting rights to women after so many years. Britain in 1920, US in 1928, Switzerland in the 1970s. But in one fell swoop, in 1950, when we gave ourselves the constitution, we provided for universal adult suffrage, where every adult will have the right to vote. And that does not mean this universal adult suffrage, it came out of the Constituent Assembly when they debated amongst themselves, that's it. Again, you have to locate this concept in our history. The year was 1895, when the first non-official attempt was made at drafting the Constitution of India. Non-official, that means no official sanctity was given to this body. Who is the author of this document? Called Constitution of India Bill 1895, also known as the Swaraj Bill. Some say there is a dispute as to who is the real author. Some say it can be Lokmanya Tilak, some say it can be Annie Besant, whatever. The author is anonymous. This first non-official attempt of drafting the Constitution of India, it spoke of that all people in India had the right to take part in the affairs of the country, have to be admitted to public office. Universal. Motilal Nehru report, which came in the backdrop of Simon Commission in the year 1928, affirmed that citizenship without any discrimination on the grounds of sex, everybody should have the power to be part of the state, should have the right to vote, should participate in the affairs of the state. And that's what Aladi Krishnaswamy Iyer, a member of the Constituent Assembly, said. The Assembly has adopted the principle of adult franchise with an abundant faith in the common man and the ultimate success of the democratic rule, and in the full belief that the introduction of a democratic government will promote the well-being of the citizens of India. So another principle on which our constitution rests, guiding principle, is universal franchise. And then federalism. In federalism, there are two important units. There is center and there are states. Between center and states, there should be dual government. There should be distribution of powers. One government at the center, one government in the states. It's not like we will be controlled, administered and governed by one center, where the laws will be passed in Delhi for the entire country. No, we will have a legislature at the center, we will have a legislature in Karnataka as well, in Gujarat as well, in UP as well. And then this constitution will distribute powers. It's not that center is more powerful than the states, or states are subordinate to the center. Constitution envisages that center will have its own area of influence. The states will have their own area of influence. States are not subordinate to the center. So in federalism, there are two units, center and states. But does that mean all states are to be treated equally? If all states are to be treated equally, then we say, like United States, it is an example of symmetric federalism. There is symmetry in the way all states are to be treated. All states will have the powers. All states will have the roles, responsibilities allocated to itself. But India believes in asymmetric federalism. I'll tell you two such concepts of asymmetric federalism. One asymmetric federalism is, listen to me carefully, that although we are a federal polity, but our federalism is such that it still creates a strong center. Strong center in the sense, who has the power to regulate citizenship? Parliament. Who has the power to reorganize the boundaries of the states? Center. Who has the power to dismiss a state government imposing president's rule? Center. Who has the power to impose national emergency? Center. Who has the power to appoint a governor? And through that governor, you are also destabilizing the states ruled by the opposition political parties, opposition to the ruling party at the center. We have a common election machinery. We have a common audit machinery. There are more items in union list than they are in the state list. So there is asymmetry. It's not that states and center, they have equal roles, responsibilities, powers. Our constitution, despite believing in federalism, creates a strong center. This is asymmetry. States having lesser powers, center created strong. Second asymmetric federalism concept, Article 371. For example, the law passed by Indian Parliament, if it affects the land or the customs of the people of the Nagaland, the Nagas, this law will not be applicable to Nagaland. Similar provision for Mizoram. So there is asymmetry. Such a law is not present anywhere in the country. And Article 370 was the biggest exponent of asymmetric federalism, because an amendment to the Indian Constitution was not applicable to Jammu and Kashmir unless and until the government of Jammu and Kashmir accepts it. Parliamentary law was not applicable to J&K unless and until J&K government accepts it. So asymmetry, such a protection, such a special status was not present anywhere for any other state in India. So Constitution of India as a guiding principle rests on federalism, but it is not symmetric federalism, it is asymmetric federalism. Our constitution has been constitutionally asymmetric. by looking at Article 371, Nagaland and some northeastern states. Although Indian Constitution did not originally envisage this, but India is now a multilingual federation. Tamil Nadu will have its own state language, Tamil, Kannada, Malayalam, Telugu, Odia, Bengali. Or is it that center imposes one language as the official language for the entire country? No. So that is another asymmetry that we see. Multilingual federalism in India. And then national identity. Sardar Patel, for example, he said, in the long run, it would be in the interest of all to forget that there is anything like majority or minority in this country, and that in India there is only one community, Indians. That's what is mentioned in the preamble. We, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure to all its citizens justice, social, economic, political, equality of kind and of opportunity, liberty, fraternity, dignity, assuring unity of India, fraternity, unity, fraternity, brotherhood, one common identity, which is that of India. That is the philosophy of the Indian Constitution. But yes, it has also come under criticism. And this criticism is broadly on three grounds. Ground number one, our Constitution is unwieldy. Such a massive document, it should have been a compact document such as United States. Sir, what does that mean? For example, some of the students have issues with one teacher who gives notes in thousands of pages. For example, you say, sir, why are you giving notes in 1,000 pages, 2,000 pages, 3,000 pages? It should be a compact of 100 or 200 pages, that's it. Similar is the criticism for the Indian Constitution, that Indian Constitution is so big, so massive, it is difficult to enforce. But we need to understand that other constitutions of the world, they are not as detailed as India. Because Indian Constitution is massive because it contains provisions even for Election Commission. It contains provision even for the UPSC, State Public Service Commission. That means each and every aspect of governance is taken into account when it comes to Indian Constitution. That is why Indian Constitution cannot be a compact one. It has to be big, massive, and the lengthiest constitution of the world. Second criticism of Indian Constitution is that it was unrepresentative, which means the Constituent Assembly was unrepresentative. These were not the real, genuine representatives of the people. Why? They were elected? Yes, but not elected on universal adult franchise, on the restricted franchise. Not everybody cast their vote to elect their representatives because voting rights themselves were restrictive. For that, we need to understand two things: voice and opinion. Did every single Indian had a voice in the Constituent Assembly? You may say no, it was unrepresentative or underrepresentative. Because not everybody had the right to vote to elect their representatives. So there was a massive set of people of India who did not have the right to choose their representative to this Constituent Assembly through which the Constitution of India was drafted. And this Constitution becomes applicable to us. So by this logic, through the term of voice, you can say it was unrepresentative. But even if it was unrepresentative, even then they took the opinion of all sections of the society. Even if I belong to one section of the society, I did not restrict myself to the debate, discussion of my community or my group. I took care of the opinion of others. That is why if you look at different parts of this country, almost in every state, at one place or the other, you will see the statue of Dr. Ambedkar holding Constitution in his hand. And you will see that in every Dalit locality as well. Which means what? Dalits feel that this Constitution contains something that belongs to their aspirations, that are their aspirations, expressed through Dr. Ambedkar. So it was unrepresentative, but in terms of voice, because not everybody was represented. But those who were represented, they did not restrict to their own interests or their own group interests. They took the opinion of everybody. And the third criticism of our Constitution is that it is alien to our conditions. Alien to our conditions in the sense, we discussed in the chapter of lecture number 1 where we say that Indian Constitution is the bag of borrowings. We have borrowed different provisions from different constitutions. Rule of law from Britain, Bill of Rights from United States, procedure established by law from Japan, cooperative federalism, concurrent list from Australia, Directive Principles from the Irish Constitution, fundamental duties from the Japanese Constitution, from the USSR Constitution. So our Constitution is the borrowed one. That means it is alien to our conditions. This is what Mr. P.V. Kane, he writes in the History of Dharma Shastras, volume 5, wherein he says that he was also critical of the Constitution. He said our Constitution is blindly aping the West because our Constitution is only focusing on rights. But as Indians, we have duties towards our state, towards our fellow citizens, towards our nature. Those duties are not mentioned in the Constitution because our Constitution only focuses on rights that are available. But we need to understand and appreciate that all these provisions which were borrowed were adapted to Indian needs. That's what Dr. Ambedkar said. What do you expect from a constitution created at this point in time in history? It cannot be entirely novel. But what we need to take the best practices from different parts of the world and adapt them to Indian needs. That speaks volumes about the outlook of the members of the Constituent Assembly. They were not rigid that why should we borrow provisions from other constitution, we will make our own provisions. They were open, they were liberal, and they looked at different constitutions of the world and borrowed those ideas which would help Indians, which would be required in India. So it was not blind aping or blind borrowing. But even then, towards the end, we can say that there are limitations. Not every country is perfect. Not every document is perfect. And you can say Indian Constitution by that logic may not also be perfect. That is why it is subject to change. It is amended multiple times. And we discussed yesterday, amended 106 times. For example, limitation is Constitution as a centralized idea of national unity. Can we have unity through one language? The concept that we say the official language of the Union shall be Hindi in Devanagari script. And there have been protests in different parts of the southern India against the imposition of Hindi. Or what about some important issues of gender justice, particularly within the family? Should women inherit as much property as the male counterparts in their family inherit? Not something mentioned in the Constitution. For that, we had to go to the courts. So when it comes to gender identity or gender justice, perhaps the Constitution has only glossed over these issues. And the most important of all, Directive Principles of State Policy. For a common Indian, for an average Indian, for a poor Indian, Directive Principles matter more than fundamental rights. Because it is through Directive Principles that there is an obligation on the state to establish a welfare state. It is through Directive Principles that we will ensure social and economic democracy. It is through Directive Principles that we will ensure equal pay for equal work. It is through Directive Principle that we will ensure that no matter what economic system you use, Article 39, Clause C, the operation of economic system should not result in the concentration of wealth to a common detriment. There should not be concentration of wealth, yet there is. Article 39, Clause B, which says the material resources should be so distributed so as to subserve the common good. Yet this Directive Principle is not enforceable, but fundamental rights are enforceable. That is why there were many who argued that these DPSPs should also be part of fundamental rights chapter so that they are also enforceable like fundamental rights. This is another limitation. But it is possible to give answers to these limitations, to explain why this happened, or even to overcome them. But that is not our point, says NCERT. We are arguing that these limitations are not serious enough to jeopardize the philosophy of the Constitution. Philosophy is rock solid, based on the concept of individual freedom, based on the concept of respect for diversity, minority rights, secularism, federalism, based on the concept of social justice. That brings us to the end of this NCERT series. In 8 lectures, we covered all the important chapters of this book, Our Constitution at Work, or Indian Constitution at Work. And as I promised, we will discuss federalism separately in great detail, not restricting it to NCERT discussion only, and we will discuss local government also in great detail. And if you have enjoyed or thoroughly enjoyed and have been benefited from these sessions, please let me know in the comment section after the live is over. In the comment section, do let me know your feedback so that I can prepare for future sessions of eminence, significance, importance for your examination.